Good morning, everyone. This is the official Board of Commissioners meeting for Wednesday, May 15th, 2019. I'll call the meeting to order. Thank you all for coming today. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, before we get started today, I wanted to read a short statement from the county commissioners, and I think from all of us here in the county. As many of you know, and anybody that's watching may know already, that Central Oregon suffered a big loss over this past weekend. Local long-term resident, teacher, and World War II patriot and hero Robert Maxwell passed away at the age of 98. He was America's oldest living recipient of the Medal of Honor. And as commissioners, and I know that many of the staff and many people throughout our community, we've had the opportunity to know Bob Maxwell, to work with him. He's been in this room many times. I think all of us treasure the Medal of Honor coins that he's given out at events we've had, et cetera. We know his work with the Ben Heroes Foundation. Bob Maxwell, someone who I don't think set out to be a hero. If you watched his the news coverage the night after he died, talked about his whole life story. I think he didn't set out to be a hero, but through his service both to our country and our local community will be forever remembered as one. And he'll be greatly missed by all of us here, and I'm sure everyone here today and people watching at home. So thank you.
Thanks for taking time to share that information. Yeah, Mr. Maxwell was very special. But one of the points that happens is when he would come, there would be all other kinds of veterans would show up too. We've had this room partially filled with the World War II and the Vietnam veterans, and the camaraderie of that crowd really is special when Bob would show up. And there's other veterans out there in our community also. But yeah, Bob was a very special person, and it was so nice to have the honor of being met him. Yeah.
Anyone else want to say?
And I wanted to say something because my father-in-law was a veteran from World War II. He wasn't a Medal of Honor, but I'm always so proud when I drive on Highway 20 and I see that designated spot in the road, and I remember people that saved the world. Thank you for all their service, and he won't be forgotten.
Yeah, thank you. So this is the time for citizen input. If there's anyone here today that's not here for something on the agenda, this would be the time that they'd give public comments. We need to fill out a blue form. I don't see anybody that's here for that, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. Any exceptions or deletions?
Nope, just acknowledge a couple items here.
Okay, go ahead.
Just acknowledging the items. So Six Corners intersection improvement. So there was a kind of a few waves of these final land acquisition contracts. So this may be the last one now, I guess. So that's exciting. And then we're working on the HVAC system at that Courtney building, making sure we're not going to have air quality problems there, really doing a big investment, so that'd be showing support for that. And then, a Zero Suicide Initiative grant is on the consent agenda also. So I'm not proposing to pull any of them, just acknowledging what's on there today.
That's great. Yeah, bring it to attention. I think that is the last agreement on the, is there one more agreement on the Six?
Okay, yeah, so one more, almost done.
Improvement there,
Thank
so
you.
Finishing that up. Sure, Dare, any comments on the consent agenda or any
I just wanted
deletions?
to thank our amazing administrative assistant who always gets our minutes to us, and acknowledge her for all of her hard work. And thank you very much, Sharon.
Thank you.
With that, I'll move approval of consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Mr. Chair, one more note, our planning commissioners that we were just reappointed also, so I guess, as I say, once again, we're not pulling this item, but these folks do a great job. They've both been around. This is their reappointment. Dale Crawford and Maggie Kirby. I'm honored to have them representing the citizens on the Deschutes County Planning Commission.
Great, yeah, that's good for calling them out. We had a recent meeting with all of the planning commission, and it was really a productive session, so thank you. Okay. Move on to the action items. First action item is consideration of board signature of document number 2019-271, CYC Cascades East Transit Lease in Lapine.
Good morning, Commissioners. James Lewis, Property Manager for Deschutes County. Before you today, as you noted, is document number 2019-271. This is a lease renewal with Cascade East Transit for utilization of space at the South County complex. It's a space of approximately 175 square feet, utilized by the drivers of the community connector and the dial ride service down there during hours when they are in between trips. The space is in our shop building that's currently also houses road department functions. So when you're thinking of it as office space, it's not really office space like you have in this building. It's really a space wedged between two shop bays. So it's essentially a place for them, for the drivers to get out of the weather, to do paperwork, et cetera, in between trips. So the number of buses that are there's 2 dial-a-ride buses during the day and 1 community connector that goes between Bend and Lapine. The dial-a-ride provides service in that area. So at this point, it's just a renewal. We're looking at $187 per month, $2,250 per year, and at the end of a 3-year fulfillment, let me see. It's not.
Don't forget the 50 cents.
Yes, and the 50 cents. But essentially, that's what the use is for, and that's what's being housed in the facility. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Well, I think the question we had was at the work session, so you kind of researched. We didn't know where this office was and what building, so that's great to get the background on that.
Yep.
Any questions?
No question.
And it says parking for no more than 4 buses?
Yes.
Okay.
Currently, they have 3. It's the 2 dial ride, and it's the 1 larger community connector. They anticipate that maybe sometime in the next couple of years, depending on the growth of the needed service in the South County, it would be another bus, and it would likely be a dial ride bus, which is the smaller buses.
Because we're working on getting one from Lapine to Sun River, that bus route, as soon as we can get a bus for next year. So, great.
Okay, thank you.
With on the lease terms, so it looks like you built in a 3% increase. Do you go up 3% each? There's an initial term of 3 years, it looks like, and then there's the right to renew for 3 more individual years. Is it only a 3% increase for those 3 more years total?
It should be 3 years at each renewal, or 3% at each renewal point.
Or 3 successive leases, okay. So it'll go up 3%, and then 3%, and then 3%.
Exactly.
So 9% over 3 years, okay.
And it's anticipated that, as you alluded to, increasing service need in the South County, will be working with CET to determine if they find their own and establish their own facility in the South County, at which point this would likely go away.
Okay. Good. Any other comments or get a motion to approve this?
I move that we sign the document, signature of document number 2019-271, the COIC Cascades East Transit lease in Lapine.
And I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Okay. Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, the next item on our agenda is the discussion of a solid waste management plan survey. Tim Shimke, the Director of Solid Waste, will join us.
Good morning.
Morning.
We have discussed this a time or two in the past with the board. I think the last time we discussed this, the idea being that although we've had a number of surveys, public meetings and a survey on our web, basically all those respondents are what pollsters call self-selecting. And so really the people who are somewhat aware and interested are the ones that are responding, and you're not getting a real good cross-section, I guess. There's a lot of people in the community who don't think about their garbage very much at all. We're going to try and get some opinions out of them as well. I think the last time we met, we had a discussion with Triton Polling, and we also discussed the idea that maybe we would put a survey on the web and use the franchise collection system's customer billing to drive people to the website to get more input. I went back to Triton and asked them to give me a solid quote for a statistically valid telephone survey. They had an option for a robocall type of approach or a live approach. I said we were interested in the live approach. And I also asked them to develop the survey questions in such a fashion that they could be put on our website. And so, I mean, basically the option is there for both of those approaches. I submitted a memo here showing what I got back from them. They gave us an option for 3 different sample sizes. I think all of these, whether it's 300, 400, or 500 responses, are all statistically valid. And I told them that we wanted this concept of using the poll on a website and driving people to that. They offered to do that as well. They could put that on their website, and they would compile results and do a comparison between the statistically valid and the self-selecting approach, so you could see the difference there. And I've also included a copy of the questions that they are proposing. And so we're here today to see what you guys think. I believe that the dollar amounts here are favorable, fairly inexpensive to do this. We could certainly do one or both of these approaches fairly easily. I'm not sure that the extra $1,000 to use their website to amass these, web survey is necessary. We're certainly capable of doing that on our website, and pulling together those results there as well. So that's kind of an option there.
Are we, go ahead.
The sample size, I'd just go for 400 for, just kind of the middle number. It's just, giving some guidance, some thoughts. It's about education, which I've, kind of heard before, and I've stated before, the survey is proposed. I'd maybe wordsmith a little bit, but it's really starting to get mature about what we're going to ask and how we're going to ask it. I do support that if we were going to do something on our website, do it on the Deschutes County website, even if it's somebody else helping us with it. And then also probably a press release to the world explaining that this telephone survey is coming, because it's so awkward right now. These automated phone calls that are happening, and people not answering the phone and unrecognized numbers. So, just getting even for the bang for the buck, a press release saying if a survey's coming, hopefully getting people to answer the phone is it's really an awkward time.
That's a good suggestion. I would agree. I did not, I showed you the questions here as they have them. I would agree that I would probably tweak these a little bit, but I didn't want to, I guess, they're the experts, so I didn't want to sort of take a lot of liberty on.
Well, at what point do you call it trash or waste or municipal waste or just different terminology?
Yeah.
Question number 12 has a problem. It needs to be corrected. You might, let them know. 12, the options underneath it, it's the 4 major points. It's been repeated. They didn't do that properly. And it is a very reputable company, so I know if they're going to do the job, they'll do a great job for Deschutes County. They are local.
Yeah. So thanks, Tim, for putting this together. I appreciate you going kind of the extra mile and working through these details. I agree with you and with the other commissioners that I do think we should give a little input on the wording. Also, I had a word, there'll be a larger environmental impact if it goes out. Well, there's larger emissions, but environmental impacts so there's things I think we should look at wording wise. But I think that it's worth the investment, given that we're looking at the county's looking at investing millions really in what we do here, millions of dollars over many years. And I think this kind of backstops what, conclusions the committees come up with. I think, having heard your presentation now a couple of times, the questions are kind of tracking some of the major themes that you've made publicly. So I think that's good, and kind of it helps create a consensus of what the issues are, I think, in the public. So I'm in favor of it. I would do really either the 400 or 500. The only reason to do more really would be in the sense that some of this to me is kind of a look back. If we get 5 years from now and we're wondering about why we went forward, or there's a lot of opposition or there's problems, we'd say we really did our best to figure out that was what people wanted to see, not just us that have been working with it inside the system. So I'm in favor of either. What's your
If
thought?
if we choose not to use them for the web survey, we could do a 500 sample size for under $10,000, and that
Right.
seems very reasonable.
That's more reasonable than what you were originally talking about doing. So
Yes.
I guess I feel more comfortable with 500, just
Okay.
because, our county is almost 200,000. So, and hopefully they can get 500 people that will answer the phone and be patient and answer all the questions.
It was kind of working with professional pollsters. I've had this question with them before, is it would seem like the sample size should change with the size of the population that you're sampling, and they said that's not the case. You get to 300, whether you're surveying Deschutes County or all of Oregon or the Northwest, apparently that's a statistically valid approach, so.
Just sounds, if 5 years from now we're over 200,000, it sounds like 300 people sounds like a pretty small.
It certainly does, yeah.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
But I agree, I think, to be able to say that we've gone the extra mile, we went with a high number of responses in our survey, even though we might have got by with less. I think that's the message we want to put out there.
Well, and this is a function of outreach and education also.
Yeah.
It is, we're looking for that statistically valid feedback, but the more people that just have a little bit of brain space on this discussion, because this is kind of once in a generation when you cite a landfill, that's what we're doing here also.
Yeah. And I think that by itself, marketing is important. One point that I was thinking about this last night when you made the presentation, and a lot of this is an economic comparison between doing it here and doing it out of the area in the Columbia Gorge and the big landfills. I want to make sure we're really confident on the new landfill costs being at here it said $42 per ton. I don't know, and we didn't ask last night, but I was going to do it as when you come to us with the presentation, that if you've amortized the entire capital investment into the landfill over 20 years, 40 years, 100 years, like you talk about, or what, because that would be a component of the cost, because by the time we need a new landfill, we have $20 million to put into, from this, our closure, or our funding that we're doing. That if we didn't build a landfill, we could use that for transportation theoretically. So I think that, I don't know if you figured that capitalization cost as a factor in the.
Yes, the engineer who put together the cost estimate for a 100-year site,
Yeah.
when you look at that entire 100-year span, those costs are actually quite a bit lower than $42, just because you get that economies of scale, I guess. And we thought that was not the appropriate way to present that. So we've kind of taken that first 20 years. So especially if we're going to use bonds to construct that portion of the landfill, we kind of amortized out there basically on the length of those bonds, I guess, in order to.
20 or 30 years.
Yeah.
That'd be one thing that people could criticize coming back and saying, well, you think about some of the public works programs like the train in California, the speed train that's, gone up
Right.
10 times what.
Right.
So,
So I think we recognize that, and we've taken action to try and minimize that by basically saying, we're only going to look at that first 20, 25 years, whatever it is, and that gives you a better comparison to what you would get if you were going to ship it long haul. It would be.
So I guess we'd have a motion just to approve moving forward with this, and
Okay.
Is the board interested in maybe marking up these questions with the things
Yeah.
that you've noticed and get
maybe
that
talk
back
to
to me,
it
and then
another,
we'll do the same thing. Whitney and I will do the same thing, looking at those questions, and then we'll get it together and take it back to Triton.
I mean, in general, they are the experts, but there are little things like you said.
Yeah.
words.
Question
Well,
12
obviously.
needs to be fixed.
Obviously, there's some glaring mistakes.
I would support that, yeah, if you want to work with Whitney and kind of get a moral, a version that you've touched, then we could look at it.
Okay.
'Cause, that may
Okay.
be the way to, because then it'll be, just if there's any other
Yeah, and if we have
structural
other
things or
suggestions, yeah.
thoughts, yeah.
That's good. Okay. So
Let's see.
we have support for,
Well,
Well, so is this the moment we're going to proceed with the formal telephone survey? Is that the idea?
I guess so.
I
Yeah.
guess so.
Is that what you're asking, Ken?
Yes.
So, I would, do you want me, to make a motion then regarding the 500 calls?
Sure.
Okay, then I move that we use Triton for a 500 sample size of polling regarding our solid waste management plan presented today by Director Tim Shimke.
And I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
No?
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes,
And Chair votes yes. Thanks for working.
we got there.
Thank you, Whitney.
And Tim, you did a great job last night. I mean, you can see the whole package, the way you were able to talk through this is really mature now. Some of it has evolved a little bit over time, but
Yeah.
it's really hanging together
Yeah.
well.
Quite a challenge to get this.
Yeah,
10-minute
exactly.
I was watching the audience.
Yep.
They're interested. I think they
I was
perked up.
running
when-
out of breath when we were in Lapine, so I
Yeah.
pared back my presentation. It was nice going first instead of last. And I felt like I had all the time I needed.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
Referencing a presentation Mr. Shimke made last night at the joint meeting with the Redmond, City of Redmond
City Council.
Council. Yeah. Okay, good, thanks.
Thank you, Tim.
Next action item is the OSU extension loan. Whitney, I think you're going to be presenting that. Or Whitney and Lee.
And Adam, filling in for Dave.
Oh, and Adam, okay.
Good morning. For the record, Whitney Hale, Public Information Officer.
Lee Randall, Facilities Director.
We wanted to come before the board today. As you know, the 4-H Extension is improving and expanding their facility out at the fairgrounds. And the county's committed to loaning the district money to assist with completion of that project. And so as part of that process, county legal had drafted a loan agreement, and they have reviewed that loan on behalf of the county. But there's also the question of who will review the agreement on behalf of the 4-H Extension. And so it was suggested that we come before the board, as you are the governing body of the Extension District, to kind of get your feedback on whether you're comfortable with county legal reviewing the loan agreement on behalf of both parties, or whether you'd like outside counsel to perform review on behalf of Extension. And I would defer to Adam probably on anything deeper than that on a legal review level.
Yeah.
but-
Also, Whitney, do you want to mention that conversations with Dana?
Yes, we did reach out to OSU, to the Extension Service, and we asked if OSU might want to perform a review of the contract on behalf of the Extension District, and they said that that's not typically a function that they would play. So I think my interpretation of our conversations with them is that they would be comfortable with whatever option between these two the board determines to be appropriate.
Well, that's kind of an interesting dilemma. So I wonder if we need to reconvene as the board of for this district for OSU extension. Is it, we're really considering this on behalf of the county. Legal counsel's drafted the agreement. So now the question is, as the board of the district, OSU Extension District, do we want somebody to review it on our behalf, so to speak, because the conflict lies with both the attorney, but also with protecting the rights of OSU Extension. I mean, so.
I agree. The conflict exists on both sides, but certainly the first question is, as the county commissioners representing the county, do you want to waive the conflict? And then, of course, sitting in a different capacity with different hat on, are you also willing to waive the conflict? I think the conflict goes both directions.
But, so just, this is pretty technical, but just as the commissioners for the county, it's easy for us to waive it if we like the agreement, he drafted it on our behalf, I suppose. Right, I mean, that's,
So I would say if wearing either hat under either entity, if either entity doesn't want to waive the conflict, then we know we're going with outside counsel. So it's really the commissioner's prerogative if you want to first consider that while wearing the OSU hat, or if you want to first consider that wearing county commissioner's hat.
okay, well, we're county commissioners right now, why don't we consider it first? Does everybody understand the dilemma that it presents to us? The typical arm's length transition, we
Right.
have a lawyer on each side of the transaction, and so our lawyer happens to be the lawyer for both entities, so what are your thoughts, Commissioner?
Well, normally I would think that's a problem, and I would think you would want someone else looking at it.
For OSU,
Normal.
For
Yes.
OSU
I mean, if
extension.
it was something I was dealing with, but personally, yes.
What's the extent of the agreement? I guess that'd be a question. Is it's a loan agreement with a payback and?
Yeah, it's a pretty short, it's a page and a half. It just lays out the terms of the loan and the payback. And essentially, because we collect taxes on behalf of the service district, we collect the taxes and then that money goes to satisfy the loan payment for that year before the rest of the taxes are dispersed.
So my first thought is it'd be nice to probably have just another set of eyes on this, just to be walking in saying, okay, this is, my client is, and of course, we're the governing body on both sides. And I don't perceive or expect a conflict or, whatever I'm trying to say there, problem.
Do we have access to somebody that we would, if we do change hats to the OSU extension, do we have somebody that OSU extension has hired before as legal counsel, or would we?
Commissioners, not that I'm aware of. We've worked extensively with the extension staff, both the local rep for OSU as well as the her subordinate. So that, and as you know, they've been present for each of the work session discussions that we've had over the last year or so, discussing the terms of the loan. And as Eric said, they've expressed no qualms whatsoever on behalf of the district, so to speak, about accepting the terms. But to answer your direct question again, to my knowledge, they've never hired outside counsel themselves, other than relying on the OSU attorney on occasion back in Corvallis.
So, well, I think it's, I realize that they've been, I kind of agree with, it sounds like the other commissioners, I agree that maybe they should have somebody that just looks at it on behalf of OSU Extension, because they're just, they represent the party, but they're not lawyers, so they're not giving legal advice. It seems like to make it an arm's length transaction. As a commissioner of the county, I don't mind waiving the conflict, but I think as a commissioner for the OSU Extension, I'd prefer we get somebody to look at it, just so we've done our due diligence.
Well, and then my thought
Is that
is, so there's the staff of 4-H, and we have agreement with OSU Extension, OSU Extension, which is Oregon State University, and we have the budget committee, which come to us, and we reconvene as 4-H, and everybody's working together well. But yeah, 5, 10, 15 years from now, where did this debt come from? How did it get in place? And it'd just be good to have another set of eyes on it for the future. And I'm envisioning hundreds of dollars. I mean, I don't know if that's what we're talking about here, but one lawyer, a couple billable hours, up to speed.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty quick review, and
Yeah.
and there's a number of local attorneys who represent service districts that I think could do it pretty quickly.
Okay. So let's, we're still convened as the Board of County Commissioners, so the question before us as commissioners is, are we willing to waive the conflict and allow the county's attorney to represent OSU Extension? And that's a separate decision from the other one. And
So from the discussion, it sounds like I'm not willing to waive the conflict, so we're going to have another external party look at it. And I don't see as there's a conflict.
Yeah.
I mean, the terminology's,
yeah, no, it's just
Yeah.
to keep arm's length. So
Yes, to keep the arm's length, I think it's really better to have someone outside just take a look at it.
But it's a two-part decision. One is, as commissioners, do we want to say, no, we're not going to let our legal counsel represent the OSU Extension? We don't necessarily have to do that. We could waive it on our side, but we could as the, or what do you think? Do you think it?
I think the commissioner's direction is clear.
direct staff.
You could just simply direct staff that no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think we really need to go through the formality of reconvening, or for you to reconvene as
Oh, okay.
as a separate entity. I think at this point, the direction of the staff is clear, and we'll proceed
Okay.
according to that.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that, so, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Our next item, and we're actually ahead of schedule, report on Destination Resort Annual Reports. Zachariah.
Thank you, Commissioners. If you could hold on 1 second while I upload a PowerPoint, that'd be great.
Mr. Peralta, welcome. Did you get set up to make a presentation? Good, and I think we've got hard copies here, so you'll be next. Thank you.
Commissioner, there was some material that Wayne put together also on PERS. I don't know if you.
It was on your desk.
I saw it last, yeah, I did see it last night. That was really, for if we were gonna deal with regard to the legislative meeting. But yeah, that'd be good to, you might wanna show, Mr. Peralta, if you wanna look, if you have a minute, we can.
hand them that.
Yeah. This is, we had a legislative session yesterday where we were talking about PERS, and our county finance director had put together the impact of PERS to Deschutes County over a number of years. So yeah, take a look at that while we're.
We need to loan them some reading glasses too.
You want some?
Small.
I have extra ones.
We have a no tree cutting policy here. All right. You ready?
All right, yeah, good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Zechariah Heck, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department. Today I'm here to report on the annual reports for the 4 destination resorts in Deschutes County. I will also provide a location of the resorts, the specific status of the residential lots and their required overnight lodging units, and certainly willing to answer any questions that come up in the process, so feel free to interject. County code requires resort management to provide annual report documenting compliance with overnight lodging criteria. So one of the main things about destination resorts is that the county allows them to go through a process. Of course, it's quite the extensive land use process, a conditional use, site plan, et cetera, to build residential lots. And then as a requirement, you have to have overnight lodging units, either hotels or timeshare units, condos, et cetera, that would bring in tourists to these resorts and thus spur local economic development. So one of the key reports in their annual report is the ratio of single-family residential units to overnight units.
Could you put this in perspective around the state? Maybe you don't have this information, but I know there's some other destination resorts in the state. Deschutes County is kind of a place that has multiple destination resorts. Is this a requirement in front of the commission, or is this preparing for a report going to DLCD or LCDC or anything?
Yeah, I can provide some more background. So this is the background is that Deschutes County does have 4 Goal 8 destination resorts as allowed in state code. As far as I know, that is the most amount of destination resorts throughout the entire state. There's a few other destination resorts, but most counties actually do not have destination resorts. The annual report that I'm sharing with the commission today is focused on just an FYI to the county commissioners. The resort staff works with the resorts to provide this information to make sure that they are in compliance. The state doesn't necessarily review these annual reports. They certainly could if they ask, but we haven't received any such request. And so this is really staff reporting to the board on, hey, we received these reports and this is where we're at with each destination resort.
Well, and then I would say in support of land use in the county, but in the state of Oregon also. It's good for residents to be able to find this report, if somebody watches the video in the future and understand, a Goal 8 resort with amenity requirements and overnight requirements and how it's being tracked. So
Yeah.
there's value in laying this out. I was just wondering if there was reporting requirements to the state, but
Yeah.
there really isn't at this point.
Sure.
Well, the other thing, kind of building on that goes back to when originally the resort requirements were put in, they, back in the 70s and 80s, they were trying to avoid sagebrush subdivision. So they made this requirement that there be a way that people can go and stay at these places and enjoy them, as well as just people buying lots and living in them. And so that's, really what all this compliance has been. And even the ones, it's been a real burden sometimes on the resorts to build some of these because of the cost, but I think the ones that have done it have actually had more tourism and more people buying lots. I mean, in a way, it's worked out I think, positively for
Well,
them.
and the
So-
value was stable during the recession where we saw big losses in other rural communities. They stayed kind of flat, which is exciting when everything else was losing value. And, you know, it was a quieter time, but the value stayed there, and the economic activity is a very good plus for our community. Thank you for the discussion.
Yeah. Here's a quick map. The map is duplicated in your meeting packets as well, but and it's kind of hard to see on the TV screen. Sorry about that. But the bright green areas highlight the 4 destination resorts throughout the county. We have Caldera Springs in the South County, Tether Road just outside of Bend, Pronghorn between Redmond and Bend on the eastern side of the county, and then Eagle Crest just west of Redmond. Caldera Springs has 320 platted residential lots. And they do something fairly unique for the overnight lodging unit requirement. They have built cabins that contain lock-off units within those cabins that can be individually rented out by a couple or a family. So you could have essentially multiple renters in one cabin over the same time period. So they this year they reported 188 keys or lockable units as overnight lodging units. Technically, they have 45 cabins and 199 keys. 4 of those cabins did not meet the overnight lodging unit requirement of being available 38 weeks out of a calendar year, and thus were not counted. Caldera Springs Resort also did not take advantage of a amendment to state and county code that allowed the ratio to increase to 2.5 residential lots to 1 overnight lodging unit. And so their required ratio is still 2 to 1. And they are in compliance. Their actual ratio is 1.77 to 1. Pronghorn Resort has 379 platted residential lots, 152 overnight units, including a recently opened 104-unit hotel. I believe the commissioners toured that hotel relatively recently, so that is opened. Pronghorn has been in compliance with their 2.5 to 1 ratio requirement forever because they financially secured the building or the construction of the hotel. So it is sort of a roundabout or 2 different ways. One can show in compliance. You can either build the hotel, and of course, as Commissioner Henderson mentioned, very expensive to do so. So they created a bond that met state and county code requirements to show compliance. They have now asked for that bond to be released or improvement agreement to be released because the hotel has been opened. Tether Row Resort is, I'll admit, it's a little more complicated to track just because they have so many different pieces moving out there, several different ownership entities in charge of residential lots and overnight lodging units. In total, they have 548 platted residential lots. Most of them are single-family residential units, although there are some multifamily. And in total, they have 223 overnight units, including 2 lodges with 50 hotel rooms. We're seeing the most development in Tether Row right now. It's a lot of building permits going on for single-family residences as well as vacation rentals out there. And they are similarly in compliance with the 2.5 to 1 ratio requirement. They are also add Tether Row utilizes the bonding the bonding option to financially assure compliance with the overnight lodging unit status. Eagle Crest Resort is the county's oldest and most expansive destination resort. It has 3 phases and totals 1,911 residential lots. and 430 overnight lodging units. So if you do the math, you find out that Eagle Crest is not in compliance. Their current ratio is 4.4 to 1, so significantly higher than the 2.5 to 1 ratio requirement. As such, Eagle Crest Resort Management came forward and worked with the county to establish an ordinance in 2016 that allows Eagle Crest to change its overnight lodging unit requirement. If you hear me or you see on the screen, use OLU, that's just an acronym for overnight lodging unit. This ordinance allows individually owned, non-resort managed overnight lodging units to be counted toward the required ratio. And Eagle Crest's argument at the time was, we have so many single-family residences in Eagle Crest that we don't manage as overnight lodging units, but we know these property owners of these units are using vacation rentals, VRBO, Airbnb, etc., to essentially operate these investments of theirs as overnight lodging units. And because of the negotiation and agreement with Eagle Crest, in order for the county to allow them to the leniency to include these individually owned non-resort managed overnight lodging units, there is a compliance fee to make up the loss in transient lodging tax if there was deemed to be a deficiency in the required ratio. 2018 was the third time the resort provided the report under 2016. It was also the first time under their recent new ownership. So admittedly, there was a bit of a learning curve for the new ownership. Staff spent some significant time educating them on the annual report requirement and the history of Ordinance 2016-003. And unfortunately, because of the gap in ownership or the transition period, they weren't able to provide data for January and February, which sort of impacted the amount of overnight lodging units they were able to show. After a lot of discussion and just a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, we settled with Eagle Crest to ensure or to document that they had 91 individually owned non-deed restricted vacation rentals. And I don't want to dive into the weeds on this because it could take up the rest of your morning. Real quickly, I'll share that the report that Eagle Crest provides is extensive. It's so large that they have to deliver a thumb drive. They can't just email it over to us. It's a spreadsheet, very sophisticated spreadsheet that uses a web scraping program to look at VRBO, Airbnb, Flipkey, these vacation rental sites, to look at sites that are in Eagle Crest and then look at their availability for that unit. And if you've been to any of these websites, you can see that they have anywhere from 3 months to 6 months to a year out of availability, and somehow this program takes that shot and counts the number of days and then reports it back in the spreadsheet to show this unit has, in the month of January, looking out 12 months, is going to be occupied 68 days out of the calendar year. So it's a rolling calendar basis. It's complicated. It's challenging to wrap one's head around. Admittedly, staff each year, our team has to get together and go, so how does this work again? And call up Eagle Crest and make sure we all are all on the same page. So, but again, happy to share more information if the commission is interested. To spare you the details. Yeah.
So I have a couple questions. One is that will this go on forever for Eagle Crest as long as they have a deficit in the number of overnight lodging units from what the Oregon statute requires?
It will, yeah. As long as they have a deficit. There's some options for them. They've reached out to say, hey, can we can we reach out to our members and our property owners and have them sign an affidavit that says we have our unit as an overnight, it's available 38 weeks out of the year, in compliance with the county code, and would we allow that as a documentation toward counting OLUs? But this unique situation will happen in perpetuity. Yeah.
You know, I mean, now it's pretty well built out. I don't know how many lots are left there, but, so the original goal was to require the units to get, so there's access for people to, you know, come use it. And there are a lot of people that use it, but did this ratio test exist when Eagle Crest was first started, or did it come into effect after? Because they started in this, I think, in the late 70s.
Yeah. So
I mean, they have a lot of variety of product out there, more than any of the resorts really have in terms of variety of product of these four. So people of all types use I mean, as you know, use it. Do you know that? Or
Yeah,
is Nick's eager to answer too, so.
I can answer it, and if Nick and possibly Tom want to chime in, they certainly can. So Eagle Crest started out as a destination resort, actually before the Goal 8 state requirements. Yeah, so they've been around a while. When they came in, or when they started adding more phases under the Goal 8 state allowance, there was the requirement of the ratio. However, resort management as well as the county let the ratio requirement slip, and we
It really didn't become a thing until we started building other resorts. I think
Yeah.
was the-
and I'm not sure at one
thing, but I mean, something that was really watched.
Yeah, I'm not sure at what point was there an aha, like, oh my goodness, this is, they're almost 2 residences out of compliance for every 1 overnight lodging unit. But that was when county staff worked with Eagle Crest Resort Management to say, we need to work this out because you're far out of compliance and the county's missing out on transient lodging tax. So.
I can just offer a few more comments. Nick Lelak, Deschutes County Community Development. It was actually Eagle Crest that proposed adopting the Goal 8 requirements into county code in the 1990s. So they really are the ones, or maybe it was the late 1980s. So they really spearheaded our initial effort to move from these, what we called legacy resorts, Sun River, Black Butte, and Eagle Crest to Eagle Crest, because they wanted to expand. They wanted to take advantage of the new program. So they really championed the program to begin with. And then the aha moment came in the early 2000s. And that aha moment, which was captured, and we have some of the articles in our office, the Bulletin covered it and others, really led to this reporting requirement that we now, we perform this every year. And this, the whole new piece of it with Eagle Crest started in about 2013 when they had gone through another ownership change. And we recognized that there was a deficit, and they were thinking about expanding, and we said, hold on, can't do that. And so they then initiated the text amendments that have created the program that we're in now, where there's a compliance fee, as we call it. And it's been amicable and cooperative and everything from the very beginning. A learning process for all of us, and I think we're in the best place we can be now, short of them complying with it. One of the things, when the state legislature talks about amending state destination resort law, one of their lobbyists, Linda Swearingen, who's worked with them for a long time, and we've served on committees together, is that a lot of the resort, as you may know, it's really built to function as a resort. A lot of the units are going to be smaller units, 12 to 1,400 square feet, without a garage, without all the storage. So it's really the form leads to the function of overnight lodging, but they don't qualify technically under state law because they're not deed restricted, or they're not, they don't meet the exact requirements. But I would say that the resort, for all intents and purposes, functions exactly as the state would hope. It's a mix of visitors and residents.
Yeah, I think it, there's so, like you said, so much smaller product. We were involved in building the chalets and Desert Sky and stuff, and it offers such a broad spectrum of ownership compared to the more recent resorts, which were pretty high end only. I mean, the lots were 300,000 and more, basically, at Pronghorn, and so it's interesting, but it seems like it's always gonna be kind of a burden on whoever owns it. They're gonna have to pay for the prior owners not meeting the code, but interesting. Well, that's great to have a report.
Yeah.
Answer questions, or?
Comments, thank you very much. It's, just laying it all out there.
Yeah. The last thing I'll mention is, so that there was about 148 overnight lodging unit deficit, and so through this somewhat complicated formula we used, the compliance fee is $105,000, which will be submitted to the county by the end of the month to the finance department.
That's transient lodging tax.
Yeah.
Fund.
Yep.
That's what we do with it.
Yeah, it goes to the transient lodging tax. Yeah. All right. Any other questions?
I thought it was fascinating reading.
Yeah.
No, it was great. You
Yeah.
wrote it out so well. So
Great.
thank you so much.
No problem.
The strategies were, each of the resort strategies were so different when they went
They
into
are.
it. And they, some jumped right in and built overnight, and some, like Pronghorn, they've got the hotel, but I think it's 17 years, they carried that bond, so,
For a while.
yeah. Good, interesting. All right, well, thank you. Anything else, or?
That
Tom, do you
covers
have
it.
any comments? You've been part of this history.
Yeah, the only thing that I was thinking, Commissioner, as you know and have seen over the years, the kind of the business model for destination resorts has evolved over the years and changed. And for example, the what they call cabins at Tethrow are, from what I hear, are performing very well. Listening to the management there, so at some point they probably have to modify their approval. But Eagle Crest, could look at expanding their built pool of overnight units to, better meet the intent of the code and avoid having to, do all the extensive work to demonstrate availability of rentals, which, as the business continues to evolve, their other options may emerge for them as well.
We'll keep you informed as those conversations evolve, and
Yeah.
yeah. Thank you.
All right, our next action item is, we have a presentation from PERS Solution, and I think instead of Tim Nesbitt, who I thought was going to come over, Sal Peralta is here, and he can explain his background and something of that. We've got a handout from him. If you could give us a background of what you're doing and about yourself as well. He's traveled over from McMinnville today, so.
If you bear with me 1 second, Commissioners, I just want to.
Well, just as a note, I was able to see this presentation or a version of it by Tim Nesbitt at AOC on Monday.
On Monday,
So that was
okay.
part of our
Okay,
midday
yeah.
meeting at
So that was on the
legislative
agenda,
meeting,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Package. Join us today, Sal, Wayne Lowry is sitting out. He's our finance director and treasurer, is going to watch your presentation.
He's the one that
Great.
made that
Thank
spreadsheet.
you. Yeah, that's a great spreadsheet. I would note that your finance director, his data is more recent than what we had in our spreadsheet. Our spreadsheet did not include the damage from the poor performance of the fund in 2018. So the numbers that he gave you are more recent and very helpful. So just trying to figure out how to. I'm just going to use it like this. Okay, so again, my name is Sal Peralta. I'm on the City Council for McMinnville, and actually that's what got me started in my interest in trying to address these costs associated with PERS. I was appointed to the council about 1.5 years ago, and one of the very first sets of meetings we had was our budget meeting. And at that time, the PERS cost for our city was about 24% of the city's payroll, and rising. And so I began to take kind of a deep dive into learning about it, and eventually found my way to working professionally with Tim and the Oregon Business Council on these solutions. So PERS Solutions for Public Services is an information resource for individuals and organizations from across the state working to advance cost-sharing reforms to the state's pension system to reduce the impact of PERS on our taxpayer budgets ensure competitive retirement benefits and working conditions for public workers, and preserve and enhance vital public services. I know you guys have taken a lot of information on this. I'm just going to go through the first few data points pretty quickly. And I'm not going to really talk about how we got here. It's really a question of how do we fix where we're at going forward. So the current unfunded liability is $26.6 billion. That it grew by $4.3 billion, as I mentioned, due to poor performance of the fund last year. That's $15,900 for every Oregon household. For every public employee in the state, it's $153,700. So you can see the historic average of PERS from 1975 to 2015 as a share of payroll was 12%. In the current biennium, it's just under 21%. And within the next 4 years, we'll be approaching a third of total payroll across the state. So it's going to be an expensive 8 years for Oregon governments. That is an additional $10.2 billion over what our jurisdictions are paying today. For K through 12 schools, that's $3.3 billion. Colleges and universities, state universities, $3 billion, as well as the state of Oregon. And then cities, counties, community colleges, et cetera, $3.9 billion. So it's a huge and growing liability. And the question is, what can and should be done to address these costs going forward? The options that are available to us were really kind of laid out in the 2015 Morrow v. Oregon Supreme Court case. At that time, basically what the court said is that, we need to keep the promise for benefits that employees have earned to date and retirees have earned to date, but changes can be made going forward, and benefits that are to be earned in the future are modifiable, and employee contributions may be established for pension benefits going forward. So that sets the framework for what's possible. In terms of what our organization's goals are for comprehensive PERS reform, we'd like to see a reduction in the rising claims of these costs on budgets for the purpose of preserving public services. We need to do more with new revenues, whether those revenues come from economic growth or from new taxes, and manage the ongoing costs and remaining liabilities so that we don't place an undue burden on the next generation of Oregonians. We are really entering the worst phase of these PERS expenses. On your spreadsheet, the one that your finance director put together, you'll notice that you have a pretty big increase coming up, about little over $4 million in 2022. You're going to get another increase similar to that in 2029. So you're going to go in 2022, slight increases for several years, and then you're going to get another big bump at the point just after you have, I think, a side account that expires a year or so earlier, and that's part of it, but part of it is just the growing costs. So just to keep that top of mind, I find when I talk to a lot of city councils and county commissioners, there's not really, even though people understand these costs, there's not really a sense of these costs actually increasing for many jurisdictions significantly going forward. The story we always hear is, it's going to plateau and then eventually start dropping off, and that is true system-wide, but it's unlevel in terms of how that applies to the different public employers. So there are several options for prospective cost-saving reforms. The four that we focus on are reinstating employee cost sharing and establishing risk sharing. You may recall that prior to 2004, public employees in the state paid 6% towards their defined benefits plan. When the state created the Tier 2 OPSERP plan, that 6% for the most part went to buying new benefits through the IAP. So we're in favor of reinstating cost sharing, establishing risk sharing. Right now, there is no risk sharing in Oregon. If the pension fund performs poorly, that money comes out of general fund budgets for the jurisdictions that are affected, as you well know. The second main bucket for prospective reforms is to modify future pension benefit accruals, beginning with the features of Tier 1 and Tier 2. The third, and I'll talk about each of these in a little bit more detail. The third being to rebalance the system. Oregon, for its public employees, offers a pension plan and a retirement savings plan. Our view is that we should offer one or the other, but not both. And then finally, doing what we can to recover legacy costs from reemployed employees. As to why we should be doing this, there is a strong case for the employee cost sharing that I'm talking about. The first point I'd like to make is that Oregon is an extreme outlier in terms of what the employee share of contributions are for state and locally administered defined benefit pension systems. Our number is on the very far left hand of this chart in red, and it's as close to zero as you can possibly get. And the reason it's not zero is that Oregon Health Sciences University reformed their pension system in 2008 and instituted some cost sharing, and there are other jurisdictions that have a small amount of cost sharing. But for the most part, the employee contribution is zero. Here's that chart in a slightly different format. This is from NASRA, the National Association of State Retirement Accountants, I think is what that acronym stands for. So what the chart here shows is the average contribution rates for defined benefit plans across the country in 2016. And you see that from 2002 to 2016, there was a fairly substantial growth in the amount that employers pay, but that brings them up to 13.3% on a national average basis. And employees' contribution is on average nationally 6%. Here's the same chart with the Oregon rates included. Employers paid 17.5% in 2016. We're now at 21%, just under. We'll be paying 25.23% across the state next year, while the employees pay zero. So the public employers in the state are pretty much paying close to double what the national average is in terms of their share of these employee costs, while there is very minimal cost sharing currently, no cost sharing really, with employees. So if you look at, sorry. Yes.
For some reason in the handout, the charts are the same on both of these. The actual graph part, the discussion's different, but the charts are the same.
Okay, I think the one that's in your packet was the one that I had presented for a different city council, and so that may be the difference there.
So it goes from, in Oregon, you're saying it goes from 6 to 17.5?
In Oregon, so the two lines here, if you look up on the board, the two lines there, the blue line is the employer contribution rate on a national basis. Right. All right, that's 13.3%. And then the red line is the employee contribution rate average on a national basis, which is 6%. And then in the orange there, you'll see what the rates are for Oregon. And so we were at 17.5% in 2016. We're at 21% now, and we'll be at 25% next year.
So there would actually should be another line that would just go up hard.
If it was Oregon, it would be, if we had an Oregon line, yeah, Oregon would be about double what the other ones are.
And there would be no red line, or the red line would be on
zero.
zero.
It'd be zeroed, yeah,
Yes.
that's right. That's the main,
That's the problem.
that's the problem. And so you've heard, one of the talking points that we heard during the legislative conversation is that our unfunded liability is less than other states. And the analogy that former Representative Bueller gave that I thought was really spot on is that what we have in Oregon is a Prius towing a yacht. And this chart gives an example, a pretty clear example of the Prius towing the yacht. So this shows the PERS liability expressed as a share of total personal income in the state. So you can see that Oregon has the 5th largest liability at 40% of the total personal income, so our total GDP across the state, or not GDP, but personal income. So there is, as we know, a substantial case for reform. And Oregonians seem to support that idea. The DHM survey company did a study from April 18th through the 26th of this year, asking what Oregonians think for reform. I just pulled out a few of the top lines from that. 68% support the proposition of keeping the current PERS system, but requiring employees to contribute 6% of their salary to help pay for their pension benefits as required prior to 2004. 77% suggest making changes to the PERS to reduce the system's costs in the future, but protecting retirement benefits earned to date by employees. That's got 77% support. And then replacing the current system with a new defined contribution system, such as the 401k, where employees and the government would each contribute 6% of salary, has 72% support. All of those with fairly minimal opposition. So we know that the public is there. So we need to think about what the framework for these reforms looks like going forward. And we've talked about it a bit, but we want to reduce going forward costs without retreating to substandard retirement benefits for public employees. Reduce the legacy costs in the system within the legal limits, for example, with the work-back payback plan that we've put forward in the legislature that's likely to pass. Limit the growth of liabilities by aligning contribution rates to investment returns and salary experience, and then managing the remaining liabilities to smooth out the impacts on future generations. Each of those four buckets was introduced in Senate Bill 148, which is our organization's attempt to implement all of these costs in legislation at the legislature. So initially what we started with was the Employee Choice and Shared Responsibility Act, which called for reinstating the cost sharing at 6% in all plans, expanding the IAP to create an alternative defined contribution plan, and then allowing employees to choose a pension or a defined contribution plan, but not both, and then allowing a continuation of the employer pickup. And we can see that what that would have done to our going forward costs would be cut them at about half going forward. It would cut the growth in costs down by about half. Now here's where we are after the sausage making process. So what we have now on the table are really two big main proposals. The first, Initiative Petition 24, which has been put forward by Governor Kulongoski and former State Senator Chris Telfer. That proposal would have employees contribute 3 to 6% of their salary to paying down the unfunded liability, 3% for OPSERP, 6% for Tiers 1 and 2. And then it would add a Tier 1 salary cap. We already have a salary cap for OPSERP and I believe for Tier 2, but it would add a salary cap at $280,000. That would reduce our going forward liability by about 27% over the next 8 years. There's also a legislative package that seems to have a movement right now. It's Senate Bill 149, and that plan includes all of the features that we have been recommending in those buckets, just at a lower rate than what we're recommending. So in their proposal, the employee contribution would be 0.75% for OPSERP employees and 2.5% for Tiers 1 and 2, only for employees who earn more than $30,000 in salary. It creates a salary cap at $195,000 to eliminate those big payouts to the OHSU professors and former football coaches.
I mean, Mr. Bellotti.
Mr. Bellotti. And let's be fair, the doctors are there too.
Oh, yeah. But I know.
There's a couple of things that are actually going to be really important if this does pass to Deschutes County and to all of the employers. They do a correction of the money match annuitization, and in that, money match employees would see about a 30% reduction in what their payout is. That could have an effect on your county's ability to retain some employees, some older employees who are money match employees, if that passes. To address that, we have recommended a work-back payback plan. Most of you will know that retirees can come back to work after they've retired, stop drawing a pension for up to half-time currently. And what the legislature is contemplating is eliminating that half-time limitation for 5 years. So you could reemploy people who are currently retired at the point that the legislation is enacted for a period of 5 years. And then those employees would not be continuing to draw a pension. And under the proposals that we've seen, then the money that would have gone to the pension would instead go to paying down the jurisdiction's unfunded liability. So that's a way of reducing the jurisdiction's unfunded liability, reducing the going forward costs, and also solving potentially a staffing shortfall that jurisdictions might have.
My sister's doing that in Hermiston as a rural community. There was something in the legislature that allows that, so she's actually going to retire
Yep.
and do the payback.
Yeah, that's,
So you're saying the employer entity doesn't pay
they
PERS, they pay,
reduce the unfunded liability because the employee's retired, so they're no longer earning pension benefits. And so that money then would go into buying down the unfunded liability. And then the other thing that was introduced in this legislation is that they're talking about extending the debt repayment term, extending the amortization rate for the unfunded liability. And that would reduce the short-term cost by about 27% over the next 8 years, but it significantly increases the long-term cost that we'll be paying off. Without that change, the unfunded liability will be paid down for the most part system-wide by 2035, and this would extend that considerably. But it does have the effect of smoothing the costs for local jurisdictions. It's like, we liken it to changing from a 15-year mortgage to a 30-year mortgage, but without reducing your interest rate, basically. So there's some key takeaways that we have. The first is that we should be doing better than this. We've had a strong economy, strong economic growth, so these bad performance numbers are happening at a time when we've had a good economy. So what happens if that set of facts changes, as happened in 2008? The worst is yet to come, sad to say, even if the economy remains strong. As I mentioned, in Deschutes County, you're going to have a bump in 2025 and then another bump a few years after that. And it's not the fault of the public employees who are earning, these benefits. But there are excesses in the system that we need to correct on a going forward basis. And there's nothing that any school board, city council, county commission can do to address these costs. The legislature has to address them. And there is a clear legal path forward. We've seen it in the legislation. We have it in the ballot measure that our organization is promoting. And the reason that I'm here today is that we're really in the 8th inning of the legislative debate over this. And if we don't address these costs now, it's going to get baked into the system going forward. And we're going to have to live with a service level that is well below what we should be living with as a state. So I'm here to ask you as a commission to sign on to a resolution, which I believe you have in your packets, as well as the statement of principles that we've put forward. And basically the nut of it is we just want to ask the Oregon legislature to take action and address these costs for all of us, not just for school districts, but for all of the public employers in the state. And the more of us that step forward to do this, the better chance we have of getting the legislature to take this action. So I'd be glad to answer any questions you have. And
So SB 1049 then, you're saying this goes beyond that legislation?
We drafted that before the kind of final legislation was put together, and at the time we've put these resolutions together, the conversation in the legislature was that the governor's intention was to address these costs for school districts, K through 12 going forward, but not so much for local governments, community colleges, et cetera. And so what we believe, if we are going to get these costs addressed for local governments, is that local governments need to step up and join with us and tell their message to the legislature. And my sort of example for this was that I was raised in Colorado, and in the 1990s, their state was in a similar kind of fiscal situation. It was, different, but similar. And what changed it? What changed the conversation is the legislature. It was public employers stepping up, telling their story, and making the public aware of these impacts. And without that, they're really only going to be hearing a lot of vocal noise from one side, and these reforms will be at risk.
Thank you very much for joining us today. It's the first time seeing the resolution, so there's some points in there that we may jump right on. We may put it in our format if we're going to get there. Just let you know.
And it's a draft. Others
Yeah.
have made modifications to it. I mean, the main point that we want to make is that we just need to step up and take some action. And you wouldn't be alone. This week I presented at Philomath Monday night. They endorsed it. Medford is got it on their agenda for it, and I feel strongly that's going to pass tomorrow. Newport later in the week. So we're getting more voices stepping up, and I think Deschutes County being such a big county and such a big voice, that would go a long way to getting other folks to stepping forward as well.
Another thought is to maybe just share it with the city of Bend somehow, because that's really kind of the another political force right now. It's half the population. City of Bend City Council is a diverse group of 7, and that's a little bit more of a political environment than this.
Yeah.
It's more exciting, I guess.
So you're, as an organization, are reaching out to cities and counties?
Yes.
Have any counties adopted this?
Yeah, the very first group to endorse was Umatilla County, and they did it without us asking. And then that gave us the idea that we should do these resolutions. And we're having more counties come on after that AOC meeting that we attended this week. Several of the ones that I've been talking to have reached out, and they're going to be holding these same kinds of meetings. And most of them, have been really aligned to doing the resolution. So.
What about the initiative petition? Is that one on? Are they gathering the signatures?
Yeah,
Sure.
so that's a different organization, but that's Governor Kowangoski and Chris Telfer. My understanding is that they're out collecting signatures to get the first 1,000 signatures to get the ballot titles assigned on 3 petitions right now, and if there's not legislative action, everything that I've heard is that there's an intention to really push for a ballot initiative.
Okay.
I think that a legislative solution 9 times out of 10 is preferable to doing a ballot initiative, because it much like as I've heard in this forum, I really enjoyed, by the way, hearing your conversations today, because I thought it was really thoughtful policymaking. That's invited by the legislative process, less so by the initiative and referendum. So,
A couple of questions, following up on that. So Chris Telfer is from Bend, was
Yeah.
city councilor here and a senator.
yeah, I love Chris.
We all know her, but they're drafting 3 different petitions, or they have 3 versions, is what you're saying?
There's 3, so they started with one petition that was kind of more traditional style PERS reform, and then they've done a couple of others. And I think the reason for multiple initiatives was tied into a legislative strategy to, encourage the legislature to take different kinds of actions. But the one that seems to have the most traction out of their group is that IP24.
So, and then what you've drafted for anybody that's watching at home or whatever is really some whereases that are the assumptions we accept, and then the resolutions. Is there anything in the assumptions that, I know there hasn't been a lot of support by public employees or public employee unions to do reforms. Is there anything they would say the facts are wrong on? Would they challenge that it's not a $26 billion liability, or that the payroll won't rise to 30, or the amount won't rise to 30% by 2025? I mean, are there any of those whereases that we would be criticized by saying, oh, you just accepted blindly these numbers?
If anything, the whereases are based on older, more attractive data. The data got worse from what you see in there. And there's no controversy over what employers pay, because PERS is the one that sets that, and Milliman, their actuary, puts that information out there, and I've seen very little debate over those kinds of aspects of this. I mean,
because we get various briefings. Our finance director, and in the budget, we've had multiple discussions through the years about it. We've seen different presentations. I've seen them at AOC. I've seen them at other events I've been to. There was a City Club had a presentation here with several, people representing all walks, all sides of it. So one of the ones I've always wondered is just like last year, 2018, being a bad year in the market, basically it was a flat year. By the time it ended, it went up and it went down, and it was kind of ended where it started. It adds $4 billion to the liability, but if we had one of my big contentions has been is the reason we have so many problems with the system is it was all set in the 80s and the 90s when we had 1,000% growth in the market. In the last 20 years, we've had 100% or 150% more. I mean, the market hasn't evolved, but if the market ever grew, the stock market, and it could come down. It wouldn't necessarily be 30%.
We will be facing these higher costs regardless of good, strong performance in the market for years to come. And I can't explain, I'm not an actuary, I can't explain the why of that. I can just tell you that I've accepted it because that's what the Milliman, the PERS actuary, is saying.
Well, I get that, but we have 20 years of people saying, I mean,
Yeah.
the world used to be different, and I'm not sure we'll ever go back to the world of the A's and I's. But
Right.
so if we accept the assumption of a 30% payroll by 2025, we're not going to be criticized by the.
No, and I would point out that Deschutes County, according to what your finance director gave me, gave you, is from, if I'm reading this correctly, from 2018 through 2024, your cost in terms of payroll is 28.8%, based on his data. So
No, I agree, and that's
Yeah.
that's what
over that
but
period.
that's 28.5 as opposed to 30.
Yeah, but that,
So I'm
but
just saying,
yeah, that's
I
right.
wanna- If you use false or
Yeah, I agree.
assumptions to base resolutions, then
I
you're
totally
subject to
agree.
criticism.
I
wanna
totally
make
agree.
sure.
Every assumption we've used has been based on the PERS actuarial data. The only point that they have made is that the liability, this is the one that I made in reference to this slide, PERS liability versus the state economy. What they've said is that PERS is better funded than other state pensions. And our point is, yeah, but not relative to the size of Oregon's economy. And when you factor that in, you see that it's about 40% of our state economy, and the only 4 states that are in, Mississippi's about in the same situation we are, but there's 2 states, New Jersey, and I'm not sure what the other one is, that are over 50. Yeah, that are over
Mississippi's
50.
one of the, I was trying to read,
New Mexico is the worst.
Yeah.
but,
And then Alaska.
but
So-
that's a percentage of economy. That's like saying the federal debt is now equivalent to the GDP.
Mm-hmm.
That's concerns you more than when the federal debt's only half the GDP.
Right, that's
So
right.
that's the concept.
That's the
they're
point
using.
of, yeah, that's the point of that comparator, for sure.
So you'd like us to look, so probably what we would do is talk about this in the work session, and we do tend to wordsmith, and we may, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate, and if you feel like you would like to remove some of the more specific points of fact in the whereas and replace them with some of the ones that your finance directors developed, that works for me, because, I mean, again, it's pretty well understood that we're in this boat. What is less well understood is that there are legal and clear solutions to dealing with it going forward, and a lot of folks don't really know how we compare to other states, so.
A couple of points we've talked about is that, I know that when it's been brought up of, paying a share, it's hard to make that change just at a local level. It really does have to be kind of driven from a state level, from what we've heard, as kind of a system-wide program. The other thing is just, I think it's lost somewhat in the public debate is that the public retirements are so significantly different than private retirements. And I know you don't really address that in here. You're comparing it to just other states, but there's virtually nobody that has Social Security and defined benefit and defined contribution systems. I mean, that's,
Well,
and that's something I think it's hard for people to give up. And it seems like it's going to take some leadership from people that get that benefit, saying, hey, I think this is a danger to our state for us to continue doing this. And
That's right. I was really pleased. The city of Kaiser was one of the first cities to endorse our resolution last week. And about, I think, 2 or 3 members of their council are public employees. And I was really happy to hear them say, this is going to affect, if we don't address these costs, it's going to affect our staffing levels, it's going to affect the careers of every person in the city of Kaiser. And so this is just a correction that needs to happen so that we can, maintain these staff at level, build for the future. And I'm finding that actually on other councils. I gave this talk to Philomath the other day, and they had a couple of councilors that were public employees, and they didn't say anything, but the vote was 5-0. So I think there's a recognition about these issues and a recognition that there needs to be some cost sharing. And the other point I'd make is that the portion of the liability that we can deal with going forward is really only about a third of the total going forward liability. So we need to do what we can with the tools that we have, and do it in service, I think, to just protecting public services. Our city is looking at layoffs as a result of some of these costs, and I'm doing everything I can to protect those positions. And from my point of view, that's an important thing to do. So.
But you know, we've spoken about some of this with our legislative delegation, and you know, we've had some leaders from this area that have been. You mentioned Representative Bueller when he was running for office as governor, and Representative Knope, and I think we have a lot of support locally in the legislature.
Yeah.
So.
If I can just say, Senator Knope is by far the most expert leader on the issue of PERS in the Oregon legislature, in my opinion. We've worked closely with him and very much appreciate his work and his depth of knowledge on this.
Tom, do you have any? You've dealt with these costs as well.
Yeah, no, I fully support the commissioners entertaining the resolution. You know, I don't think there's anything in there really that we haven't already made public statements on, you know, over the years. So I don't fear any pushback from anything we might say in there. You know, the one thing that, you know, that I think about, you know, I think even OHSU, when they changed their 6% pickup, they made up for that in their labor contract. So that's, you know, thinking a step beyond, you know, if this gets passed, how that truly balances, you know, and how we are still able to control costs. We bring it home, right? We have more local control over those costs as opposed to relying on the legislature, but it's not necessarily an immediate ongoing savings depending on how that plays out,
That's
you know,
right.
here locally.
Some jurisdictions will increase compensation in some way to offset that on a one-time basis, and then they get a long-term reduction in costs. There's different strategies for that, but I think that's a point well made.
Wayne, do you have any questions you want to come up and ask? Anything you've heard today or thought about you want to share? You're an expert on this stuff. Well, we count on you as an expert because we rely on what you say.
I think the presentation was great, and you know, there has to be something done. I mean, we've been talking about this for decades, about this problem coming, and it's here, and we're experiencing it. We're, you know, halfway into the catastrophe that everyone talked about 10, 15 years ago. So it's kind of that frog in the water thing. You know, you just don't get too excited about it, but it's time to get excited about it. And you know, frankly, if something like this doesn't happen, you know, the county and all other local governments are going to have to find a different way to provide county services other than hire people, because the cost of doing that would just be prohibitive. So I think, you know, something really needs to be done here. I think the board taking some kind of stand is a great idea. Again, even these solutions are kind of little pieces of
Pieces.
happening in the future, but if it's something that can be done, it should be pursued.
And if we open this up for the discussion, I'm offering that you know, represented groups in Deschutes County communicate with us on this topic. You know, just like you mentioned, public employees that are on city councils are seeing the opportunity and the reason to have this happen. So you know, if we have folks that want to get engaged, and I don't know if we would have a little powwow or with leadership of represented groups or whatever we might do in Deschutes County, just so we're not, you know, totally crossing the lines before we hear from folks. So.
Okay. What? Now, last question I have is the Oregon Business Solutions is a. I'm not sure what that
So
group
Oregon Business Council is
council.
Is the group that funded our efforts through a grant for 6 months, and actually they've funded Tim's work for a longer period than that in terms of doing the research and the analysis.
And is that separate from the group that supported the tax increase?
Yes. Yeah, that was Oregon Business and Industries. There's a little bit of a balkanization of business groups, it seems like, in the state. I think there's 3, 4, or 5 business groups that have been formed even in the last couple of years, but OBC has been around for quite some time. And Oregon Business and Industries is the group that was formerly Associated Oregon Industries and OBI. When they merged, they formed the new organization.
Any other questions or thoughts? Okay.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I'll send it to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thanks for joining us today and sharing the information. Interesting. All right, well, we're ahead of schedule, so are we going to plod on? It looks like we've got, or 1 o'clock, we've got a hearing continuation. It's scheduled at 1, so if anybody was going to come today.
I will note that there is one woman, the same woman who was at the last one, she is coming today, and she was planning on coming at 1.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think we can do.
So I'm not sure we can do, the rest of them are kind of time sensitive. I guess we could, should we take an early lunch and, or what do you?
Any other
Thoughts?
item, maybe, if there's anything, just for a few minutes.
Do you have anything else, Tom, that you need us to deal with?
I did wanted to ask you about the user board, 911 user board upcoming, was one thing. Commissioner Adair had mentioned if we get a chance talking about the Terrebonne sewer study was another. We had, we may not be right, another potential other item was our legislative priorities that we had talked about yesterday morning, and
Those are all upstairs for me. I'd have to go get them.
one quick one.
We could do
You
that.
had, I don't know if any of you are planning on going to the annual NACO conference, which I think is in,
July
I
in
might.
Las
July.
Vegas.
I might.
there's a process for establishing voting credentials from among the 3 of you. So
Really?
if any of you are planning on going, so I just wanted to ask a question, and if there's multiple of you, then you can have a discussion on.
I thought because of the proximity and I haven't been to the other, the other ones, and I didn't go to WIRs this week, Spokane, so I've thought about going, but I haven't decided yet.
I love Las Vegas when it's 115.
Yeah.
Well, they have indoor facilities, and you can still get a tan at the pool.
So I went to a couple summertime NACO events, or maybe just one, but it was in support of Oregon Commissioner running for NACO board, Tim out of Tillamook or whatever. Tim Josie, yeah, thank you. And then Senator Hansel used to be a commissioner, and he was the NACO president years ago. So, it comes in cycles, I'm thinking, the reason to get to NACO. But if we don't go as a commissioner from our county, we would possibly give our voting rights to the state, and, they'd vote as a block or something. It gets pretty interesting when the voting happens if there's somebody close to us.
Well, so for me, if WIR hadn't come this particular week, I would have gone to that because it's in Spokane, and I think that's the western states, and I really like that. It's easier to get to, but I find the conference is really valuable just to hear what other commissioners around the country, just like AOC is good to me for locally, the state, but I'd like to meet commissioners from other states to hear ideas and about how they approach, what they're dealing with, so just give a better perspective. So sounds like nobody knows yet.
Yeah,
It's too far out, but
I'll hold on to it until
yeah.
closer.
So we could do legislative priorities. I just need to go up and get my stuff, or we could.
I got one other.
We have some.
We all got a note from Sun River Chamber just asking to sit down or be part of the budget committee or something. So it's kind of a decision for us. If
Yeah, I
a couple years ago, they came in force and sat down with us and wanted to really advocate for more dollars, and it was kind of an awkward moment. So the next year, I had supported not having them come join us. And we have supported them financially each time. So just a little bit of history on that.
Yeah, and I think I started the year after the meeting that didn't work as well. I'm open to hearing from them, or we all got that, I saw the memo from Tom, and I think they've talked to us a little bit about it. Did they want to do it part of budget week, or did they
Well, I
want to
think
come
that-
in he asked me about maybe getting a work session.
Yeah.
Which
It's
is
up
the
to
only
us.
other work session we have is next week, I guess, it'd be. Yeah. It wouldn't bother me it's a different people, a little bit, well, not completely, but different chamber head, I guess.
Well, and I like the, strategic plan items, goals that they're talking about here. So I don't mind sitting down with them, talk to them. If we could slip it in at a
work session.
time certain for a work session before the budget committee, that'd be great.
Okay.
I don't know how possible that is.
Well, we got 2 meetings next week,
Yeah.
so I'm not sure if Commissioner Henderson
Yeah.
is going to be here yet or not on the infra trip, but that would be our only opportunity other than budget week.
Yeah, I would do it for next week, even if I do end up going on a trip, which I was gonna see what's on the agendas to, for next week, and I have a couple other things I'm considering, but, even if I'm not here, I can talk to them separately too. I mean, I know what their general need is, but I don't know I haven't heard any money issues, so.
So the guidance would be to try to find a spot next week.
Yep, that's what I think.
Good.
Are you
And
good
I
with
think
that?
it's very important that we listen to them. That's one
Yeah.
of the people that I talked to a lot
Oh, yeah.
last year. And, Sun River contributes a lot to Deschutes County, and I think they should be, recognized for their contributions. So they're significant.
Okay,
Okay, I got the
let's
dates
see if we
now.
can do it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I read the whole thing and found it. It's on the first line.
So do you want to take a 5-minute break and see if we can get Judith on the legislative, or do you want to do it this afternoon? You can look at the schedule here, we've got to finish, so we're not going to do the ADUs now. What do we expect that'll take today? We had 30 minutes, but it seems like we're partway. Okay.
I have Judith's things here. The
Well,
draft, if you want to use it.
or I could I need to take.
Okay, you want a break?
yeah,
I say recess.
break
till
and
Let me
lunch.
go check.
I'm thinking just recess.
Come back at 1, and
Yeah,
you think we'll have
Okay.
enough time to get all these other items done?
sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, fabulous.
Did you have a question?
Oh, it was,
That was on
We passed it.
it was on a
You're
consent
good.
agenda.
Congratulations.
I'm sorry. Well, it was originally, and then we decided we would just put it on consent because we understood what it was, and I was going to ask you earlier because I didn't know for sure what you were going to waiting for, and yeah, I'm sorry, we should have.
Sorry, man.
So tell me you convinced us. You've got to.
Sold it twice.
You sold it twice.
So we're
Yeah,
coming back
you
down
did
here.
great.
then?
No, I think Commissioner DeBone's suggesting we adjourn now and come back at 1.
Downstairs.
Here.
Oh,
Yeah, public hearing.
yeah, we have public hearings. Yeah.
Okay, we'll be back
We'll
down
be here at
At
1
1.
o'clock.
Yep.
so I can leave my important things.
You can leave your things here if you'd like. Thank you. We'll reconvene the May 15th meeting of the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners. We'll move on to item number 13, which is a public hearing continuation on the historic ADU text amendments with Tanya Saltzman from CDD.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Tanya Saltzman, Associate Planner. Oh, did that just go weird? So as noted, this is the continuation of the April 24th public hearing to consider ordinance number 2019-009, which is historic ADU text amendments. The proposed text amendments, I'll just give a very brief summary. They incorporate the text of House Bill 3012, which was passed in 2017. This authorizes counties to allow a historic, that is built before 1945 or before, home located in a rural residential exception area to be converted to an accessory dwelling unit, and a new single-family dwelling or manufactured home, in this case, to be constructed on the same lot or parcel. In Deschutes County, this would affect properties that are 2 acres or greater located in the MUA, RR10, UAR10, and SR2.5 zoning districts. And as noted before, this would probably affect or give this option to approximately 113 potential properties. In the public hearing, we had one public testimony, and that brought up some additional issues that I provided information in the memo, both concerning private roads and private wells. I can go through that, or if the board would just like to ask questions, it's
Why don't you go ahead and summarize just the kind of the basics of each, what you concluded and that sort of thing, so.
Absolutely. As far as private roads, I have testimony from Senior Transportation Planner Peter Russell, who's here to answer any questions. Essentially, there was concern about potential impact to shared private roads, and the response from Peter Russell is private roads are beyond the jurisdiction of Deschutes County. Essentially, they're governed by either homeowners association agreements or road districts, code, CCNRs, that sort of thing. So it's kind of beyond the scope of these potential text amendments. And that's more or less all I have to say about the shared roads on the front of it, on the face of it. I don't know if you have
Any questions on that?
questions for Peter Russell or.
No, I saw where it was, a single-family home is 10 trips a day. That's what it's allocated for, so.
Yeah.
And that's what the memo says, so.
Yes. Any thoughts? Okay. I keep turning over my head. And then as far as shared wells go, there was also concern that this could, adding ADUs to certain properties could affect the water supply with private shared wells. And I did speak to Kyle Gorman from Oregon OWRD, and he said sort of the same thing as for shared roads, is the shared wells are generally not the purview of OWRD, assuming that they are in the exempt category, which is kind of the basic residential level. I listed those types of exempt uses. They keep track of them, and there are limits. You could have 20 wells sharing, 20 homes sharing a well, and they're still subject to the same limit as if it was one. So that's kind of the limit of OWRD's interaction with the shared wells. So as far as they're concerned, this would be a private agreement to deal with between neighbors.
What was I don't have the summary you prepared for our last part, or when we had the hearing. The wording that's in the ordinance itself, what did it say specifically about wells that brought
It
this
doesn't
up?
actually, and I have copies of it if you'd like, but
I have it right here.
it says,
I was trying to remember.
a new single-family dwelling constructed or a manufactured home placed under this section may be required to be served by the same water supply source as the accessory dwelling unit. So it doesn't go into the detail about whether it's a well or, municipal water.
And who determines that may?
Well, I think it depends on
Required by who, I guess? or-
on the situation. In general, the planning doesn't govern for most of the zones that we're talking about, do not require that to be documented in terms of water supply, adequate supply.
I think the county's environmental soils would be more the septic system. Either there's land available for a second one or a single one with, maybe upgrades, so there, it kind of goes down all kinds of paths. Add environmental soils for septic. So that's that's part of it. I think it says for water.
Well, for wastewater, that's.
Water and
That's a
wastewater.
similar requirement, but that would happen in the
So
normal
it's
process.
kind
I'm
of
just
a-
thinking the county would do septic and then the state would do water.
Yeah, when you go in and.
But it's really state rules on both sides.
Yeah, that's right. But the point of it being in the ordinance is kind of did you take it kind of as a notice? There's just putting it's a may, it says whatever may have to do that, but it doesn't say, it seems like it's just kind of telling the person that does the ADU, that there may be an issue, the water, somebody may tell them to get their water from the same well as the existing. Isn't that basically what it's saying?
It is, and it's coming from, that's the language that the state gave, and, counties can choose to say, you are always required to do this, or you're never required, and we chose to.
And why would we care, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Why would people do one well versus two, and trying to think through that. May be required to do one. I mean, they may want to do one. You don't have to drill another well, and it's there's plenty of water from the one well. So I don't know. Do you have any thought on? Does anybody have any thought on that? I'm just. It's a provision with no thought. No, I mean, why? I guess that's why we asked about it, was what the rules were, was because it had that provision, and I don't really understand why that's in there.
All I can say is that that was the language that came from the state. So we did not.
So it's adopted from the state language? Yeah. We're required to keep that very specifically?
Well, we can change the may, we can say must be required.
But yeah.
But in general, that's how.
Be a reason we would do that, yeah. Okay. Negotiated at the legislative session before us.
So
Okay,
Tanya,
well-
I did have Tanya, if they are sharing a well, does that mean if you have a well, you could have a quarter of an acre? So does that mean if you have 3 people sharing a well, you split that half an acre up?
Whatever that total is, that's correct.
Yeah. You have
as long as you want to stay in that category, that exempt category, yes, that's the total. You could have 20 houses, one house, same total.
You're just going to get a teeny bit then?
Exactly.
Okay, that's what I thought it said.
Okay. Well, does anybody have any questions about the shared wells and how it works, or anything further you want to discuss? I kind of cleared that up. What was so you have all this other stuff. You have 21 provisions from is this just to inform us of what to think about with well agreements, or what?
Basically,
okay.
A lot of some of this research came from Adam over here, which was very helpful. But as I've spoken to some of the public, we've learned that well agreements can be of varying levels of formality. Sometimes it's just sometimes it's a very nice legal document. Sometimes it's a handshake and a slap on the back and hope for the best. So this was just intended to be put in the record as examples of the best way to have a shared well agreement to be able to deal with these
21
rules.
rules.
Yeah, that's just a suggestion, but.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we've resolved that, so thanks for getting the additional information, so we can process that on the deliberations. Is there anything else for Tanya? We do have one person that wants to testify. So the hearing's still open, correct? So, okay. So, Chris, is it Breitenstein? Okay, yeah, do you want to join us?
I did speak with you guys 3 weeks ago when we had this meeting. I still am not clear on who has the jurisdiction on the wells. It sounds like we're still kind of leaving it open. We think it's maybe the state. The county is going to say, well, we don't know if the well has enough water for an extra residence or not. I don't know still who is going to say whether that well produces enough water for another residence on it.
So so I'll tell you what I know, and then I don't know who wants to speak as an expert, but so when you build a house, you get a well, you get a well permit, and that's from the state, right? Or is that from the county? State. So they basically do it, and it's tested for how much capacity. What it sounds like with this regulation, or it basically is saying that somebody could require you, if you build an ADU, to join that, but you actually may want to join that if it's what I'm thinking is, I'm a builder, but I'm just thinking, but I don't, it sounds like the state has not taken a position on this, really. It would be an individual case. As you already have the house there and you have a well with a certain capacity, a flow capacity, then you'd probably be applying to either use that with your ADU or choose not to use that and drill your own well. But drilling your own well, if you're close, may be more expensive. You may want to tie in. But if you're a long way away, you may want to drill your well. I guess that's where I think the decision will be made. And it sounds like Water Resources, the state Water Resources is the one that could deny you a new well, or they could, I guess that's what, I don't know if they can restrict you tying into one. Does anybody else know, Nick? Legal? Anybody know?
Yeah, I would, Commissioners, it's almost always going to be a private matter. If there's an existing shared well, whether or not that shared well has the capacity to serve an additional dwelling will be according to a shared well agreement or according to an informal agreement. If there is one, it'll be up to the neighbors, all the people who are using that shared well, to determine.
Oh, yeah, if you're not more than one per property. Is that your question, is with when you have a shared well always, or is it just
Yes.
for any idea?
No, if you already have an existing shared well between two neighbors, now one neighbor wants to put somebody else onto it, how does that, who determines that there's enough flow for a third home? Who
I think
does that?
the state probably would be who you'd go to, but the issue really is going to be, is I think what has been said here today is that the existing well agreement parties would have the right to decide whether you add another party. That'd be in most contracts. I mean, you'd have to look at your specific agreement and maybe you need legal advice on that, but.
So then you're kind of potentially pitting your neighbor against your neighbor. I want to build something. I don't feel like you should do that. We already have an agreement between just the two of us. So there you're causing conflict by not making determination and trying to guide the county in these areas. The same with roads. You're pitting neighbor against neighbor if you're not making some decisive rules. And actually what you're doing is you're allowing somebody to build an extra home, which is great. But in allowing them, now is the time to make guidelines for future development, is how I see it, because you are giving them an opportunity to do something that they haven't been able to before. So now is the time to set those limits. As far as the roads go, we're talking about a lot of dusty gravel, dirt roads that are shared by people. That can make for some really hard feelings. We maintain them, we grade them, water them, do those kinds of things, as well as we don't have, the sheriff department doesn't come and say, hey, you guys are going way too fast or something like that. The county isn't a part of the private roads, and yet they're allowing for more homes on these. And I'm talking in the long run, if the state allows 8,000 additional accessory dwellings for just Deschutes County. So I'm looking at the long-term hardship and the change of lifestyle for these gravel roads. You can't hang your laundry out. You got to keep your dogs away because of all the dust that blows up and everything. I mean, it's a change in a lifestyle. And I think rural counties residents aren't willing to give up their lifestyle for somebody down the road so that they can make some extra money. I also have a concern about the use of short-term rental, vacation rental, where people are just coming in, partying for a week or two at a time and leaving. We talked about whether the wording was going to say that one of those dwellings needed to be owner occupied. I didn't hear whether or not that had been changed.
That's still up for discussion.
So those are points that I haven't really heard discussed yet, so I came to find out
Okay.
if we were going to address those today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, let's see, I think that's all the testimony we have, and we can go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to offer, Peter was listening in, and he was sharing his comments as I was emailing with him as you referenced me, and we agree this is between private property owners and the Oregon Water Resources Department, the shared well issue. I think she raises a lot of very important policy discussions for the board to consider. And I appreciate the short-term rental because we don't regulate those now. We also don't regulate right now. There could be a couple living and they want their family member to live in the accessory dwelling unit. We don't regulate now if the couple has an extra bedroom in their house and then somebody comes back to live with them there, or if there's 2 people live in a house or 10 people live in a house that are all related within 2 or 3 generations. So there are a lot of factors, and I understand that creating another home can facilitate that, but I think it is important to recognize we don't regulate a lot of those issues today. And these will continue to be matters between private property owners and applicable state agencies, but this is a very narrow issue, and certainly if the county has the opportunity to discuss rural accessory dwelling units on a significantly larger scale, then it'll be a significantly larger conversation as well. This is a very, very narrow application of ADUs at this point with just 110 or so homes, and then if we look at how many actually will take advantage of it, 5 to 10% maybe. We don't know. It's but I still want to recognize that those are very important policy discussions that she raised. Absolutely.
Here?
Yep, Peter Russell, Transportation Planner. So one of the things I was going to point out in our development code, requiring traffic analysis, if you're doing any kind of land use that's going to generate less than 50 new weekday trips, we don't require any traffic analysis whatsoever. So if you're building a new single-family home or an ADU, under our current system, we wouldn't require any traffic analysis because it just doesn't rise to the threshold. Also, I recognize that there's challenges of living on a gravel road, but we have lots of gravel roads in the county, both public and private, and people choose to live there. As Nick said, it's approximately 113 properties, even if they all did it, spread across a fairly wide geographic area, so it's a fairly de minimis impact to a road network. And also private roads, they can form a special road district, they can form an HOA, they can do some things to then make agreements within them about if you have an ADU, then you have to contribute, additional monies to the operation and maintenance of the roadway. But that's between the private property owners who abut that road and not the county.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners?
No questions.
That's okay. Thank you. So I think we can go ahead and close the oral part of the record. This will be the time we decide whether I don't have my cheat sheet, but we either deliberate now or we leave the record open, but, okay.
I support closing the written record, also closing the record for this matter. We did take this second cycle, and there's some great information on the record now. The second memo provides a lot of good information. In fact, please look at the complete second memo, ma'am. It's got the water and the roads and some good bullet points in there on the issues you raised. Water and roads, not all of the issues. So yeah, I'd support closing the record.
And we can discuss those topics a little bit if we want to during the deliberations on this resolution. Okay. Are you in favor of closing the total record, or do you want to leave it open for anything?
No, I'm
Okay.
in favor of closing.
Okay. So if let's see, do we need a vote to close the record?
No, I think it's fine that you could just determine that the record's been closed.
Okay, so the record's been closed. And do you want to we'll do deliberations today?
Yeah, well, we'll see where we go.
Okay. So first thoughts on so we have a proposal to sign a new ordinance that amends a variety of, or an ordinance. It amends a variety of sections in the code, and those are all attached to what we got last week. Is there anything specifically anybody wants to address with regard to the wording of those? I know the memo that we'd been presented had kind of some of the hot button topics. to maybe think about. We've heard some more today. Is there anything you want
I
to?
have additional copies of that if anybody needs the original
It looks,
hearing memo.
do you have yours? Yeah, I think we all have ours. Thanks.
So what about that point where we did have, what was it? Page 2 of 2 on line E, where it says may, and Tanya, were you recommending, or were you suggesting we would maybe change that to shall be served?
The recommendation from the Planning Commission came in as may, and that was,
And, okay, so
that was reproducing the language from the state.
Okay.
They offered to keep it as is rather than must.
all right.
See, so my thought on that is that that's kind of just creates an option that the county at some point could require it or something. I think what I heard a little bit was, well, maybe there might be people that would be supportive of it. They have to do a separate source if there's a well agreement or something, that if you want to avoid conflict. But I don't think in this case there was enough affected properties. I think that that was what I kind of heard from the testimony, that it'd be the reverse almost, that instead of maybe required to be served by the same water support, if you're trying to avoid conflict, you should say maybe required to be served by a separate source or something. But I think now that I've kind of understand what the may is, it's fine with me at this point for this particular ordinance. Is that your thought also,
Yes.
Commissioner?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, do you agree with that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just remember she was referring to may or shall, so.
Yep, and that's it.
Yeah, so as I look through it, I don't know that there's any specific changes. I mean, there's a couple, there's more to be said, but I don't know that there's any changes to the proposed wording of the chapter.
So one of the hot buttons was kind of issues was the owner occupancy requirement. Currently, we don't require owner occupancy, correct?
Correct. Owner occupancy is not required from either, but short-term rentals are limited to just one.
One of
at a
the
time.
two.
Either one, but just one at a time.
And, that's those possible challenging scenarios that were mentioned. It possibly could be a long-term, rental that there's never been a conflict, but it possibly could be a really bad situation with a turbulent renter and a short-term renter that comes and goes. So it's just, there are scenarios in there that could be bad, but I don't know that we would write our county code with a bunch of logic in there to try to stop it before it happens.
Do you have any thoughts on that issue?
Sometimes you think it is good to have owner occupied. I mean, I do know there are advantages to that. So, having two renters is a different, you're creating a different situation. So, and currently we don't require an owner occupied, right?
Well, tracing it maybe back to this, is this the state law as it is? I mean, or was it changed?
The state law actually does not address owner
Okay,
occupancy.
it doesn't have it at all.
This
Okay.
was something that was added in,
Yeah.
I believe, I want to say Clackamas County. A couple counties were playing with this idea. I think it only shook out to about one county that had some owner occupancy
I think-
requirements.
And then, again, this may get to the bigger issue when we do ADUs for all of rural county. I think the issue to me would be that, well, right now if I could go buy a rural property and I could rent it out to somebody and they could live there. Well, now it could be even a better investment if I could buy a rural property, rent it out, and then build an ADU right there, and I can rent it out to two people or one short. So it does make a commercialization of maybe more rentals in the, I mean, there's kind of an economic, but that same is true if I could buy it and live in the house and put a rental on, I mean,
Yeah.
but it does change the nature, so rentals, but we don't outlaw rentals, period. So I guess I wouldn't favor going that step or really considering in this particular ordinance. It may be something we want to discuss
We might want
with the
to,
bigger ADU step, right?
If the state gives us that opportunity.
Yeah, if they do, yeah, so, yeah.
I think it's something we should keep out there just in case we do get the feedback. You hate to change the character of the county.
May not be used simultaneously. So this keeps it from being two short-term rentals at once.
And it can be either one, whether you rent the do the the ADU as the short-term rental or the new single-family home. It's giving the property owner the option to do
Yeah.
either one.
Okay. Yeah, any other issues that? Well, the one other one that I brought up before in discussion that just kind of bothers me is that if it's lost to fire or natural disaster, you can't rebuild it, isn't that basically what it says?
Correct.
What's interesting to me is that there's houses that they're not lost, but they're vacant, they're run down, et cetera, that aren't being lived in. Could you fix that up and make it the ADU, and then, I wonder why it has to be lost to a fire or disaster before you lose your opportunity to make an ADU, because you could have a house from the 40s or 50s that you fix it up to make it the ADU, to make it the ADU, and then you could go do the other. So I was just kind of that whole, and I don't know how many there are in the county, but that in other counties there's a lot of
I'm
them.
thinking that was a legislative discussion about, if somebody built a second dwelling on the property and, oh, by the way, the first one just burned down, then we're going to have 2 new houses on the property. I assume that's what was going on here. So it was a legislative discussion about taking the opportunity to end up with 2 new homes. So is that true, the fact that this language came from the state?
Correct, and I tried to do some digging, and there wasn't that much background information on
Yeah.
why these ended up the way they did.
So it's words that ended up coming in through the state.
I think that in part is probably true, and I think a lot of the intent of this bill was to really preserve these historic structures. So you don't want someone to be able to kind of swap it out and build a MIC historic, structure in its place.
I think it's the historic reason for the exception was because of historical purposes, and that's why.
Yeah. I just wondered if there was, like we make ordinances, and if nobody in the room brings up a thought, it doesn't get thought about, they may not realize there's vacant houses on properties that would be since 1945, or before 1945, that somebody could, anyway.
Didn't they have to
Was
be
just
livable houses, though?
It has to be a
livable
current
house.
single-family dwelling, yeah.
Right,
so you-
prior to, and, you can't just take a shack from 1850 and fix it now, can you? Because if it's been, abandoned for 50
I was
years.
thinking about the 1930 house. Okay.
Okay.
Well, we have those on our ranch, so, not in this county, but, all right. Water and wastewater. Any other thoughts, or so if we don't have any other comments, I guess I'd entertain a motion to, let's see, do a first and second reading? Is that,
No, just a first reading. There's no emergency. It'll be 90 days.
okay? Okay. So, motion for first reading?
I make the motion that we would have a first reading on ordinance number 2019-009, text amendments incorporating changes to state law regarding historic accessory dwelling units per House Bill 3012,
By title only.
by title only.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any other discussion?
So I want to thank the lady for joining us and providing testimony. Those are heartfelt issues. It is a transition of rural community to, kind of the one dead-end road with one house on it, and possibly in the future, there's going to be more people. That's the function of Central Oregon right now, though. We have population growth, we have development pressure. It's an awkward time, and it is happening, though. So thank you very much for joining us, communicating with us about that. And, I'm a rural resident also, and it's awkward when there's more activity, when it used to be real quiet. So look out for the cars and the roads in Central Oregon this summer.
So thank you. Any other comments?
Well, I'm a rural resident also, so I can understand, and I can also understand not having a owner occupied, and I think that I do not want to abandon that completely. I want to keep that out there as a possibility. If we,
That owner occupied is required?
well, if we're doing this on such a small scale, but if we get the feedback that it really does need to be owner occupied, if we have the if SB 88 comes through, and that could be a lot more impactful. So I just think we need to not forget that.
So this is, so this is just the historic ADU bill. You said it affects 113 properties roughly, we think? Or
roughly,
yeah, so, yeah.
And that's not, could be a little bit more because there might be some properties that the assessor has data for, but also field conditions could possibly limit the siting of a new house. So it's, I would say about 113.
Yeah. Okay, well, Commissioner Dare, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. So I'll do a first reading by title only of ordinance number 2019-009, an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 18 and 19 to incorporate changes to state law allowing a historic home located in a rural residential area to be converted to an accessory dwelling unit and a new single-family dwelling to be constructed on the same lot or parcel. That's all we need for today, isn't it? Okay, good.
Second reading would take place in, I believe, 2 weeks. Is that what it is usually?
We'll schedule it when it's supposed to take place.
I'll get on the calendar.
Oh, so it has is a
We
set
got budget.
set timeline? Oh, yeah, we have budget in 2 weeks, so.
In 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
If it wasn't by title only, it would be a matter of reading the whole item, and it's not that long. But my point is, on Monday, went to see our Representative Bonham, and they were in the floor session, and I waited for a half hour, sat in the floor, and the lady was reading the bills in their entirety, all the little sub-notes and numbers on the page and everything. So that's where they're at Salem right now.
The quickest reader?
Oh, yeah, she was amazing, yes.
All right. Okay, so thank you for that. So the next item on our agenda is presentation on the Community Renewable Energy Association. Brian Skehan is the managing director. Hi again.
Hi.
I've seen you since AOC.
It has been a while.
Yeah, so, and we're pretty close to schedule.
Oh, we're fine.
Oh, it's our schedule we're worried about, getting out of here at the end of the day.
You're not fine?
Well,
We're fine so far.
We're fine now.
We're only one item in though, so yeah, we're good.
So speaking of scheduling, so
Do you want to stand here or there?
I'll sit here. Yeah. And I'm in control. That could be dangerous. So the first thing I want to do is thank her. So we have tried to do this 3 or 4 different times. Between my schedule and your schedule, we've had to postpone and change, and she's just been great to work with. So I appreciate that. It's not been easy to do. So to varying degrees at various times, in the case of Commissioner DeBonne, probably over a couple of AOC meetings now, we've talked about your possible interest in the Community Renewable Energy Association. And I think a couple of years ago, probably after not this last AOC annual meeting, but the year before, I got so far as having a conversation with, I think, maybe Eric.
He's been trying.
Yeah. And at that point, there was a provision in the resolution that I think was troublesome, and frankly, I understood that. When Korea first started, I believe that the original founding members were potentially interested or thinking that they would join together and maybe build some projects themselves. And over the ensuing years, that hasn't happened, but there was a provision in there with regards to joint and schedule, what I would call joint and several liability in the event that a project was developed that, I spent 24 years as a utility general manager, and I wouldn't have advised my board to sign that, and I'm pretty sure that none of our attorneys would have either. So that was kind of a precipitating event. I don't know if any of you knew Will Carey. Will was counsel for a lot of the folks in the gorge, and he was the author of that provision, and it wasn't going to change until he did, and he passed away. And so I think all of you probably know Rob Bovet at AOC, so I worked with Rob, and we've updated our bylaws and that provision and that. So, and I think you guys were sort of the final straw on that one that allowed me to say, we're just going to continue to run into that, so we just need to change it. So I'll just kind of walk through this a little bit. Okay, what do you hit enter? Okay, so yeah, who we are, what we do, and why you should care. I think you probably know the first one and a little bit about the second one, and we'll talk about the third one a bit. So here's our mission statement, which is actually relatively new. Took the executive committee through what I would call strategic discussion last summer and came up with this. When I first came aboard CREA, I asked a fundamental question. Are you a renewable energy advocacy organization first and a rural economic development advocacy group second, or are you into rural economic development advocacy first and you see renewable energy as a way to get there? And they kind of struggled with that, but over a couple of years' time, by their actions, it became clear to me that really it was a rural economic development advocacy organization was the primary mission, and that they perceived renewable energy opportunities as a way to sort of further that rural economic development. As you can see, we do believe in what I would call sort of a modern contemporary utility landscape. From time immemorial, the utilities were sort of vertically integrated. They built generation, they built transmission, they built distribution, they had captive customers in the case of the investor-owned utilities, and so all that was in a vertical organization. Beginning in the late 70s, that began to change, and we now have a more competitive landscape where independent power producers are part of the generation mix. So we do support, those types of businesses and that kind of generation development. So that's kind of the mission. Along those lines, we were established in 2007 as an ORS 190, so we are an intergovernmental organization. But we are also something of a public-private partnership. Our members include counties, the city of Prineville, I was just there earlier today, irrigation districts with small generation, and those are important members to us. Those generation projects help fund, the efforts that these irrigation districts have been doing to try to, replace the open ditches with piping. So that's an important part of the organization. Renewable energy developers and various, businesses and nonprofits. So we are a unique organization in that space. There are renewable energy advocacy organizations in Oregon and the Northwest, but we're unique in that this is sort of where the businesses and local governments that would sort of host, if you will, an awful lot of the generation project opportunities can come together. And that, I think, has some benefits for both sides. Each of our public sector members technically has a position on the board. So some of you have been to the annual, CREA annual meeting that typically kicks off AOC. That is sort of the one full board of directors meetings that we have every year. The organization is essentially governed by a 7-member executive committee, and under 194 of those positions, so the majority of the executive committee have to be public sector. 3 of them traditionally have been the private folks. The executive committee is kind of interesting. Keep going here. So I'll just, you probably can't read that, but I'll just kind of go through it real quick. Currently, right now, Don Russell, County Commissioner Don Russell from Morrow County is the chair of the executive committee. A guy by the name of Orman Hildebrand has been with the organization almost from the beginning, is the vice chair. Ormond is an interesting guy. Grew up on a farm in Sherman County, spent a career working for Valmont, traveling the world. Came back in retirement and decided he was going to build a 10-megawatt wind project in Sherman County. So he did. So that provides a lot of interesting background. I think most of you know Les Perkins, probably as a county commissioner, but in this case, Les's position on the executive committee comes from his day job as the manager of the irrigation district. They are one of the irrigation districts that has generation. Prior to that, Jer Camarada had that job, and Jer's down here now. So Jer, basically Les took Jer's place on the executive committee. Steve Uffelman, Mayor of Prineville, is a relatively new executive committee member for us. as are the two new county judges, Elizabeth Farrar and Joe Dabluskis. Never can get that right. Don Coates is a farmer, and Don's an interesting story as well. He's been there from the beginning, has been an advocate for wind development in the gorge since there has been wind development in the gorge, has a farm in Sherman County. Interestingly enough, he does not have any projects on his own farm, but has been involved really since day one. And then essentially, I'm really the only staff for the organization. We do have a very sort of part-time administrative assistant. My background is 30 years in the consumer-owned utility business, 24 as a general manager, 18 of those were in the state of Washington. My background is kind of primarily rates, power generation development kind of thing. So I've been around for a while, and I call this my transition to retirement job. Okay, so what do we do? An awful lot of what we do is to try to create an environment conducive for the development of smaller renewable generation projects that provide some tax base and jobs for our counties. An awful lot of that involvement is the Oregon Public Utility Commission. And I can get into this as much or as little, and my advice is for now as little as you want to. But there's a federal law that sort of governs all this that goes back to 1978 called PURPA, Public Utilities Regulatory Policy Act. And it was the first initiative to really kind of create competition in the generation landscape. And it's a sort of a constant issue. It never really seems to go away. So we're there at the commission talking about avoided cost rates and fair contracts, and again to try to create an environment where the sort of projects that you guys have been seeing recently, the solar projects, those don't happen by themselves. Those happen as a result of this federal law, PURPA, and the state implementation of that law, creating a market for those products. You could look at it as essentially a put option. The investor-owned utilities like Pacific or PG&E have to post a rate and a standard contract offering. And if a small generator then can build a project at that price, then under law they have a put option where the utilities then are required to buy it under those terms and conditions. We're not a particularly litigious organization. With all due respect to your county council, not a big fan of lawyers sometimes, and so we don't spend a lot of time sort of initiating litigation, but on occasion, he's a lawyer too. Okay, well, so I may have just blew my chance right here. Huh? No. Just as an aside, I was hiring an attorney, and the incoming guy asked the outgoing guy, "Well, what's Brian like to work with?" And the response was, "Well, really, he's great to work with for a guy who doesn't like lawyers very much." So
there you go.
It's kind of a standing joke. But we do. We've had a couple of amicus briefs in the 9th here, just within this past year. When a member or an issue comes up where we can, lend our support at a relatively low cost, that we will do that. We're in the legislature some. In fact, this year we had several bills. We had a bill that tried to put some additional meaning to a provision that's been in Oregon law since the original passage of the Renewable Portfolio Standard back in 2007, that required 8% of the investor-owned utilities loads to be served by these smaller community-based projects. The bill also clarified some ambiguity around PURPA implementation. And we had a bill that would broaden the PUC's mission statement to include economic development. Just recently, a lot of conversation again about the irrigation districts, in which you would hear the PUC say is, we understand the benefits to stream flow and fish and all of these sort of secondary benefits that come from these projects, but by law, or at least by a somewhat dated now Attorney General's opinion, we're sort of narrowly economic regulators, and so we can't consider these sort of secondary benefits of these irrigation projects or forest wood waste types of projects where these projects are generally considered, in communities fairly desirable, but they can be hard to move through the system the way that things are structured right now. We assist counties in renewable energy recruitment negotiations. For some of the big wind projects, we've helped the counties negotiate strategic investment program agreements on those. But even little things. Tony, I remember, I think, the first time that, we talked at AOC, you talked about, potential interest in a landfill generation project. Earlier in my life, I developed one of those when I was general manager at Klickitat PUD up in, the big landfill there. So, if you have issues that come up with regards to energy development, you got somebody that you can turn to, or at least another somebody that you can turn to. Over the last year, we've sponsored a couple studies with the Lewis and Clark Green Energy Institute about various things of interest. So, why you should care? Energy's big business. $4.4 billion in Oregon. If you add up the revenues from all the investor-owned and consumer-owned utilities in the state, a little over 2 on residential, 1.5 on commercial, and not quite 800 million in industrial. Of that, Pacific Corp's about 1.3, and Central Electric's about $61 million. So there's just a lot of money in the energy business. There's a lot of interest in the energy business. There's a lot of environmental considerations in this business. So, it's kind of a big deal. And renewable energy, of course, is getting to be a bigger part of that deal. From 1998 to 2007, there's been over $10 billion invested in Oregon in various places for renewable energy development. If you travel the gorge, you see a lot of it, but there's a surprising amount kind of stuck away in nooks and crannies. One of the studies that we did was to really take a look at all of the projects in Oregon, where they were, when they were built, how they're on the tax rolls, SIP agreements, other sort of tax programs, how much money is coming to counties and local governments, and it's an interesting study, and there is more out there than a person might think. And of course, Central Oregon is just going to be an increasing part of that. The first big boom was wind in the gorge. But that is now, I think, going to be not replaced, but solar is obviously a bigger thing. You're already seeing it here in Deschutes County with, I think, your 4 projects, some of which are pretty conspicuously located, hard to miss. So, I think the shift from wind to solar will mean you're going to see more development activity in Central Oregon. Certainly, renewable portfolio standards in Oregon under Oregon law gradually increase. We've got, carbon legislation. I was at the hearing, saw you guys earlier this winter on that. Something's going to happen there, it looks like, for better or worse. And Pacific Corp just announced that they are taking a look at rolling back their coal plants maybe a little earlier than expected. So you're kind of on the front end of activity. The other thing that was interesting, and this morning's meeting over in Prineville met with Apple. Big loads are increasingly interested in their energy supply, and we talked with them about some of the issues that they have, and potentially their interest in membership as well. So why should you care? Well, I kind of already alluded to that. There's $50 million and about $170,000, and according to the numbers that the folks at the Lewis and Clark saw just on your projects here, $31.7 million in local revenue statewide in 2017, 2018. An example of the kind of studies we do and the advocacy is, Pacific Corp, of course, operates in 7 states. They supported Senate Bill 1547 that increased the RPS, and one of the things that they testified was they thought it was going to be good for economic development in Oregon. Not long after that bill passed, they then announced that essentially all of their construction was going to be Wyoming wind and Utah solar. So we took a look at if the pro rata proportionate share of that development occurred in Oregon. And roughly that's about a 25%. And what we found was that net, even factoring that wind blows a little bit more in Wyoming, so to get the same amount of energy you would have to build more wind turbines, that there'd be the creation of 4,000 jobs and over $600 million in economic output to Oregon. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking at. Becoming a member, it's now cheap. It may get a little more expensive, and it's now easy, and it's easier, and again, kind of thanks to you guys. So currently our dues are only $100. The organization has been primarily supported by a strategic investment program contracts with the big wind projects in the gorge. Some of those have begun to roll off. Frankly, we've got some new people. Somebody indicated to me that the pioneers that started it all have begun to retire, and so I think there's a conversation that we're going to be having with regards to our dues. But I think whenever that settles, it's still going to be. I think I would contend a reasonable value proposition. We probably are looking at something that ties the dues for a county to the development activity, either in megawatts or revenue associated with that development. We talked about the resolution. Happy to work with your staff and council on that to make sure that works in a way that meets both of our needs. But we certainly would love to see you guys come in. Since I've been around, we've tried to begin to move from primarily a wind and gorge based organization. We were really excited to get Crook County and Prineville, a lot of interesting things over there, and we would love to see Deschutes County become a member. So that's
Thank you very
the
much
quick
for
version.
joining us. Yeah. Couple questions. Solar doesn't see. How can a utility grid take so much solar if it just turns on during the day and off at night? I mean, it seems to be, and the storage of the power really is important on solar. And I can't imagine that adding more solar panels without storage is a good thing to our system. And we don't need to go deep into this, but that's one of the things I struggle with. So really,
almost everybody in the solar business is now in the solar and storage business.
Yep.
The last big announcement was the Wheat Ridge project in Morrow and Umatilla. And I told my guys a couple of years ago now, this is what you're going to begin to see. That's wind plus solar plus storage. I may be in Condon the next couple of days on an FSEC hearing. Avon Grid's got the same kind of thing, a wind and a solar and a storage kind of configuration.
does CREA conflict with the regulated market and investor-owned utilities and co-ops? Kind of the regulated market.
So
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that one out. Does it conflict?
So our relationship with the investor-owned utilities is interesting. The investor-owned utilities tend not to like this PURPA federal law. They tend not to like competitive procurement and independent power. And there are some, as a 30-year utility guy, some reasons that I understand, but I think primarily it's driven by the fact that under the old integrated model, the utilities owned all the generation. They got approval from the regulatory commission to do that. They build it, and then their shareholders got a 9% rate of return on that. If you're an independent power producer and I'm a utility, we'll have a contractual relationship. You'll sell me energy for a contractually established price, but that's not your asset that you own. And so, or mine, if I guess I was the utility. So, they don't get the rate of return on independent power producers' assets that they would if they build it. So, in the purpose space, we agree to disagree on occasion. But, our legal people are pretty reasonable. I mean, we're in a big, negotiation right now with Portland General Electric on their standard contract. I put myself through a whole day of page-turn negotiations and expected it, frankly, to be more contentious. So, we've got some aggressive developers amongst the membership, but, it's sort of a symbiotic relationship. The consumer-owned utilities, and that's where I spent my entire career, are a whole different thing. We don't interface with them much, although I think that, the Bonneville contracts are going to end in 2028. The last time we negotiated those contracts, people were engaged in that whole process years in advance. So, I think looking forward, some of our developer members will want to see us begin to have conversations with the consumer-owned utilities about what happens to their power supply post-2028. Some of them I think are clearly looking at some diversification for Bonneville that just probably wasn't economically feasible when the current contracts were enacted.
So then for a governing body of a county to be involved with an organization like this, I'm thinking it's only for economic development purposes. As in, we don't want to play or touch the hot politics of investor-owned utilities, Public Utilities Commission, national power grid issues. I'm just thinking that's not the domain of a county commission. So, and this is right where I was a couple years ago. What's the motivation? If we want to see a 10 megawatt, so my motivation would be a 25 megawatt solar or biomass plant in southern Deschutes County, right? And yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was sorry. We tried to connect before this. What can we do for that? And biomass, we've seen recently, was blocked out, it looks like, by solar interests. And we didn't get to talk about this, is what I want to talk to you about. BPA transmission rights. Solar stepped in front of the project, and they stayed in front of it until they had to walk away because it was going to be too complicated and cost more money for no reason other than the belief system of solar is going to be better than other things. So yeah, this is we need to talk.
I'm happy to sort of meet you offline on that. A couple of things. Whether it's that project, and I hear that project may be popping up in a different location, and it may have to do with transmission availability. I don't know. We can talk about that. I've heard some things maybe you have as well. But I think the first thing is we're resource agnostic. We like all our children the same way, be it solar, wind, biomass, landfill gas, geothermal.
Yeah.
We are resource technology agnostic. With regards to the policy things, it's hard to stay away completely from some of the politics and policies because it is those sort of policies that enable or discourage those kinds of projects to occur. At the end of the day, you got to have a market. There has to be a developer that's got something to sell, and there has to be somebody that's willing to buy it. And given the historic nature of the business, there are certain policy decisions that states make under federal law that can make it more or less likely for that biomass project to go. So again, I think that's a good example. People who have forest health interests and concerns have long been frustrated that that wood waste resource can't be used for generation purposes, and yet it's just hard to put those projects in the money. And to some degree, solar is part of that because solar's just gotten cheaper, and we live in the Northwest where there's a lot of inexpensive hydro. So if a person is going to, try to develop one of those projects, it's very hard to find, a buyer. They're just too labor intensive. So that's why we came in and said, all right, the commission should look a little more broadly than just sort of what's the lowest cost resource.
What commission are you referring to?
Public Utility Commission.
Oregon Public Utility.
To at least give some consideration to forest health issues or stream flow issues with the irrigation district. So that's the kind of thing we do. So we're certainly happy to help our members develop specific projects, but we do that in the context of trying to create a legal and regulatory environment that allows those things to get off the ground. Does that make sense to everybody? Kind of.
Well, yeah, I think I'd just hit you 1, 2, 3 on my thoughts here. So
that's great.
Thank you very much for joining us.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, those are great questions. I guess we'll just go down the line. So my question is a little bit different. I have a lot of background in the alternative energy business. I built my first solar collector in about 1976.
I remember you and I talking about it.
And
In fact, I talked to Phyllis or Doris on the way over yesterday, I guess.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, I said, well, I remember talking to Phil, and he said that, he was sort of an early pioneer back in,
I had a business in the 80s installing solar systems. I wrote my senior essay. I graduated in 78 on Congress and Carter's energy bill, so I spent a lot of time following all that.
You and I are probably the same age.
Yeah, so, but, and then all these, I think we talked about that, all these people are connected. My dad was on the Farmers Irrigation Board, and I'm from Hood River, so, but all these people we know from stuff, most of them we know from county commission stuff, and But my question is a little bit different. What I've gotten frustrated with the alternative energy and the whole movement for renewables is they're great if you're rich, and if your society's rich, because it all costs more. And so I don't really, how much of your organization really is an advocacy? Because I'm one of these people that actually thinks the automobile and the combustion engine is one of the great inventions of history. And fossil fuels have been one of the great things of history. And coal, still works well in producing electricity. So I like all that too for a society, for all of us to live better lives. And I don't really see spending twice as much money so that I can feel good about myself with solar, even though I did it when I was young. I like solar, I love it, I've had it on my house, et cetera, but I don't want to be one to the exclusion of the other. And so that's my concern as a commissioner. Do we become an advocate of just the renewables versus the what are non-renewables, yet we're kind of blessed with this treasure of resources in America. And to me, the big thing in growing up in the 70s, 60s and 70s was energy independence. It wasn't changing all our sources. It was just getting independent from world, volatile places. And so we finally have achieved that, which was a huge achievement. And nobody's really celebrating that the way they should, but it's kept us in wars in the Middle East and all sorts of things. And so I like this stuff, but I don't want to waste a lot of money. And some of the stuff to me costs twice as much. And so how do we fit in the advocacy game in Salem? Do we have to take a side, or can we be kind of for both?
Well, okay, there's a lot there.
Yeah, I know.
And
Well, I've thought about this a long time.
I'm going to be 63 next month. You must
I'm
be pretty
64,
close to that.
yeah.
Okay. So I've been out at sort of the utility business now for, a half a dozen years, and I am shocked on how much the economics have changed. The installed cost on a sort of AC watt basis for solar is cut in half from 2012 to now.
Yeah.
Xcel Energy, in Denver signed some deals last year. Straight up wind for about $22 a megawatt hour, wind and storage for upper 20s, solar for lower 30s, solar and wind for sort of mid upper. Solar and storage.
What's that translate per kilowatt hour?
So if I say $25 a megawatt hour, that's 2.5 cents a kilowatt hour. I am frankly shocked at how quickly these prices have begun to come down. The Bonneville PF rate is the mid $30 range. I talked about the consumer-owned utilities. If I was the general manager of a relatively small load co-op on the east side that had some sun and wind resources, I think it's going to be an interesting pencil push by the time those new BPA contracts are offered, in terms of whether you can put together a 5 megawatt, 10 megawatt package of renewables compared to federal hydro. Pacific Corp is doing their integrated resource plan right now, and they've announced they're taking a look at early retirement of their coal plant, not because of regulatory reasons, but economic reasons.
Is that true, or is that just politically? Looks good. I see so much of it as they just want to look good for their customers, but that's why Pacific Corp is going to Wyoming and Utah. They don't have all the political opposition there, and Berkshire Hathaway is not stupid. So
as a guy who grew up in Nebraska, home of the Bedford Empire, I've been watching those guys for a long time. As a matter of fact, I remember coming home when I got my first manager's job back in Nebraska and suggesting to my wife I wanted to buy stock. She said, "What?" I said, "Berkshire." She said,
"You didn't have to buy."
"How much did you want to spend?" I said, $4,800. And she said, "How many shares?" And I said, "That's one."
Yeah.
And I lost that argument on a 1-to-1 vote too, just like a lot of them.
You might not have to be here.
But no, I think the answer is no. Frankly, Berkshire Energy doesn't do things just to look good in Oregon.
No, they do it to avoid the conflict in Oregon, so they go to Utah and Wyoming. That's why.
But I was on a board that was sort of comprised of some folks in the southeast, Santee Cooper in South Carolina, Florida, then they kind of, Nebraska Public Power District in Missouri. And then that company acquired a Pacific Northwest company that did power sales, marketing, scheduling for public power up here in the Bonneville area. So I was on the executive committee. And that was interesting because, we're talking to people from all over the country. And this isn't, 7, 8 years ago. They were turning their gas plants into base load units because the cost of to burn gas was cheaper than the cost of pulling the coal off the coal pile that they already owned. So, economics is driving a lot of this. It's a political hot button, but at the end of the day, economics is always going to win.
So, and I kind of get that, but the last time I did talk to the general manager of one of our co-ops, he basically said it's twice the cost of what they can buy power at BPA to have a solar farm. That was his opinion. And so, but my real question is the conflict between them, because I don't really want to be an advocacy for one over the other. I'm good with all of it that makes economic sense or can make economic sense, but I'm not a real, I think having less expensive energy makes all of our lives better. That's how simple it is.
Well, I guess I would reply this way. There are certainly ideologically driven energy advocacy groups out there.
And on your board, probably, right?
Well, no. If you take a look, you've got the mayor of Prineville, 3 rural county commissioner judges, a developer that grew up as a farmer in Sherman County and was in the irrigation business. So we are not one of those sort of save the whatever, we're not super motivated by climate change. People are, going to have their opinions about that. We're motivated by the fact that this is the way the world is going. We see the development of these resources as an economic development opportunity for tax base and jobs. And we advocate for those to occur in Oregon and in our member counties. So we're not particularly, there's nobody on that executive committee that's ideologically motivated. And I spent 30 years in the utility business, 24 as the general manager. That kind of answer.
Yeah, that's good, and we can talk more. I just want to kind of vet that out a little bit.
Yeah. No wildlife radicals in this bunch.
Yeah. Hey, your thoughts about membership?
Thank you so much. Well, my husband did buy that stock, so we're on a different. Yes, he didn't ask
Good
me.
for him.
I would
He
have
didn't
told him.
ask you, huh?
I would have told him absolutely not, honey.
Well, that's
I need another horse. So anyway, yes, it is fascinating listening to everyone. I find it incredulous that I grew up in Heppner. I just drove to Eastern Oregon. I saw all of, the turbines, and you hear about all the birds that get killed, which is like the other side of that story, which you guys haven't mentioned today. And no one really wants to talk about that. But I want to know, honestly, has solar gotten more efficient? Because I remember when they built Staples Center in Los Angeles, they got like $1 billion in tax credits, some incredible tax credit. And the solar was only good for like 1% of the electricity for that complex. And I was talking to the man who did it, and he said he would have needed 42 acres in downtown LA. So has it actually gotten more efficient?
It has gotten more efficient. And
But how much more?
Cheaper.
Yeah.
But I attended an American Public Power Association Executive Institute down in Phoenix, I guess, a number of years ago. And they had a speaker, and he had an interesting discussion. And it had to do with energy density. And solar is not a particularly energy-dense resource. A pound of uranium, a ton of coal, a barrel of oil, X number of BTUs of natural gas has a lot of energy density. I mean, you can just see, when you drive by the project, between, here in Redmond. I mean, that's about a 10 megawatt project, I guess, if I remember correctly. And that's a pretty big footprint.
Right.
So
It still is big then, isn't it?
What's that?
They still need a big footprint in
You
order.
need a big, yeah.
nobody.
Solar is land intensive.
Okay.
Solar is land intensive.
Because I was just at Jefferson County's Ready meeting, or EDCO meeting last week, and they were saying that they've got some new solar farms in Jefferson County,
Yes.
some serious ones.
Yes, as a matter of fact, in the Small World Department, Jeff, the county administrator,
Yes, Jeff.
used to be my county commissioner when I lived in Kelso, Washington, when I was at Cowlitz PUD.
Oh, okay.
So I've known Jeff a little bit for a long time. And I know the person who's interested in developing in that, so we're going to have a conversation about some of those efforts here shortly, after the session's done.
I just wondered if it was more efficient, because
Yeah, it has become
How
significantly
many-
cheaper and more efficient, but you're always going to be looking at a lot of land, which some people view as a disadvantage, and some people, frankly, if you own the land, or if, I mean, in Harney County, there's a lot of interest in that, because, well, I was around a conversation that with some wheat farmers here the other day, and it's like, yeah, you bet I'll have a conversation about leasing that land, given the margins for wheat these days. So, as you might expect, people's position on those issues are to some degree driven by a whole host of considerations. My guess is that you're not going to be, have the interest for, the larger solar farms in Deschutes County that you would in, a place like Harney County or something like that.
I would hope so.
What's that?
I mean, I just think Deschutes County is so beautiful, and having the solar farm on 97, I'm waiting for those trees to get bigger. I mean, it's just not that pretty. And don't the solar panels actually need to be cleaned off with the dust?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, isn't that yes? Oh, use of water?
Just editorial. That's not where I would have done that.
Yeah.
And frankly, I think the Neff project is an interesting location too. I understand why it's there; it's close to a substation, but
Well, that's part of the advocacy thing that bothers me is we can't build houses out there, but we can tear it all out and put solar farms because it's a political goal of certain people, and it's like, well, that's all nice, but it's twice as expensive as the rest of electric grid, and it's good for the people that own that land, but you've taken stuff out of other uses, and so that's just this advocacy question that the renewable group seems to be renewable despite all else, and it's like, well.
Again, we're not those guys.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us. Yeah, we've got to.
Yeah.
We got to go on. Thanks.
You got to keep on schedule.
We're off now, but we've wanted to have you here for a while, and this will be
Yeah, I
something
appreciate it.
we'll talk about further. And thanks.
Yeah,
for
I'd
letting
be
us
happy
ask
to
some
work with your staff on the
questions.
resolution and all of those kinds of things. So be happy to talk to you.
Do we have the resolutions with us? I mean, was that we got a propose or your?
I can I can
Just
work
get
with
it
your
to us.
staff
We'll
on
bring
that.
it up at a work session and talk about it.
Okay. All right. Who should I send it to?
Sharon.
Sharon.
Yeah.
Sharon's great. Happy to work with
You know
Sharon.
Sharon. There
Thanks.
you go.
All righty. Thanks.
Thanks
guys.
for your time and
Take your time.
hard. We've been waiting to question.
Oh, yeah, I was ready.
All right. So we're going to move on to continued deliberations on the marijuana production appeal at 25606 Alfalfa Market Road. This is a continuation from last Wednesday.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
Gross, fill in for Jacob Ripper. Here to support your continued deliberations. I have reviewed the record, watched the prior hearing, and I'm ready to help you out with this one. My understanding is that you have remaining questions about access, water, and it seems like credibility is still floating around as an issue here in your deliberations.
Yeah. So, we got partway through it the other day. I want to make a couple comments off the top here. I didn't have a chance to, it was spring break when the hearing went on, and so I've had a chance to read the whole record since last week, and I didn't read it at all since before, and I kind of want to go back through I've kind of made some conclusions of my own that are a little bit different than what I said. I kind of would like to walk back through the criteria, because I have some new thoughts and I was able to see the rest of the hearing, so I may have a little bit different take than I had last week, and I apologize to the applicant and the appellants and everybody, and you guys to, because I didn't, it's a pretty long record, and it was complicated trying to read without having heard the hearing, and so but I understand it better, so.
Well, so this is deliberations. We can just kind of do it till we're done doing it, and we want to give clarity to the staff so they can write up the written record. So, I mean, I support more discussion, not a problem. And even if we need to go backwards to go forwards or whatever.
Because we'd kind of marched down our
Yep.
thing, and then, but I have, so, and I'll just give I guess I'll call it insight or whatever I saw, and then you get, see what we think. So, do you have the spreadsheet?
I do. Do you
Okay,
each have a copy of it today?
I've got I do have a copy. I don't know where my big one
yep.
is. Do you have a bit, and do you have an extra big one? I do. Yeah, I'll take that. It's kind of hard to see the.
It's impossible.
It's actually. That was,
Yes, I have an extra big one too.
Of course.
so.
There you go. He was ready.
So, one observation I have is, we've been doing these for 2 years now. And one comment I had that was kind of interesting is that we've had so many different testimonies, different particular grow operations and proposals. And this one's kind of deeper than the others because we've heard it all. We've both heard it all completely once before, and then it was pulled. So we've heard it again with different. But in some ways, a couple things that really made me glad. One, or that I want to point out, is that state law, and we've heard kind of from both sides as the industry's gone on. But the people involved in this were involved in the original creation of the regulations. I know Lindsay Pate has testimony in here. She was on the committee. Matt Sires was on the committee with regard to setting up the regulations. I hear them often talk about, well, this is a permitted use, and I get that, but it's also a permitted use that we were allowed to regulate, and these regulations were created by people in the industry. And I read some of the things in here that bother me, or you don't. It's almost like we don't have any right to regulate anything, and that kind of bothers me. And hearing the testimony of this one made it so clear that there was so many people around it that didn't support it, and there's some unique issues. But I think we're doing a good job, and I felt like we've done a good job actually with our regulation changes. This was put in right before they went into effect, but we changed the issue on the easements to take away the 5,000 square foot thing, so that wasn't a test case like we're having here. We've made it a little more clear on the odor control, which I think is good, and then new inspections are we have more frequency inspections, which are all kind of relevant to what I've got to say today. But I just thought it was kind of interesting to, I don't know, after 2 years of doing this, and I mean, they're so complicated with the facts. But anyway, that was just my opening thought, for whatever it's worth. So do you want to lead the way on these and ask, or do you want us just to start with the first one's odor?
Yeah, if you, however you'd like to approach it, if you'd like to run it from the top, I can, would you like me to read over these again, or would you like to just dive in?
We can see them. And if anybody else wants to comment, so I was confused when we were talking about last week, and this system is a fog system primarily with carbon as just a small part. It's just one building's carbon. And I went back and read the report, and the test is whether or not there's a report by a mechanical engineer demonstrating that the fog system will work. And so after I read the report of what's in it, there's basically a letter from, I think, 2017 saying that a fog type system, these are big fog rings that sit outside the fans. It's from 2017, that it worked it's from some St. Croix. The report, I guess I'm going to say the report was kind of lacking in my mind, and so what we're given is the issue of substantial evidence. I think there's some evidence in the record that fogging will work, but it was the one letter from, was it St. Croix, or, let me see what I might find in the report here. But it actually said there was, if I read it closely, it said that the odor control system, and it had some pictures of what these fog rings look, but they're putting out under the fan system, a third of the volume of the building per minute is what I think the fans are supposed to are rated at. But it was, yes, they were evaluating one in Nevada, medical marijuana grow facility in 2017, that there was no odor picked up, if I read it right, 600 feet away. So that's, I don't know how well it was working. If you really read what it says, that it works. And then other than that, there's not really much documentation of this fogging system. And we were kind of talking like the carbon was the primary one last week, but and a lot of the reports about carbon, but the carbon's just for the disposal, unless I'm reading it wrong. Well, and it's interesting because they included in the report all the places that have the ordinances, and they all have carbon as the choice. The Happy Valley, and there's a Michigan one, and all these sample ordinances, and it was like, so I was kind of underwhelmed with the amount of actual proof that this will work, that demonstrates the fogging. And so I'm a little bit skeptical of that. There is some evidence, but I don't know if it rises to a level of substantial. And that's different than what I knew last week. I didn't really, if you go through it, there's another one referring to these fogging systems working at like a milk storage deal. Then there's another one about somewhere in Colorado that somebody did, it worked for somebody, but they hadn't, and then there's one where it hadn't been tested. It was going to be tested a few days after the application. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and I don't know if there's any other thoughts. It's not my only concern about the project, but that was, our test is whether there's substantial evidence that this system will work, and I don't know, do you know if we've had any other fogging systems proposed?
We have examples of fogging systems in greenhouses. I don't know offhand what applications had them in the application material like this.
Yeah, I don't.
Because as I say, I've toured one it was the Oregon facility in Tumalo.
And they have fogging on the outside of their fans.
Yeah, and it was not operational when I saw it, but I saw what it is, how it works, and how it's installed. So because they didn't have plants in the building, so I didn't get to experience, I wasn't standing a distance away.
That's my concern.
With mature plants, so I didn't experience
It's just
that.
knowing a little bit of science that I don't know how a fog can take all of the, I look at the size of those fans, and they do say they've turned the fans down, but can they really pick up all the odor? And has anybody seen this or tested this that's doing what we're supposed to be doing here? So that's because the testimony for the prior application, they said that, or there's in this record, is that when they were a medical grow, they were using carbon filters. But I'm just, and they had odor complaints back then. They were never validated as an enforcement. But I guess I pretty well accepted we've had a lot of stuff about carbon working, but there isn't really very much in here about fogging systems working. It just shows what they are. That's my concern.
So if I might switch gears at a higher level about the majority quorum of this board.
Yeah.
I mean, is it the intention of 2 out of 3 commissioners to look for ways to deny these applications? Because, I mean, we're talking about a lot of different aspects of how the words can be perceived on some of the pages here. And we've seen this in a few deliberations now, which is, I mean, if that's the intention, there's other paths possibly to discuss here. Because then we're going to have a weak record, possibly appealed. If that's the intention, let's acknowledge that too. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I see my job as the same as the ones, is that you and 2 other commissioners approved opting in, and you set up regulations, and I've tried to interpret them so that as responsible as we can for the people not only applying for the deal, but for the people that the regulations were created. And so that includes all the neighbors who testify and that have to live with the consequences of it. It was chosen to regulate it by people other than me. So I look at what was written, and it's interesting, the wording in our ordinance, I'd never seen it till this record, is copied with several other places. And Happy Valley was one, and there's another county in Oregon, and it was almost identical language to what we use. So that seemed to be the common language, except they really specified carbon. as the best way, and then alternative as an option. But I've said from the start that a report by a mechanical engineer demonstrating it has to mean that there's some evidence that it works, and and the test is substantial. So I'm just bringing up that particular one, and my intent is not to deny any particular grow. It's just to apply the same standards, and that's my view of what we do, and we do it on behalf of everybody, like a building inspector applies building, standards or whatever. And so this isn't really new for me to ask about it. I just last week when I asked about it, it was said, well, it's a carbon system, but when you really read it, it's just a little bit of carbon, a lot of fogging. So, but yeah, if Commissioner Dare, I just bring this up. I haven't concluded anything. I'm just talking about whether that's substantial evidence and in the record. What's your thoughts, Commissioner Dare? Do you want to move on to another?
It does say that liquid redox technology has a long history, but is not widely used in odor control markets. That's page 38 from the.
But I don't think that's this.
It's not.
I think that's.
Fogging thing?
Well, no, I think as I read the report, they talk about a lot of different systems. I think this is vapor phase technology. I think these are all separate types of systems. This is a big report that's not specific. It's like to this grow. I mean, there's actually more in here about carbon filters than there is about fogging systems.
So this is a farming operation in a soft-sided plastic greenhouse with high-volume exhaust fans. The intention is to control odor. Reasonable regulations was what we did years ago, right? Reasonable. What's reasonable? There's some folks see it one way and some see it another way. So this is an effort, a very good effort to put documentation on paper with the application. By interpreting and looking for that, reason why it's not enough is kind of a, never-ending cycle possibly. Whatever,
Well,
it's looking for the terminology.
I don't know why we didn't follow the other ones that put the primary means as carbon and and then other options. That's what the other ordinances that are in this record refer to. There's 3 of them right in a row.
Yeah,
they're all identical.
Estacada, and then Michigan and Happy
but
Valley.
But I'm just saying, we've been in this for a couple of years, and I haven't seen a fogging one or heard about a fogging one work. I've actually heard people testify that fogging ones don't work. The only thing that works is carbon. So I don't know. I'm just bringing it up that as I looked at the record, it wasn't that substantial a support as much as it was made out to be. I guess that's that for me. So I guess I'm just.
For the record, can you check, did we not determine that it wasn't really operating in 2018? Because remember, they had complaints from 17.
That's my understanding from the
Right.
record, is that they, and I had, my recollection, I had met with them also as part of the 2017 application. They had chosen to cease operations while they were pursuing this, so that when I reread the record, and you'll have to forgive me that I've been through it quickly once, is that they are not currently in operation, is my understanding.
Right, because the greenhouses were destroyed.
Oh, certainly, the greenhouses, so there's the evidence in the record that the greenhouses were destroyed and that they need to reconstruct those so they wouldn't be in operation, but I think that was this winter.
Mm-hmm.
But they also had, in previous discussions, my recollection is that they had ceased medical operations. And so they saw some discussion in the record about that, well, there haven't been any odor complaints, and that's because there hasn't been any growing,
Right.
if I recall correctly.
No, I'm going back to when we heard it in 18, it had been about 17, and there was complaints in that period about lighting, odor, and noise. And they were all kind of dropped or investigated, not found true or whatever, but the complaints were there. But unless somebody tells me different, I think the record says that in 17 they were using carbon filters. So I can't remember who said that. It might have been, I'd have to find the letter, but I'm just bringing it up as that's what I recall it saying. I thought that was interesting because they're pushing something different, and that's just, anyway. Well, I guess at the end of the day, we're going to have to decide whether it's to me, it's whether there's substantial evidence that or whether there's just some evidence that it works. But it's not, I'm just saying, I'm commenting, I don't think it's a very convincing report. That's where I am right now.
Well, so we're going down a matrix, and I'm starting at item number 1 now, and if this application, if there's a quorum of the board that says that it doesn't fit that condition, that's
Right.
the end of it.
But we'd go ahead and finish it like we have in the past probably and talk about other issues too.
Well,
So.
we've made some decisions previously.
Well, we've deliberated, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I have a different interpretation today than I had a week ago after looking at and going through it. That's all I'm just saying. Now, for instance, on noise, I think, I don't understand all the noise, but I think there is, there may be too much noise, but it's complaint driven more than you don't have to have an engineer's report proving that. There is some evidence there, so I think that the noise standard they meet. So I guess I don't know how to do this. I mean, do you want more time to look through the record? And isn't that the correct burden of proof, Adam, that we have to find a substantial evidence in our findings?
The standard is, yes, substantial evidence, looking at the record as a whole.
So that's just one of the things we apply.
Right, as far as the noise go, 24.8 is the highest. Everything else is under 20 and under, so, the noise seems to be adequate from the information that they give.
And what do you want to do about odor? Do you think there's enough evidence to prove that the criteria are met, or there isn't enough evidence? I mean, that's really at the end of the day what we have to decide. And the criteria are what are in the ordinance, which I had somewhere.
Well, their testing was done in Arizona. Actually, the testing was done in Nevada. The company was located in Chandler. So they seem to think that it worked adequately. No discernible marijuana odor. Odor armor, 420.
Try to find my ordinance thing. Yeah. But so the questions would be is what do you think, I mean,
Well, it's from a certified engineer.
so that sounds like you think it does meet the test.
Well, I
or
know that,
trying to find
I
the
know the
ordinance.
carbon is the best from everything that I've read, and the hearings that I've attended.
I had it. Oh, here it is. You want some more time to think about it, or do you want to? I mean, I just called your attention to what I saw. That's all I'm doing. And,
I think we can go down to, what, point 3?
For staff's benefit, I'm going to have to try to write up a decision from this. Has we reached some conclusion on point 1, or are we abandoning it? Where are we? It would be real helpful to know.
Well, I'm asking Commissioner Dare because I don't know. I guess I'm not convinced that the fogging system, there's enough evidence of the record to meet the test of substantial evidence.
So, and I do support that there is evidence in the record that demonstrates compliance with odor control standards. So that's a difference of opinion right here.
Yep.
And according to the staff, no new arguments were presented.
Well, actually, there's not much discussion about the fogging because there was more discussion about the carbon, so.
Right.
I guess that's what I'm kind of saying is after reading the whole, I went back to read the whole application and read the report. I was kind of surprised there wasn't more about the fogging in the report when you read, because it talks about a variety of different systems, and they've used this chemical or used this system to reduce odor and other things, but with regard to marijuana, there was 2 examples, but it was one I said, if the letter that read, the one you're looking at there, if you look at the upper deal, it says it's from 1/8 of a mile to a half mile or something. You see where it says that? That there's no odor.
1/8 to 1 mile.
Well, that's 600 or 700, I did the math, and that's 600 feet away. So it's not like this where we have borders 150 feet away or something. So I don't know if that's a valid evidence that it works if you're 2 football fields away or not. I don't know that. I'm just saying it's one letter from one event. And then there's one other reference in here about another marijuana grow. But one of them, so there's a lot that makes it look like it's convincing, but when you drill down, I just don't see much. So that's what I'm concerned about. And they know the standards. These mechanical engineers know it. It seems like if these were well used, they would have examples of them. I mean, they've done 10 or more of these mechanical. I mean, we've accepted a lot of their mechanical reports actually, and I have as well. So, but
So if I may, some of the bullet points about that odor section, DCC 18-116-330B10. Bullet point A says the building shall be equipped with an effective odor control system which it must at all times prevent unreasonable interference with the neighbor's use and enjoyment of their property. An odor control system deemed permitted only if the applicant submits a report by a mechanical engineer in the state, licensed in the state of Oregon, demonstrating the system will control odor. A little bit more there. And then item C, private actions alleging nuisance or trespass associated with the odor are authorized. And then D has got 2 subsections. So my point is, the system shall be working, shall be effective, and we do have an engineer's report. So this is kind of the black and white of the code of the application. So then equipped with an effective odor control system which must at all times prevent unreasonable interference of neighbors' use and enjoyment of their property. So even if an opinion is that the fogging system, an analysis of the fogging system comes to a conclusion, it still comes back to maybe the fogging system or the speed of the fan or the carbon filter needs to be gone back to or whatever. The future is not limited to this fogging system. The requirement is an effective odor control system.
yeah, but we're not approving whatever they come up with eventually. We're approving what they've said they want to put in. And what's the proof? I'll go the other way. What's the proof in this report that this works? In this report that this mechanical engineers offered, where does it say that a fogging system like this actually works? Except one letter that seems to reference 600 feet away. So in an industry that's spread across multiple states, where's the evidence in this report that it works? I guess that's...
Well, yeah, so it's demonstrated neutralizing odors in multiple, examples in words there. But yeah, we don't have, I'm not standing outside their greenhouse with mature plants right now.
Okay.
So just trying to put some more words out there.
Give how many feet it is from the operation to the property lines?
Give me a moment.
Can you give me the reference number, maybe?
Well, in the report, it has it under the sound stuff. It's
69 or something, 70?
the sound. it's like 100 and something to the nearest. The nearest one. Happy Valley, Kalamazoo, and Estacade.
I know, it's got to be in here.
I appreciate your patience with me here. I had prepared for 3 issues and working with you on all of them here.
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't. So it's page 10 of the report. It says the east boundary, this is from the engineer, is 193 feet. The other 3 are all about 500 and some feet. West is 570, 62, south is 537, and north is 537, so.
Okay. So the east boundary is really the one that's pretty close.
Yeah, and that'd be the one that would get the wind and. Okay.
So that is the side that's going to get the wind, huh?
Well, that's the one, the wind comes from the other side and will blow to them. They're the closest the wind would blow to, so.
Okay.
Okay. So, do you want to take a little more time to look at the report, or are you convinced I mean, we really just, we need to keep moving one way, but we don't have to resolve this right now. Again, I'm just saying that the only reason I came up with this is I hadn't, I just read it closely, what it really offered, and that's all and people, reasonable people can conclude differently. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that's.
Right.
Do you want some additional time, and, I mean, we could finish
Let's
the
go to the,
deliberation? Okay.
let's go to the next
Okay.
one.
So, I don't have any change really on the noise. I didn't see anything in the report says the distances, it measures it. It's a little bit vague because they have to kind of make up some of the numbers, but the fact is that isn't the test in the ordinance. It's different than the odor. It's not required that there be a mechanical engineer's report proving it, so they'll just have to abide by that standard. So I feel like they meet that criteria with what they provided.
And I support that conclusion also.
So the next one was, okay. So I guess the next one was regarding the non-conformance and the medical, non-compliance. What does that mean? And after, kind of looking at it all in one shot, I am concerned this particular, we've had some growers that have seemed like they've done everything kind of straight in the narrow. There were complaints when this was a grower. There's violations when the parties involved are in the industry. But that doesn't mean they'll do it in the future. It just, to me, it means it's occurred in the past. I didn't really buy the argument that the plants were outside in the original application for pest control or something. It looked more like just growing more plants. But be that as may, I don't know that precludes them from being allowed to put in a new application and try to do it all correctly. And so I'm not gonna waive that possibility. The issue to me affects more is the issue with regard to credibility and whether that I believe that they'll follow other things, which gets down to the 4,999 square feet rule. But the nonconformance itself, to me, didn't seem severe enough to, but what do you think about that, each of you?
So we're on item number 3 for
Yeah.
nonconformance?
Yeah.
So as I say, there's history on that property. There's been a medical grow that was in place as the original regulations went into place. The goal is to cure the violation is one of the notes I put on here. So, the past, there may or may not have been something documented, but, let's go forward to a positive environment here, and I don't see this stopping the application.
How do you feel about the prior?
Well, there were code violations in 17. And it is interesting that the original application was for 5,000, and then they realized that it would be better to go down to the 49999. So, which 4,999. So it's always, can you really believe that that's what it would be? Or is that going to be another test?
Well, yeah, that kind of skips us forward to a different item on the
Okay.
deal, but I agree with, that's where I went with it, is kind of, I said it last week too, I don't see how we're gonna measure 4,999 versus 5,000. I mean, as I think the appellant said, it's one plant. So if you got some discombobulated organization of plants, it's a maximum grow, if they're pushed tighter together, or if they're, it just seems like they did reduce it for the legal access issue, which, but again, somebody could meet it, it's just I don't see how you test it, and that's why I was reflecting, I think we were smart to get rid of that rule when we revised the regulations, so that people just have to prove their access, period, not on the 5,000. And I've always wondered if that was the right proportion of mature to what they call vegetative, because they'll have twice as much of and I don't know the site. Was there any testimony about the cycle? Will there be just one cutting because it's a summer, it's a greenhouse season, not a 12-month you can only harvest the mature, so how does it work? Does one greenhouse mature and then they let another greenhouse mature, or was there any testimony how they make that work as a business? I don't know, it just doesn't seem, I didn't see it, but, on what I watched. But.
Right.
So what's your thought then, I guess, about that, about to me, that's where the reliability, the credibility issue, I guess, is whether they'll actually do the 49. Is that what you're saying?
Right. That's my question.
Well, that's, yeah. I don't know.
And I know you can't change the rules because this application was in prior to that change.
Yeah, we did, well, they did. Yeah, so one thing I thought about was putting a condition on it that, again, another thing we changed the regulations, we have more than one inspection a year, that we could put a condition of approval that we get, because the mature canopy is so on the line, that we have the ability to inspect it or something. Because I do have a doubt that it'll be 4,999, given the number of things where we've had other kind of on the line decisions. So that would be one thing I would maybe advocate for if we did accept the 4,999. I don't know that we can cut back and say, well, it has to be 4,950 or something.
Well, since it is the rule, I think it should be followed, so I think that's important.
Well, yeah.
So adding adding more than one inspection might be a good idea. Because we are talking about several greenhouses, quite a few greenhouses.
So I know this isn't allowed under, it's not required under our ordinance to have more than one inspection except per year. So if this got approved, they could go into business this summer, then they would file their documents in January, then we'd be able to inspect next season or something, but it wouldn't bother me to put it as a requirement of the application, or if it was granted, so.
So, I mean, I think, remember, we're talking about a land use compatibility statement process here, which is the land use, and they haven't been able to apply to OLCC, and OLCC is not providing new licenses anymore as of the state legislature. So
They haven't already applied?
I don't think they can until this process is done.
Yeah, some people do. Some of the ones we've had in front of us have applied.
I don't know if they have a
came to
queue
us.
position of, I mean, I guess, yeah, I wouldn't, if somehow they have a queue position with OLCC and they don't have this land use compatibility statement, I guess I don't know that information. But my point is, I don't know that they're gonna be, they may never grow out there too, which is speculative, but I mean, we don't have OLCC authorizations happening right now either. And I don't know that we have anybody in the room that knows this information, but I just think, don't assume that the day we do this, that they're growing. They may not grow. Maybe a long time before they get a license.
Meaning?
If OLCC,
Yeah.
I mean, because we went through one of these in my neighborhood. We had required a public hearing on the matter, hearings officer. I was in the audience, as a appealing person. It didn't get appealed, but my understanding is he's not gotten his OLCC license, and now they're not issuing it anymore. And that was a couple of years ago. So I just put it in perspective.
Yeah,
That's information I know. If you didn't, that's good for you to understand. So that's possibly the other layer to this.
And I think we do have a chart of whether people, on our chart of all the applications we have a list of whether they've been OLC applied or approved. I know Peter or Nick have provided that to us in the past. I guess we could look that up. Yeah, and I don't know that. I'm just saying that I'm kind of bothered by the 4999 as a kind of, because it was 5,000 last time, so they changed it, and it only affects one thing, but that's.
I'm envisioning a little red corner on a big 5,000 square foot rectangle. There's no plants.
Have you been in a greenhouse where there's just a
No plants
rectangle?
here.
I know, but most greenhouses have these scattering of plants all
Well, but-
over and this and that.
But
and
the OLCC is a canopy area too. I mean, see, maybe.
So that you think they'll
we need to-
you think they'll
See,
measure
I sat
it for
through this
us?
for years now too, and I had to learn this myself. It's 5,000 square foot mature canopy.
Yeah.
So that's a 5,000 foot square or rectangle or some geometric shape, and everything is inside that 5,000 square foot. So that's why when I say it's a 1 square foot corner out of it, I mean, that is possibly a practical solution. Because it's not,
Well, these aren't 5,000 square foot. I mean, the buildings are all different, so you've
well,
got.
there could be 2 or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, you're saying I don't know if you're saying we should rely on what OLCC checks out, which
Which I
is
said.
5,000, but we don't even know when they check stuff out, so we don't have any
Which
idea.
is a disconnect, I agree.
So it'd be a matter of whether we check it out. My point is that if they could, wouldn't they have 7,000 or 8,000? I mean, I don't know, but that's what other people have done, is they've wanted bigger. So it seems like the only reason they've kept it at 5,000 was for this access issue, which has other
For
problems.
land use approval, yeah.
No, for the access criteria.
Yeah.
Because they don't
Part of
have
this process.
they don't have anybody giving them permission to use the road.
Yeah.
So to get around that, they've said, well, we'll keep it below this, but there is, to me, a credibility issue, whether they'll do that. They could. I mean, I've always said it, to me, it wouldn't be that hard to meet these criteria in the business, and maybe they will. But I don't know how we know whether they've met it or not. And that's. Do you want to do anything else with the credibility issue and this nonconformance? I mean, the way it's written up, they said demonstrate compliance with nonconformance. Have they done a section of that, which is B19, which I think was that they weren't in compliance. This is actually asking if it wasn't in compliance back in June of 16 and September of 16, and so I guess to me that, I don't know that. I'm not gonna bias against them on that. I think that it's too hard to know whether they were in compliance then. I mean, other than the complaints that were made, but they weren't held liable, so.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying, that their medical marijuana grows were supposed to be, the ones that have been established before June 2016 had to comply with these sections by September.
Oh, yes.
Or December of 16, so we're talking about a couple of years ago, and so the allegation is, well, they didn't comply with that, then that should derail this application, and I kind of come out differently on that, which sounds like you do too.
Yeah, I don't think we can do that.
Okay. So utility verification. So there's two of them. Second one says 400 amps.
Right.
But it's interesting in the record, the two greenhouse facility was calculated to use 300 amps. So I'm not sure how 400 amps will cover 5 greenhouses. But by the same token, I think that CEC would give them a will serve letter, and I think from what we've seen on other applications, so I'm not going to disqualify it, but it seemed like it didn't really, I don't know how many amps it takes for 5 greenhouses, but the record has two greenhouses is like, they do a whole study of it somewhere. It's like 316 or something. Anybody see that or think about that, or any thoughts on that?
Well,
see if I can find it.
We did have the will serve.
Second will serve, yeah. I'm just comparing, the will serve doesn't match really what it seems like the demand is for this many greenhouses, but. So, but I don't know why that wasn't updated. Let's see.
Okay, so there was one on January 8th.
Yeah,
That one is on 58.
yeah. For 48, or 400 amp, single phase. But there's a energy report in here. Where it is, it said they used their maximum load with just the way they've been doing it in the medical grow was 316 amps or something like that, if I remember right, so. So I think we'd held before that the will serve was adequate, I just.
Right. We did.
So. I don't know why they didn't ask for more. They probably would have got, I mean, we've had ones that have gotten as much as 2,000 amps, I think, so.
So we're at 5.
Yeah. I didn't have any new thoughts on 5. I didn't have any new thoughts.
That's the carbon filter.
Yeah. And the modification issue, didn't have any new thoughts on that. So the credibility of the applicant is a factor to consider in a land use decision. So the decisions in the record and what it, it's mainly been talked about in reference, but reading it, it's basically the commissioners in Marion County didn't believe that the person that wanted to do a bed and breakfast was really gonna live there. That was what it came down to. And so they based on that, they ruled that they weren't gonna do that. And the applicant here says that, or the appellant says the applicant here hasn't done certain things. I guess, again, that goes to me, the issue of the 54999. square foot. But I don't remember where did we get that far the other day, or?
I don't
remember.
think so. Isn't that where we left? Right there? I think we talked about it briefly.
Yeah, this is picking up where you left off.
Okay.
Well, do either of you have thoughts on that, or?
Well, I do think credibility is a concern. And, you know, it's, as a board, what is it we do when we're told something? They did resolve their issues in 17, but then again, the fact that their original application was for the 5,000 and now it's, that number less, so it is credibility is an issue. Is it that serious? That's the question. So it says condition the decision to achieve compliance?
Is one of our options.
Right.
Well, see, to me, the credibility issue really is on the mature canopy, so that, I guess that would be, the conditioning it to me would be that we have the right to inspect it when they have a mature grow, if it's this year, next year, whenever it is. Or understand, I mean, it seems like they're gonna have rotating mature grows or something, I mean, I don't.
Well, with the number of greenhouses, it does appear that way.
I don't know, but there was no testimony about how they're gonna grow it, or,
No, I don't remember.
so I guess I would suggest that condition if we agree the square footage.
So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't use square footage as the credibility factor. There's a couple items on here, talking about previous code enforcement cases and the OLCC violations. There's definitely information in the record talking about their violations and what was really happening, and that there were, their statements are clerical errors and no allegations of diversion and deception, some of those words. So I just wouldn't get to this credibility factor in the decision of this land use application.
Well, according to one of the letters in the file, though, I wouldn't say that they were minor. There's a letter in here from OLCC saying, well, this is related with Lunchbox. And I believe that letter says, you shall pay like tomorrow. They were responsibility for a violation. Oh. Let's see. This was in early 18.
Well, they acknowledge violations, and I mean, I was just what's in the record, yeah.
Was there any testimony in the oral testimony about the connection to Lunchbox? I know the parties are involved in it somehow, and the owner of Lunchbox was one of the, was
Cameron
originally, or one, what's the last name?
Cameron Yee is the managing member of
Yeah, but,
Lunchbox.
no, but okay, I thought there was another guy that testified that it was originally involved in the first, I mean, in the first application, but it seems like that business has been going, and then this is like a supply farm to that business or something. Was there any evidence about that? Bryson, yeah, that. So that was a credibility, that there was evidence that, in the previous hearing, Bill Ty had, I think, or maybe had commented that when is it Bryson, is that, yeah.
Doug Price.
Yeah, was out to visit. He said, well, we don't have to worry about the odor because that's all medical and recreational marijuana doesn't smell, or something like that was the comment. That was kind of, I don't know.
That wasn't a comment made to Mr. Ty.
That wasn't a comment. That's what was reported by Mr. Ty, yeah, so.
Yes.
Well, so we can, I guess we could say, Commissioner Dare, that you think that it is an issue. It is an issue to me. I don't know if it's definitive yet. Just the point where we're discussing the evidence in the record and talking about it. I don't know what it precludes or whatever, but it is an issue that it seems like they've had more, of all the grows we've had, there's been more connections to violations, complaints almost than I've heard in any of them. So not that they can't do it. They could do it perfectly if they want. I mean, people could, I think. But, so what about, did we resolve water rights? Talk about water rights?
Not yet.
I believe so.
You think we did? You say we didn't?
They were saying, because the final order, I believe, goes to 2023, but that's how water rights are written up.
Yeah.
So that's the law. That's what the Oregon Water Authority does.
And
So-
if I may, this issue is interesting in that were you to make a ruling specific to it, it might affect other areas of the code. There are situations where people are seeking land divisions or lot line adjustments based on their water rights. And so we have had a long practice of taking these types of letters as if they are water rights. So just some context is that were this to be found not to be a water right, it would likely propagate to other types of land use decisions.
So,
If I
yeah.
may, Commissioners, I'd also just like to point out that the code requirement is a copy of a water right permit, certificate, or other water use authorization from the Oregon Water Resources Department. So in this particular circumstance, it doesn't even have to necessarily be a water right. It could be an other water use authorization from the Oregon Water Resources Department.
Well, I think there's a lot of testimony in the record and then orally about the water problems in Alfalfa. And I see that, and I know that Bill Ty was very involved in that, so he presented a lot of that stuff to us, and there's a lot in this record about but I think I concluded that that's a problem for Oregon Water Resources Department to solve, because I don't think it's our purview really I think the certificate is what a certificate looks like, and there's evidence that they've got what they need. It will be up to Oregon Water Resources to monitor whether they overuse it or don't use it right or whatever. I do think there's been a real problem with these comparisons that applicants make between, oh, well, we don't use nearly as much water as irrigators do on surface crops. That comes down the river and the canals, and this is all just out of the ground. So they're apples and oranges. So this has probably been the best one for me to kind of finally conclude that I don't really want to hear the comparison, because theoretically the water that's used on the surface goes into the ground and goes down somewhere there. So maybe it feeds the aquifer. So but I do think they meet the test here. I don't know. Is that what you concluded, or the water right?
Yes.
The water source. Do you conclude that also?
Yes.
Okay. So next is access to subject property. So this was pretty interesting in the record after. So it looks like the neighbor to the west has a disagreement about the easement at least did with Mr. Ty originally, but he still doesn't like the grow and so there it's an issue of which side of the fence it's on, or if there is an easement. And then there's the issue of, well, once it gets up to the corner of the Ty property, does they have the right to go across that? And then does any of this matter to us? And I guess, I don't know, to me, a big issue is whether that's really in the scope of what we can rule on. I kind of feel like that's a legal decision that needs to be made, even though the easement itself says if something's unresolved, it goes to circuit court. So I don't know that I'm, I mean, we could put a condition of approval, it says here, to achieve compliance with an easement, because we've, or something. It seems like there's no right to this, get to this property at the current time. Or there's a disputable right, and I just don't know that we're the ones to solve it, or rule on it, because we're not a court of law, we're a land use court, so to speak.
Well, and divisions of land require access to be documented, you know, and I'm talking history here. So, and we've been in this situation before where, you know, the history may or may not be clear. But the conclusion is, I mean, if there's a subdivision of, you know, a large parcel or multiple parcels, by law, there has to be access to the property one way or another. So the previous versions of the access is what I would rely upon right now, even if they're contested.
And so would you say that they have an easement, or they have access across the Thai property, and if the owners of the Thai property want to contest that, they should go to try to get a declaration or an injunction or something at court?
Well, and yes, I wouldn't even go that far to talk about specific, you know, giving guidance is probably not the conclusion of what we're doing
we
here.
already
Yeah.
talked about it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the record, but.
Yeah, I think the decision is determined by a different group than us.
But the county staff position is if there is a road, it isn't it doesn't go up the, kind of the east, on the Thai property up to the corner, it goes up the Looney property, but the Looney doesn't want that either, is basically what he testified. And I couldn't see, there was somebody else, I think it's Dye, that testified there's a whole nother easement, and I couldn't see the map on the TV.
He's actually sold his property in the meantime.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
He called me not too long ago, so.
But I don't know on the map where they said the other easement was from. But I do think there's an easement problem. And so, again, I'm glad we changed the regulations so people have to prove they have access, or get permission or something. But when you look at this easement, it says something. I mean, they reconfigured this all in, I think in 08 or something, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? There it is. To terminate existing easements. For the purpose of ingress and egress, maintenance, repair of the irrigation ditch and poles. And then it talks about if there's going to be subdivision up north, it's not, they haven't reached an agreement on that, so if they need to discuss that, should go to Deschutes County Circuit Court to do it. And there's an attorney fees clause and okay, well, anybody have any other comments on access? Subject property? Question was, is it a factor in the decision? Appellant also said that they made the argument that it should also be basically required for everyone, and for any decision like this, access is required. A lot of complaints about the access, about
Right.
traffic and access, but
It's a whole nother issue outside of our jurisdiction, I believe.
so, Commissioner Dare, would you say that no access is not a factor in this decision?
I think it is, it's not a factor because I don't think we can clear up all the issues. We're not the body that can do that.
So I think then you think it's not a factor in our decision, whether or
Well-
not whether access is there. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what we're asked. I guess
Yes.
we're assuming this is the right question. And that's what, do you feel that way also?
agree.
Okay, so there's two approvals on that, so that's fine. Is there anything else in here? To me, I guess I think it is a factor, because I don't trust the 4999 issue really, so, but we have two votes that it isn't a factor, so. So we're down to, credibility is a factor in some other way, Commissioner Dare, or, did we have any decision on the utility verification? I guess we had that.
Utility was yes.
Modification. So then I guess the other is the odor control. Another one that wasn't really clear to me, that didn't make the matrix because it hadn't really been raised before, was what was presented about lighting control? Because there'd been a complaint about lighting early on. And then they said there's some kind of manual. Was there any evidence that they're going to put something in? They said that, but was there any proposal on night?
I don't remember offhand. I mean, I can't speak to it specifically, but I'm thinking that it didn't come up as a issue to research, so there may have been a statement that they shall have light shades in the greenhouse, but now.
Well, they do say that in their
Yeah.
application, but I didn't see anything that really said what it was. It said so I don't actually know how you do that.
It says that there's going to be an automatic light deprivation system. In the staff report, I'd have to follow it back. Typically, those are basically curtains on a motor.
So would that be part of the, I guess, of the approval then, that when you inspect, you see if that's there or something, if they've said they're going to do it? Okay. So do you want to look at anything else, Commissioner Dare, or do you have any more thoughts, or do you want more time? We can always bring this back to another meeting for final voting or final whatever.
Well, it's talking about the water system, and, that's what we've been presented, that and it's unfortunate that we don't have that many more facilities with that system. And then the main was the credibility, reliability. On credibility as a factor. So that would be like conditioning the decision to achieve compliance or, the right to inspect.
Yeah. I mean, we could. I'm sure that, this particular grower has been in the business. He knows the business well. He's been connected, and most of the people that testified in his favor I mean, they're from the industry, so he knows how to, I think, apply if, I guess actually what I meant is I think he, I mean, I don't know him, but it seems like he would agree to inspections, but, because they get in, I mean, they're used to being inspected by LCC in their store, I'm sure, so I doubt they would mind inspections on their property, but I don't really know. What do you think of that, about that as a condition?
Well, yeah, so I mean, if that's guidance to the staff to write up, approval pending condition for extra inspections or confirming the square footage or whatever it is, I'm not opposed to that.
Do you know the size of the original greenhouses? I'm reading this, but it's quite teeny.
In the current proposal or the 20?
Right, the ones that need to be replaced, that,
It's in the application. Yeah. Which is item 68.
does it say like 2950 of each one or something?
Yeah, so the original ones were 2950.
Okay.
And the new ones, I did the math, I think they're 3,080, but maybe they're bigger than that. Let me check.
No, it says
30
by 136, right?
4,080, excuse me.
480.
480.
That's,
Yeah.
yeah. So they're going to do,
12,240 of new and 5,900 of old. So it's about 18,000, which is what they submitted the first time. Isn't that what it is? 12,240 of new.
yeah, it's a little over 18,000.
Yeah, so it's building 100 foot by 180 feet or whatever. Equivalent.
So I just think it would be good to look at it more than once a year.
Mm-hmm.
So if I may, and maybe with legal counsel's help here, I'm hearing something like a condition where staff has, the applicant has to authorize, as a condition of approval, the applicant shall authorize county staff to, without prior notice, visit the site at any time to inspect canopy size and for odor control.
Yeah,
and
the working.
Something along those
working
lines.
efficacy or something of the odor control system.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do that without notifying?
We could certainly try.
I didn't think we could. Did they change that?
I'm sorry.
Did they change that rule then? Because I thought you had to notify them before you could go.
Well, what would be, the theory would be that the applicant would be consenting to these unnoticed and unnotified inspections. We could certainly provide 24 hours notice. I mean, it's really the board's discretion on what we'll try and put in for a condition.
All right.
I think if I'm understanding, and so I'll take a couple steps back just to make sure we have clarity on this issue for when staff begins to write the decision. There's two separate rows on the chart. One is posing of credibility just generally is a factor. And then the second, as Commissioner Henderson has brought up, is I believe he noted that it's not so much that it's just a an unrestrained criteria, but rather the credibility comes out with the issue of the size of the matured canopy and whether or not they'll keep it to under 5,000 square feet. And what I'm hearing is then desire from all three commissioners to impose a condition that allows the county to inspect more than once to ensure that that 4,999 square foot limitation is imposed because of that credibility issue. Am I understanding the board's direction?
Yeah, that's pretty close. The other credibility to me is with regard to this fog system, because when you read what it requires to make it work, you've got to change it out regularly. You've got to have, there's advice in there that when it gets to be a half barrel, you should. Well, what if they just turn it off, or what if they don't operate it some days, or all that kind of stuff? So how do we, and then it doesn't even work to begin with. So that's the thing I struggle with this odor control thing, is that.
And if I may.
That's why I wish, I just really don't think the record's adequate to meet demonstrates that it will work, but if I didn't feel that way, I'd want to have one installed and go see if it works. I mean, it's one thing to see it, it's another thing to see that it really works, because it could, but it's just water vapor with a pine scent and some other things that you're blowing this mass of air through, and it just really, it just seems, I guess we haven't seen it, but or wish we'd had somebody testify about how great it works.
And if I may, Commissioner, I anticipate that staff will certainly rely pretty heavily on the appellant submittals and going through the record to kind of identify some of those factors that led the board to be concerned about the credibility in these particular areas. That will, of course, be reflected in the decision, and the board can further refine some of those issues if we're missing something. And then circling back to the condition itself, is it the board's desire that it be an unnoticed anytime, or do we want to put some bookends on the number of inspections? Perhaps maybe have the applicant call every so often and schedule the inspection. We could put the burden on the applicant to schedule these inspections as opposed to on county staff. There are a number of different ways I think we could structure this to verify ongoing compliance with that 499 square feet. One of the
Restaurants
ideas
don't get to call and schedule inspections, do they? No.
One of the ideas may be a one-time inspection and the definition of 499 opposed to 5,000, because that is interesting. How do we clarify that? So that's just an abstract thought right now. So that would be a one-time inspection after they have a mature canopy saying, okay, show us how you define this.
But an inspection to show that when you have a mature canopy that the fogging system works.
Can we add that as a, can we add that,
Approval that.
that the fogging system will be working?
I think that would be more generally covered in the annual inspections, but we can add an ongoing land use requirement of operational.
So if I may, thinking about kind of operationally how these inspections work, one of the difficulties is that the criteria requires that you be able to detect the odor off-site. So in practice, what you're doing is neighbor smells something, neighbor calls us, somebody goes out there with their nose and tries to smell it. And one of the things that's going to become increasingly difficult, I think, with the hemp production that we're seeing is trying to detect if, a particular recreational operation is the source of an odor, especially if you've got multiple grows in an area. And to that end, I've wondered if it would be helpful to be able to have the grower consent to a inspection in the event that we have a neighbor complaint. So that would give the opportunity for the code enforcement officer to basically stick his head in the exhaust fan and see if it's working or not. Right now we're trying to catch the odor off site.
That's a good idea. But as opposed to, you're able to just go out there and look and see if it's. You're right that it's at the boundary that it has to work, but I'm concerned that it works 10 feet away from the. I'm just thinking practically, and does it really? And there isn't much that says it. There's one statement from years ago, but so that'd be a better condition that.
And it would provide a trigger on when the inspection happened. If we've got a neighbor complaint, that would that would trigger an extra inspection for potentially no odor and canopy size, since we've got somebody out there.
See, I'm kind of, coming from the building world, I'm kind of comfortable when you build a new house, they test your fireplace. They test your furnace. They see if it works. I mean, they test your electric sockets. They test your water. They check, this is how inspections work. And so we're allowing, if the regulations are valid, we're not really inspecting. I mean, it seems to me it'd be, okay, get it all going, and we'll come out and look at it, see if it, with a full mature canopy, does it work? It seems like a reasonable thing to do, and the same with how much mature canopy you have. Oh, here's this room, and it's this many square feet, and there's this much mature, and over here is, that's all doable in real, inspections, like your restaurant one's a good example, except that's a public safety one. This is a different kind of regulation, but that's kind of my basis of why these inspections don't really bother me.
No, it just seems only appropriate.
Well, maybe you can work on that idea. We've got to keep moving today. If we can always come back and finalize or think about anything new we've come up with between now and the next meeting, and if you can come back with some thoughts on those. I mean, we don't really conclude until we say, yeah, that's our finding, and we vote this way, I guess. But
Actually, commissioners, if I could interject on that point, we certainly handle it both ways. The most common, I would say, of late practice is the board is not voting until you see the final decision. Yeah. We certainly, in other circumstances, have had the vote at the end of deliberations, which then guides staff writing the decision. We may run into some timing issues with this particular project when we only have 2 commissioners when we bring back that final decision. So staff's recommendation, if the board is inclined to do so, is to have a vote at the end of deliberations. So then the 2 commissioners are only approving that final decision and not approving the project.
yeah.
Oh, interesting, yeah. Because it could be a split decision if we don't have the 3 of
Well,
us.
but we'll just have to bring it back when we're all here. So
But there's a
I think
timing
we're all
clock.
going to. Yeah,
What's the
when's
clock
the clock?
say?
Can you?
150th day is July 9th.
We got some time.
Oh,
So you can either bring it back next week or the first week of June and
So,
written.
as chairperson, would you declare that this was an approved or denied application at this time, or you don't want to do that?
I kind of want to see how the writing looks, and think about it. I don't know, we've never done this approval of conditions. I don't know where you are on the, I guess I'd invite you, Commissioner Dare, to look back through the report and see if you think it's substantial evidence of that the fogging machine works. That's probably the thing I'm most concerned with, and if you think you don't need the time, then we can vote on that today, or we can just go towards conditions. So.
I would actually like to do some more research on fogging systems, just to see what I can pull up.
Okay. So, I think
Since we do have July
in the
9th.
middle is what it sounds like to me, so.
So it sounds like we're scheduling a 3rd deliberation on this project?
Sounds like it, but if you choose to kind of write, you've heard some of the ideas about this. There's just some things that, that if we could somehow verify it, it's more tenable. So. We go to this issue of the right to farm, and I think these applicants know how to do all this right, and that's their experience in this industry, so if they do it right, that, they've got to just meet, that's what I'm just looking at, so. And I know they've put a lot of work into it, as has the appellant, so. Any other comments today? Should we move on?
So, if I may, just so I understand what I'm doing, am I coming back next week with something? Coming back with some draft conditions?
Whose case is this?
It's Jacob's, but he'll continue to be away, so still me.
Ain't you pass it off?
I wish. But would you like me to come back with some draft conditions? Would you like me to come back with a rough draft of maybe the rough draft of the findings for you to poke at?
Whatever's easiest. I don't,
it'll be difficult to.
It's been a 3-year, and they applied originally in 17, so think we need to get it right. So if you can get something done by next week, fine, but we've got lots of other stuff, and then our final, next week is the budget committee, so.
Yeah, you're running up against that. The problem
Yeah,
then
so it
is.
may, I think it's gonna be harder, does Jacob come back, or, see? In a couple, I mean, will it be easier for, or, I guess you've heard our discussion though, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm certainly willing to engage on it. I just want to make sure I bring you what you need. And if I try to bring you something next week, you'll be seeing it potentially cold at the hearing, or, with very short notice as we prepare it if it be,
Well, if we've got until July, I guess we could wait until the week after. I guess it's 2 weeks after.
Commissioners, just Nick Lelak, Deschutes County Community Development, talking with County Counsel Dave Doyle. One of the things we can do, first, we would recommend that we come back in early June, just to give you and everybody adequate time and make sure we have a full board and legal review, et cetera. And maybe what we do is we bolster the decision and the findings based on some of the issues that were discussed today, along with the draft conditions of approval. And the board, that can better inform if the board is ready to make a decision at that time, or you'd like to see the findings or the conditions adjusted.
Well, if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna bolster it, maybe staff could read the report and see if it demonstrates that fogging systems work. I mean, you can read the same thing we did and see what it really says about it, because it's not a, it just has some stuff in there, but it doesn't, that's what I'm, they've done this, anyway.
We will do that.
Any thoughts you have? Okay, good, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this? Thank you. Thank you for coming today and bearing with us also. Everybody else involved. It's 3:30. Do we need to take a break, or?
I do.
Okay. So we'll go on after this to continuation of video lottery fund allocation. Next. I think. Don't you have something for us, Judith? What's that? Yeah, here it is.
2 spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Yesterday I gave you, something's off here a little bit, I think. So yesterday I gave you 2 updated worksheets. I did a couple of things. Now that I had the 4th quarter payment in on video lottery funds, I adjusted the beginning balance because we got a little bit less than I had anticipated. And then I also adjusted the estimate for next year. So because I usually base the coming year on what we received this year. So that had the effect of lessening what we had available by a little bit. And then the other thing I did, I was just saying I'm terrible with these touchpads, so you're going to have to be really patient with me. The other thing I did was put in the service partner dollar amounts both as requested. So version 5, you have 2 versions there, and they both say the versions up at the top. Version 5 has the requested amount in, version 6 has the amount from last year in. And you can see that it makes a difference on how much we have available to spend, although I'm looking at my worksheets here and I'm not seeing that correctly, so I want to double check. So it's up to you, whichever one you want to start with. We can, oh, well, that's because I have the same one twice. Well, that's why.
So tell me again what you mean. I've got 2.
See, when you look at the one that ends up with 147 at the bottom line,
Yeah.
that's the one that doesn't gives Central Oregon Aging 50,000. They'd asked for 75,000. Because remember, you guys wanted to do something a little outside of this.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you were trying to get some big projects, so that has 80,000 in it.
We were looking for something
So
for.
if you look at the one that ends ending balance 147.
So, all right, so I'm trying to figure out my own sheets here, just a second. Let me, okay, so one of these is version 5. So version 5, we got up to the point where we were looking at service partners last time.
Mm-hmm.
The one that's titled version 5 has 108,000 left over after putting in all of the service partners at the amount they requested, which in some cases, wherever it shows yellow, is an increase over last year. Version 6 has the service partners in with what they received last year. Nobody receives an increase. So it's, I believe Commissioner DeBonne said, go ahead and put them in at the requested amounts, and so that's to start out. So if you want to start with that one, we can. We still have, the important thing to remember is we still have a couple items down here that you haven't looked at yet, which is discretionary grants, fundraising grants, and then the emergency food, clothing, and shelter. Altogether, those total $160,000. So if we put in the amounts for the service partners at the larger amount, there's not quite enough to do that, but you can lower those amounts, or you can go back up and revisit something if you want to. But if you want to start at the service partners, we could just work our way through those and then see where we end up. And I guess I'm looking for direction about whether you want to start with last year's dollar amounts or whether you want to start with the requested dollar amounts.
It looks like if we do the discretionary grant and fundraising grants, and then the emergency food shelter, that 80,000, that we're at 160,000, and we don't even have that.
You don't have that left.
We don't even have that.
If you do the larger amount, right? If you do the increased amount.
What do you mean we don't have that?
Well, because see, these aren't reduced.
On 5?
No, on 6, that's what I'm looking at.
Now I'm going to have to find again because I keep losing it.
6, we have 147,000 left.
But see, she didn't take out the discretionary and the fundraising.
Right, we haven't
Or
finished.
the
Or the
emergency.
80. I see what you mean.
And
So
so-
those total 160. So we can't, oh, I see.
So what we did, but that does mean we did increase Sisters and Lapine.
And Redmond a
Headco.
little bit.
Yeah, and Redmond a teeny bit. So we did do that, and we
And
did
we put
set,
50,000 aside for
actually,
one-time
80,000.
project.
80,000 is there.
Well, arts and culture, oh, we put 80?
We put 80 there.
You did 80 for the special projects, and then you lowered the arts and culture last time we got together.
Yeah, to 20 from 30.
Yeah, so you have a little bit.
Well, it seems like we need to lower the one, if we're going to go somewhere near the last year's request level. Yeah, you're saying we'd be underwater 13,000 if we
Yes.
did this year's what you're saying. So we can't do, we probably should lower, maybe we should lower the one-time projects. How about, why don't we just do 60,000?
Okay, just a second here. I'm gonna
What do you think of that
have to
for
find
wildfire for right now? Unless, do you want to alter one of the others, the discretionary or the other ones at the bottom, or?
So just to put in context, so now we're working on the version 6 draft and kind of adding back in.
That's kind of what, yeah.
Yep, okay, because version 5 really showed us that the money goes away quick if you add
Yeah,
everything
yeah,
in.
and she's saying that if we add these in, we'll be negative 13.
Yeah, so I'm just
So-
confirming, we're kind of working on the version
Yeah.
6 draft.
Version
if I could
If you
pull
can
it up.
find it. Yeah.
Yeah,
If I
version
could get
6 is good. So, okay, so we
Open it.
took off 20 there, so
Alright.
that's 167. So now we're at a positive 7,082.
So, I'm sorry, now what did you just do? You wanted to make the special projects less? Is that what you did?
So,
60,000?
let's do that to 60, and then do discretionary grant, and add that in, add fundraising in, and add emergency food, clothing, and shelter in at last year's. And then we've got a little bit to spend up on those
And you want to
increases.
use the discretionary grants as the same amount as last year, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, let's. We're gonna have, like you said, $7,000 left to.
Oops, emergency
Yes.
clothing and shelters minus 80.
I just,
Okay.
And
So,
I,
yes, $7,082 left if you do that, and that's,
Good.
so a couple things that so you can stop there if you want to. The only things, the two things I would mention is, why are you doing this to me? So usually we have something in, if you go back up to where the first yellow line is there, it says optional to allow for unexpected revenue. So that's kind of my cheater line, so if we don't get as much revenue as we anticipated, you have a little bit of a cushion. So that's one place you could look at that $7,000. Generally, that's what we do, is go back and backfill that at the end. So that's one option. Or the other thing that we didn't, I feel like we didn't really resolve was the the request from COIC. And so I don't know if you want to talk about that one anymore, or if you want to leave that as it is.
Because they're asking for 30.
Well, they're asking for 20 plus an additional 10 if they are able to receive matching funds for that. So you could do, any amount, I suppose.
Well,
That's based on-
but we haven't increased any of the ones down below that have asked for increases either.
Right, you haven't done that. You could also increase the service partners if you wanted to.
But we only have 7 to,
Yeah, you have 7,000 left, $7,082 left.
we could just put it in undesignated right now, or we could,
Right. Or you could use it. Not that I'm going to make a pitch for undesignated, but I do feel like that does allow you a little bit of.
yeah,
Well,
we should leave something there. Yeah.
Definitely, it's a good conservative thought.
Yeah, and we've had more than that in the past, but we really have been close to in fact, this year, I think we're really only off by about, I want to say it's about $8,000. So if you put that 7,000 in there, that might just do you. I don't
So
know.
last year, COIC didn't get money?
They didn't request anything last year. This is the first year for their request.
Okay. And
We could set fundraising grants to 15,000 instead of 20,000, just to have another little bit of money.
Yeah,
I'm just
that's
looking
a
for
good
places
idea.
to take money.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, so change that one to 15?
Let's change that to 15, that gives us 12.
Yep.
Well, I kind of liked what Commissioner Bowen said last time, that COIC we fund already to the tune of 50,000, and I think there's lots of ways, we're already involved in economic development in other ways, so I'd rather look at these, our service partners that requested more. I mean, they've requested about.
The other thing, I think Commissioner Henderson, you
40,000.
said last time too, you thought maybe as Commissioner Adair is more involved in CYC, you might get more information about that. You could always choose to come back and look at your special one-time project money and maybe use that for COIC, and if you don't find you want it for these other 2 items that you identified. I mean, that's an option. There's that 60,000 there that's not really designated for anything particular at this point, just for some topic areas that you're interested
Right.
in.
That's 60?
Right.
It's just like, okay, so
Yeah, that's-
today we really can't do anything, but we
It's
could possibly.
there for if something during the year comes along that you definitely,
Want to get behind.
Right. And that
Well,
could be
there are
anything
two of
you
it,
mentioned.
well, or we want to create something with it,
Right.
because
Yeah, absolutely.
this is video lottery funds, and those are two of the most important, what we've,
And those are the 2 things that you identified were wildfire and.
That's really-
Well,
Maybe need to-
the workplace housing in Sisters,
Mhm.
I was told Friday night at Rancho Viejo that they didn't allocate for people that actually live and work in
That's what
Sisters.
I think somebody told me. That's amazing.
Yes, he was so upset.
Talking about Housing
Brunswick-
Works, the
Yeah,
Housing Works rentals?
yeah, that brand new,
That-
yes.
I mean, and that's a reality of that system, and we all need to learn that, because I learned that too. It's an application process, and people that learn about it, they usually apply, and then they may or may not get in the system, then they'll learn how to apply again, and then it's not geographically constrained, so, yeah.
Well,
It's a very fair and open process, some federal dollars and state dollars. And, yeah, it's hard to just say we want this kind of person in there because of the way it's funded.
well, the fact that they actually work in Sisters.
Oh, I know, but that's
that
not the
can be fair.
reason the dollars were there, is what it boils down to, which isn't a bad thing, but that's the reality of it. So I'm just letting you know, I've had to go through that too, like, oh, well, we just built something in a town, and who's gonna live there, and application process, and it becomes a lottery, and then people could come from anywhere, basically, at that point.
Well, that's where Housing Works is more of a system, and
Yeah.
like Habitat's a little bit different, because they
Working with the family
they work
before
with
the house is
family,
built,
Yeah,
yeah.
they work with the family, and it's a whole.
But it's just good for us to.
Yeah, that's a good thing to.
So I'd like to say something about the COIC request. So we've got the foundations behind this. It talks about the Meyer Memorial Trust, the Ford Foundation, and that was some of the stuff my wife and I were involved for years and years in southern Deschutes County, Sisters, Prineville, some of the places that have had rural leadership forums that have gone on. We have got the Chamber of Commerce, we've got EDCO. We heard from Korea today saying that they're an economic development agency. That was interesting, that kind of that's what they're promoting.
Yeah, that was.
So, I mean, what they want to do, I want to support, but I worry that there's like 3 or 4 people all doing the same general idea, the city council, and if we have, they don't compete, but they just don't even overlap. I'd much rather see kind of a leadership, follow, focus by multiple organizations instead of starting another one. So, as I say, I'm not against it, but just a little bit more alignment is what we need there. So we'll leave it on the table again, it looks like. I didn't know if we have.
So let's.
Any thoughts on
I'm
it?
in trouble, but.
Well, no, I mean,
No, it's okay. I can be in trouble.
but that's why that it's not real clear request still, even with this
Right, I know,
paperwork.
because we had Nicole Mardell on the Sisters Horizon from
Yeah.
RCDD. She was
Which
there.
we're providing
Yeah, we
resources.
provided that, and they had a hired consultant. So, I mean, that was one, for instance. So, yeah, I'm sure there's going to be something that's
Well-
going to be relevant for Deschutes County.
When it comes to the money, we do have that authority, and so we're setting guidance to this. We get the requests, and we're making these decisions, so you're not going to be in trouble. It's giving guidance.
Yep.
Oh, thank you.
You might consider, last time when Scotty Cock came to you and made a proposal, and we did fund it out of the undesignated or the special project money last year, for $2,500, he had, I think, identified a couple of things that he was working on, and so that might be direction to give to them if they have a project,
Yeah.
specific project
If
they're
it-
asking
that's
for.
my thought, and
You
that was
did,
my
you
thought
did
last
have it.
time.
Yes, I
Come
do.
back and ask.
Project specific.
Something specific.
Specific.
Yeah. And then again, you do have that special project money, and then that's really all you've got right now. A little bit of undesignated if you choose to do that, but right now you've got the 12,000 plus the 60, and that's where you're kind of
So we're pretty close, and then we've got 12 up there. Now, do we want to, the last thing, we've got five yellows down in the service partners
Five that are asking for
or more. Do we want to give any of them 1,000 or two more than what we gave them last? Most of them just want 5, 5, 2, 2, and the 25.
Or two $5,000 more and two $2,000 more, and then the COCO is $25,000 more. So Mountain Star Family Relief is asking for an additional 2,000. Redmond Senior Center is asking for an additional 2,000. Bethlehem Inn is asking for a little more. Pardon?
Couldn't they put in for us if they really need
For
it?
discretionary grants?
Yes.
And we have funded, not Mountain Star recently that I can remember, but we have funded Redmond Senior Center with the, recently with the discretionary grant.
I think that would be a better place.
So my suggestion is we give 1,000 or 2,000 more to Saving Grace and 2,000 more to Bethlehem Inn, and 1,000 more to Redmond Senior. That's 5. And we leave the other two where they are for right now. But
Okay, wait, I'm behind, just a minute.
that's 5 of the 12,000s. We have 7,000 left up above.
Redmond Senior Center, you said an additional 1,000, correct? 2,000 for Redmond Senior Center?
No, it's, yeah, 1 for Redmond and 2 for Bethlehem Inn and 2 for
For Saving Grace.
Saving Grace, but that's just,
You want to do something
hey, I
for
mean,
Mountain Star or not?
well, not at this
No, 'cause we
time.
need to have $7,000.
Yeah,
Okay, well, you have, so you're back to 7,082 now.
yeah.
Yes. I mean, I don't want us to.
And that, are you looking at that for undesignated? Is that what I?
Yeah, that's,
Okay, I'm
for
sorry,
today,
trying to
I
read
think
your
that's
mind.
good.
That's what you want to do? Okay.
We'll have a final review of this on next week before budgets. Is that what we?
Well, actually, the budget committee gets to see this, but they don't really vote on it because that's your, this.
But I mean, it'd be nice if we tie it up before
You'll
we
see
get
it
there or
back
something,
again.
yeah.
And I'm going to double check my math too, so if I've made any mistakes, I will come and let you know that.
Yeah.
As it is right now, it looks like we're good.
So I support, yeah, it looks like it's hanging together well. We can look at it again next week, and then as part of the budget process, once the budget's passed, we could assume it's finalized for the start of the fiscal year, and then,
Right, and then that's.
because there could always be
your-
slight changes. if we need. Yeah.
This will be your plan moving forward.
Yep.
then. So, all right, thank you.
All right, good, thank you.
Oh, that must have been good.
What? Seems short, didn't it?
Oh.
Compared
How
to,
many days have
Well,
we worked
because
on that?
we had already spent all the money.
yeah. No, we've done it a couple times, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to get rid of all this stuff, and then you can, do you guys need this stuff at all?
No.
For yours? No? Okay.
Minus 1 hour.
Judith, are you
So-
here tomorrow?
What else, do we have some other things to do besides the stabilization center?
The only thing I know of is you want to.
Oh,
Might
legislative.
want to talk about the legislative stuff, but.
Yes,
We've got something on that, don't we?
yes, it's right here.
Well, I know that's you're there right here. Yeah, there it is. Well, should we do that, since you're here right now? Because this other's just a discussion between us about the trip, visitations. Yes.
Okay, so yesterday I gave you, now I have to find it myself, I gave you an updated, or a version of what you had talked about at Tuesday's meeting, a list of potential legislative issues that you might want to talk about when you're down in Salem. And these are all specifically related to funding measures, so, well, I'm not even finding my own, and I know I brought it.
Do you want mine?
Or mine?
Nope, I got it. The other two that were mentioned were, of course, the marijuana bills, 365 and 218, but I didn't put them on this list because you specifically were talking about funding measures. So these are all funding things. It sounded like you kind of might want to narrow this list down to about 5 items.
Well, if we reach out to them, yeah, so we got the
I did get
EDU bill, the circuit judge bill, the circuit, or the courthouse.
courthouse stuff, the CCHC.
Is the Oregon Health Authority a funding bill, or?
SB 22 is not a funding bill. Their funding bill is down here at the bottom somewhere. I should have put these in order. That would have been smart, wouldn't it? But their funding bill is 5525. So budget bills are always 5,000 numbers. So 22 is a specific bill for a specific issue.
But I guess what I'm talking about funding bills is, I think what.
That there is money attached to them.
Was talking about is if we're going to lobby our delegation for
In the next week
things to make sure that they try to get in the budget for our area or whatever, these are the
So
things
these all
we'd
have a
like a little
fiscal
money
impact,
for.
so that's correct. There is
So there is a money component to 22.
It's got a big
And the fiscal impact is about $500,000 in the first year and a little bit more than that in the second.
See, 763 is not that much of a, so that's, I guess, what we need to do is, there are refer to ways and means, but if we were to talk to Representative McLean, do you think he'd know what we're talking about on that, for instance? The top of the second page.
Yeah, there's only about, 9 or 10 of these things, or.
There's only 10.
I think there's 10 total.
10 on
aren't
the
there?
list.
And, for anybody just to look at these 10, I think is very appropriate. This is, things that all kind of matter to Deschutes County at this point.
What is 5.5, is that the modernization? Okay, yeah, so that was the one we just talked about yesterday.
Yeah, big long words on there.
Okay, and then, so did you ever find out, is there anything about COCC, or, I remember early on, they were concerned because they were getting cut like 8%, and OSU Cascades, is there anything for either of them? I mean, those
that
are.
I know of that there might be something, there isn't a specific bill, there may be something in the education budget, but I don't think it's been finalized yet, so.
Be interesting to
I'll
find out where
full
those
checking,
are,
but,
right?
yeah.
You might want to call them or something.
Yeah, that's
Say, hey, what?
Good idea.
Because they're not our departments or specific, but they're parts of the budget that, I mean,
Right, it might
they're
be,
looking at a big,
it might be in the education budget as, a line item in there, but I don't think there's a separate bill, but I do have Phil checking on that, so I'll get back to you when I know that for sure.
So what other budget, are there any other big picture ones we want to give feedback to? You gave some, I didn't look at what you sent to Representative Bonham, but.
It was just that statement about the history of land use that put us in this spot. He said he was gonna bring it to his meeting at 1 o'clock today, but that's not fiscal.
Okay.
And I'm going to do 2203. I think it's still alive. That's just my personal
one's
one.
that?
It's about the Veterans Court.
Oh.
It's a match, but it's 96 funding, and so it has a good shot of getting passed.
Right.
Just because it is for veterans.
I'll have to look, I didn't put it on here because we didn't
But
talk
that,
about
I
it the
know,
other day,
it's
but we
mine.
can,
I can write a
look and see.
So if we kind of adopted these as things we want to give to our legislators, I think we have to, maybe they'll know what all this is, but kind of need to address it up a little bit with regard to, like,
Yeah, I think you might want to add some
Somehow, I mean, 'cause
impacts that have to do with us or something that.
Yeah, how it-
This is just for you to look at today, but if you want something, I think what I would suggest would be we have the departments actually add some kinds of comments that are specific to Deschutes County.
But like our thing for the state police was not to pass the bill, but to pass the bill so it goes into effect in 2020, not 2030. Or,
Right, on the
you know,
state police,
2030 is a,
Right.
geez, what were you doing 10 years ago? I mean, it's a long time.
Yeah, and that's why the fiscal impact is so weird on that one, because they don't really have any timing on it, so they just
Yeah,
sort
it's
of.
just a-
Yeah, they just sort of say, if we
feel
did it
good,
now, it
really.
would be this much.
Well, it's something we need to get started on. They talk about it every year, but it doesn't happen, so.
But she talked about it like she cared.
It was the first
This
thing, I
time,
know,
yeah,
she does that every year.
Oh,
But
I
this,
don't- I-
so I'm just,
I don't know about that.
yeah.
Financial forecast was put out today, and it talks about 870 million more than previously projected. State economist calls this truly seismic event, meaning
really?
it's huge
Yeah.
amount of money.
And they're taking my kicker? Is that what they're doing?
Well,
They're
it might have
taking part
just
of it.
switched gears today with that kind of revenue coming in.
So there may, yeah, that's why I think some of this stuff will be funded. Like, I think the modernization stuff will be funded. Okay, so,
What do you want to do?
any other thoughts? Everybody like the list? Anyone want to take any?
I like them all, yeah.
I think it's a great list. and I'll
Okay, do you
just-
want to, what do you want to do with this list? Do you want me to send it on to our legislators or our delegates the way it is? Do you want me to doll it up a little bit? Do you want to just take it with you and talk to people?
Why don't you doll it up one more time, just to make it,
Hmm.
pretend you're showing it to somebody in an elevator and they got to read about that bill.
Well,
Does
we
that
do
make
have,
sense?
on some of these, not all of them, we do have comments from the departments on our other list, so I'll see what is on there that maybe.
Just
we
the
could-
sales pitch or the because even legislators, I don't know if they carry all these bills around their head. I mean,
Yeah.
do you think they do?
Oh, no, not at all.
Judith, I don't know if you have time, if you're going to do that today before you leave.
I will do what I can today, I don't know.
Okay,
And you're going
I'm going
Friday.
over
Friday morning really early.
Yeah,
So
if I don't get it done today, I'll work on it tomorrow and get it done.
Okay,
So,
so-
it may not be everything you want, but I'll do my best.
Well, I'm kind of up in the air about whether I'm going
Whether you're gonna go
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
So if you need to get anything better than this, feel free to
Okay, I'll see what I can
give me
do.
a copy,
If you,
copy on my desk.
Well, if you email it to us and the legislators, then it'll be the common thing we can talk about.
Okay.
And it's, I think, being
It's a little
timely.
cover letter. It's always about the cover letter.
They were-
Dear legislators, these are
Here's
some
our
things our
stuff.
commissioners have identified at this time in the
That's
right,
right.
these are
legislation.
Short and sweet is really good.
are important issues at the moment, so, okay.
So if I could just add one thing on the, just for clarification, on the second page of the spreadsheet, has House Bill 5014, and it references the Department of Justice budget for district attorneys, but, I mean, the issue really has nothing to do with that. That's already been passed. The issue is including money in the proposed budget, perhaps as part of the Christmas tree bill for grand jury recordation.
Right.
For money for counties, and it's touched on over in the box on the far right. But to the extent that we're handing this to legislators and asking for influence, we're really.
That's what I'm asking.
Well, that's kind of what I'm wondering, what,
Right.
it's kind of like comments, that maybe that becomes the sales point. I mean,
Yeah.
you're right, we need a column that's why we want this.
And I don't know that it's that bill that anyone here
Well,
cares about,
you
it's
got
the
bills already
the actual.
passed. It's just,
So that, highlight that, yeah, there you go. That's great.
I don't think it has passed yet, but Phil Shores is looking into that as well. He says he's heard conflicting things about grand jury recordation, and he's not sure where it's being looked at right now, but he's supposed to be getting back to me with some more information about that, too.
all right, well, the notice from AOC said that's
The
where
Christmas
they
tree
think
bill,
it's gonna land, is in the Christmas tree bill.
And I think that's one of the things Phil had heard as well, but he's trying to track down whether that's legitimate or not. So, okay, well, let me see what I can do with this, and I'll get you what I can, and
Thank
we
you.
can keep working on
Yeah,
it.
it looks good, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's hard to word these things. I'm not,
Everybody gets a little something for their district.
They hang their little,
Okay.
yeah.
Everybody gets to hang
an
something.
ornament for their
An
tree.
ornament.
Pork tree.
Yeah, it's a poor.
Thank you,
Oak
Judith.
tree.
Okay, so we were gonna have just kind of a general discussion about, our thoughts on the Crisis Stabilization Center visits. I did a little, summary of just some notes of what I've, kind of my observations of the ones, but we don't have to focus on this. I'm gonna give Tom, I got a couple more. I don't make any, yeah, I got one more. I don't know if, I assume some of the people are here for this, so we can discuss that. This wasn't really intended as a, we're gonna have a general discussion, about what the department's working on and things, as much as just what we saw when we visited stabilization center. So that's kind of our goal. So I don't know if you want to take a look, do you want me to walk kind of through these notes, or, and then the ones that we each went on, Commissioner, we can comment on them and we can just kind of talk. I think our goal was to come up with, what's our next meeting, kind of going forward. We got the budget coming up in a couple weeks also, and that sort of thing. So, let's see, how much time do we want to spend on this? How much other stuff do we have?
Well, we had several executive sessions that you had talked about, Joel. They don't have to happen today. One was the new neighborhood and resolution on the PRCs.
Oh, yeah.
We had, if you wanted to follow up on sheriff's contract was another possibility. Had one on the appointment of the 911 director, which could be deferred.
Oh, geez, very much.
We talked about evaluations. And then who you want to chair the user board, and then Sarah Bunser. So, yeah.
Just a few things.
Oh.
Well, we got
Sharon
45
is
minutes.
Sharon's leaving at 5. Remember?
Tom stays organized.
What?
It's good Tom stays organized. I had a few of those items, but not all of them.
So
Okay.
how much time do you want to spend talking about this right now?
Well, any conclusions? So, let me put it in perspective from what I'm thinking. It's obvious the health department needs a little bit more elbow room, and, just even from what we heard yesterday in the budget discussion, the future is going to be some kind of, facility planning or whatever we need to do there. In the short term, this is an opportunity for the home, for this stabilization, sobering center, whatever it's going to be, is my point, with some office space. And I think that's the function that, and I saw this 6 months ago, getting that building transformed to get some office space in there is going to be the value right now for the health department, for the services of this stabilization center. So, what the stabilization center looks like in the end here, you guys are studying deeper. I've been to just the one in Marion County. But yeah, so any takeaways?
So let's see, I'll give you a few more. One is that it's become much more clear to me the difference between I think it's level 1 is the simplest. Is that the lowest level license? George, level 1 or level 3, or Holly? Is the highest, okay. So level 3 is the 23-hour maximum non-secure. That's is that right? Well, that's what the licenses are. That's what the license.
Because this one doesn't have a license, the one we're proposing, so that's why there are licensed ones that do fall within levels, but this one
Okay.
is not licensed.
Okay, so we've seen two kinds. One are the ones that you can stay 23 hours and then technically you're supposed to leave. And that's kind of what's being proposed here, or that is what's being proposed here. What was interesting in Southern Oregon was both of those are up to 30-day facilities. So the difference, one of the things that I didn't really realize how different they are, but I guess I would characterize it as the 23 hours a stabilization center. The longer term are resolution centers. So they're there, the way they're configured in Southern Oregon. So one of the questions I have, so one of the takeaways is that those are very different things. Concern I have, based on the discussions we've had with the health department, et cetera, is that, we'll start out at 23 hours, then we'll grow to an overnight, to a longer term. Physically, those are different buildings. They're what we have in the design right now is very much typical of what we've seen in the 23 hours, kind of one day center. But that isn't what the longer-term secure, meaning they have locked door, they called them, I think, level 2. But anyway, but where you can go be up to 30 days, and the average is actually 6 to 8 days, is what they said in Southern Oregon. Those are more pods with rooms, and they have bedrooms with built-in, both of them have built-in beds, built-in cabinets, everything's locked down. But those people go to, and they stay an average of 6 to 8 days, is what both of the facilities said, but those would be a different building. It wouldn't look the same. They both have 3 pods of 4 or 5 bedroom things. They're different kinds of rooms, where ours is an office with, you know, the recliner area and the front area. So if we start down the course of just a 23-hour facility, I don't see this as, if our intent is to go to the long term, I'm concerned that we're going the wrong direction in the design, which is, I didn't realize that till I'd seen some other long term. The other part of that is that my impression is the longer term, actually, based on our meetings with the hospitals here, was that the things a long term does may actually be more advantageous to a hospital than the short term, because they, it's, I guess, a deeper level of stay. And so the hospitals talk about getting people out of the emergency room beds was one of the things they wanted, or they're a step down from the hospital's facilities. So I guess that was one thing that I hadn't really realized, is really how these are different looks, construction-wise, and because we've had discussions with health about both being good. So that was one thing. The other thing that I learned that was in the most recent one was that in Southern Oregon, where I think the CCOs have been really involved, and I think a couple of the other ones, and what I learned from one of the organizations is that they care more about the financial savings than the hospital does. And so, you know, we got kind of, when we went and met with the hospital, we kind of came up with a laundry list of things that I thought would make it more attractive to them. But their bottom line really was, well, I thought was that if you're not serving 4 people or out of the emergency department every day, you're not really helping us financially at the hospital. But maybe the CCO would be interested in that. And I was told that with CCO 2.0, that may even be more true. Those are a couple of observations. I'm not saying I want to go to the long term. I'm not as worried as I was, I guess, previously about being close to law enforcement, because we've raised that concern. Because the other ones, so of the ones we've seen, almost all of them are closer to hospitals. We'll be an outlier for these 6 that we've been to. I don't think any of them really made it a priority to be near law enforcement. But I think we have a better relationship with law enforcement than anywhere we've been. That's kind of my impression. I mean, some, like Clackamas, get 1 police drop-off a week. I think we could see more than that, certainly. And they all kind of have the same police security thing. But I do kind of feel like if we're going towards a long-term facility, we ought to be closer to the hospital. It seems like that connection and that healthcare component is going to be a bigger one than diverting from jails. And so, and I still don't think this meets the walk-in very well, but I don't know if that matters or not. I can't really tell. So those are a few of my thoughts. What are your thoughts? You've seen a bunch of them too.
I do know that marketing is going to be critical.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
You know, I think Hawthorne did an excellent job of marketing, and they were very careful on their location too, with on the line, the bus, you know, the line, the train line. And so, if we can market it correctly, that will make a difference. It seems like our community is so short on what you're saying, like the 5, 7, 8 day bed situation, that, you know, this definitely will be a need for that group of people that have issues, you know, brief issues, but we really need to think about our community longer term. So to me, it really seems like, okay, this is like one of the first steps, and then we need to get more partners if we go to longer term, so that there are opportunities for people to stay in Deschutes County. According to my calculation, it's people that have serious mental disorders. It's what, 3% of our population. So we're not talking that many people, but we definitely, there is a need out there. And, the facilities available now, they're pretty full most all the time, it seems to be.
Well, I kind of making a list of things we'd want to, when we meet with the health department and everybody about it as a group. So one is this issue of short-term, long-term. If we're really planning for long-term, should we be planning now, or, does that affect the design and how much is spent on the short-term facility, if they really are physically? And we haven't talked with anybody in health about this because this just went I think it was last week. Marketing was, that was a big thing. It's really clear that the oldest facilities are the busiest. I mean, both Marion County and Josephine counties, and I don't think it was just the time of days we were there. They seem to be busier because they've just been there. I mean, but they both. But another part of long term that goes into design is, like the one in Josephine, is if they said they would do one more thing, they'd have more pacing areas. So people that live in a place have a different concept than just being there for a short term, maybe. Like, we didn't see any place at the short term facilities where people actually kind of hung out. So I guess that's a different concept too. So that has, again, to do with the construction design and what common rooms they have and all that. But we've kind of talked about some of the other features. We've seen light, which, windows, artwork, water features. The ones in Southern Oregon didn't have water features, so that was not that, I don't know that it matters, but.
Well, I think they're really a good idea,
Yeah.
just from the ones we saw.
So, and I know that we've, Health has met with, well, I don't know if they've met with Pacific Source specifically, but that's our CCO, and I don't know what Pacific Source interest in this is, but it was interesting that they were really seen as the bigger partner in some of these communities. The CCO was more than the hospital, and because they have money. And
the head of it wasn't at the COHC meeting the other day, but.
The Pacific Source?
He was not. He was on the phone, but he is part of that group, so definitely it seems like they should be a player in this.
So, what other things if you read through Hawthorne, Clackamas, and Eugene, and Marion, any other big thoughts about what you saw in those? I was just writing down random.
Well, our homeless
things.
numbers went up 9% in Deschutes County. Oh, no, 12% in Deschutes County. They finally released those numbers. And they actually said that, after watching Is Seattle Dying, I was talking to George Myers about it, and George said that, well, in Sisters, he really felt like it wasn't mental issues. It was really people just couldn't afford and find a place to live. And then when I find out, Housing Works didn't give them any priority for living in Sisters, that's really too bad. So, but Marion County's numbers, even though their facility is there, and I think it's fabulous, and they seem to be very adaptable. The last 23 years she's been running it. Their homeless numbers went up 20%, their count. So, we definitely have an issue going on.
So do you think that affects choices on a crisis center? I mean, does it?
Well, I think that, okay, so if we get the 23-hour one going, and then we actually can reach out to like Pacific Source and have them help with, a longer-term facility, I think that's probably a good idea. So people aren't driving across the mountain to find help for their families.
I haven't got the feel that the ones we visited that homeless people are really the ones using the crisis centers as much as other crises. I mean, not as much as I expected, I guess.
Really?
I didn't. Even the
Remember she said
long-term
it was so
facilities,
important.
they didn't seem to be people that had just, decided to go there because they had a bed or something. It didn't, it seemed like that it was really about mental health and to some extent addiction treatment type things, you know, and the temporary, it was really a crisis as opposed to, you know, they say a third of the population in homelessness is living with mental health issues or, you know, problems, but that's different maybe than crisis stuff, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't feel like, I guess what I'm in a long way saying is that I had thought maybe that would be you know, people would be inclined to go there to stay, you know, have a place, and that doesn't seem to be what I've seen.
Remember, though, she said at one point in time that she did apartments, and she would allow people to be there for 3 weeks in the apartments, and so they would stay the whole 3 weeks. So then
In
she had,
Salem?
In Salem.
Yeah.
So then she had to drop that idea, but then she uses the foster families,
Yeah.
which I don't think we found that anywhere else.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard of that.
And I know they're having serious budget issues in Marion County, so they're cutting back a lot.
Do you have any questions or thoughts on the short-term, long-term, or, I mean, it's just kind of, or other issues you want to talk about with health and facilities in terms of going forward? Do you see what I'm saying about worried about spending a lot of, because we're going to move, if we do this out there, we're going to move all of adults, pro bono, all those people out of that house, remodel it, and are we going to then remodel it again in a year or two, completely different? Or?
I think of 10 and 15 and 20 years out, because we just got population growth and the trajectory. Every meeting we've been to recently talks about the 20, 50, and, you know, 100,000 more people that are going to be in Central Oregon. This is kind of the Tri-County facility. So my point is building out that building, kind of the vision we have now.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to need another plan for 5 years later just because of population growth. You know, and would it be right for Deschutes County to be putting a multi-day overnight facility together, or is that the hospital? Because they have Sageview, that is what that is. So, I mean, I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah, I don't.
So.
It took the group in Medford and Jackson County that just opened. It just opened in January. Oh, I got them. There's little flyers too. I was going to give you. Pretty interesting. They haven't had their numbers, but the Beckett Center, they just opened in January, but they said it took them 10 years to get it. That's the.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's kind of my
And
thought.
everything came together
This
with this
thing's
CCO.
going, and then 10 years from now, it could be a different deal.
Well, it took them 10 years to actually get it done, to open it. It's only 14 beds.
What's that?
I mean,
They're
it's-
both like
But is
15 and
that-
16, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a county health department, behavioral health department function, or is it a CCO, or is it a nonprofit, or?
Well, that's,
So
yeah,
that's
so
a
most of
big
the,
picture.
so 2 of them are county-run, Marion County and Clackamas County. The rest are run by nonprofit organizations, basically.
So we can set,
And so that,
with what we know, we can set the
Yeah.
trajectory towards that right now.
we could do one or,
10 years.
I mean, I'm not sure what led to each of the decisions, but, yeah, okay. So marketing. Okay,
So we'll be having a discussion at the budget committee meeting, we have those binders that kind of talk about our facilities. As I say, it fits into the big picture of all the facilities of Deschutes County and employees and future services. And so then we're in that spot, and we'll get to it next week, or 2 weeks from now. You know, are we going to do a bond someday, or start to come up with, save money for, you know, future capital, or, you know, that'll be a choice coming in the next couple of years.
okay. Well, maybe we can have another meeting with, or we can just meet individually with health if we want, or whatever, and talk about plan.
I was at the Courtney Building Monday morning, and they were very busy in all the departments, so.
Were they?
You know, yes. There were people, it was great to see, people were all over the place, so it was nice to know that everyone was back, and the public was there.
Commissioners, if I could, so we've talked about a lot of different concepts and sort of moving parts to this facility over the last month or two, and something that I talked about with Commissioner Henderson last week, I put together a list of all the different variables by category, as much, I'm sure it's not all of them, but as much as I recall from our various situations. So this could be, a means to sort of focus on the decision points, on
Good.
what we need to kind of resolve in our minds going forward. So it's by category, and I've got a few extras here for the health folks too, but as a
I didn't
means.
know health was going to be here, so I can make some more copies, but I just made them right before our meeting. So.
I think Eric gave some to him. So, but as sort of, what do we think here? Okay, if we reach consensus and we can kind of move on to the next one, there's some, categories in here that, are longer term in terms of, say, the partners that could be involved in something like this. And, many of these, we really haven't had an opportunity to debrief too much with health, but I'm sure many of them, they've thought of and either have value longer term or aren't part of the initial concept now. But leading to the discussion next week to hopefully crystallize the thoughts from your visit with what's been researched in the past, and what are the final areas to explore that may help us move this forward.
But I think we should probably try to do that next week, and then because I know the budget, I know Mike Meyer's going to care about the plan, because we talked about it a little bit the other day about where we are on it, and I would think the other budget members are going to want to know. So they're going to want to see a 5 or 10 year plan too if we start, doing it. So seems like it'd be good to try to, talk through any of those remaining issues. Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah, thanks for doing this.
suggesting that we wait till budget week, or do you want to bring?
No, I think we should.
next
I
week?
think we should talk about it.
Right. Okay.
Next week.
Within the county next week, and then have something to say to the budget committee about it.
Sure.
If we can, get to some kind of conclusions or whatever. I mean, a lot of work's gone into it, and, good. So maybe we could do it, if I'm here Monday, I'm happy to do the work session, but.
We don't have a work session Monday.
Tuesday.
It's Tuesday.
Oh, it's
at 2.
Tuesday, okay.
So we got both for Tuesday and Wednesday meetings.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's do that then. All right.
I know like Health
Anything else?
Council is working on their, their pillars for next year. We talked about that. And so it's something that.
Well, and so I'm a little bit confused. Everywhere else we've gone, they've talked about the CCO as being the partner. Is the Central Oregon Health Council the
They're the,
supervisor of the CCO, or just
no, they're on even lines with each other.
Well,
They're right here, and the CCO is here. So,
one distributes millions and millions of dollars of funds. Is it what's?
yes, but the hospital is only, or the CCO is only allowed to, I think it's make like 2%, and the other 8% is supposed to be given back or something. So it's something that's only for our legislative district. This was first
Okay.
implemented like in 2007 or 6, I think. So,
Well, I think there's promise with St. Charles. I mean, I don't know. We can see if everybody, but you were there too. I think they are interested. It's just not. They're not going to drive it, but I think they might do. My read is they could be convinced to help with something, but I don't know what CCO and
I think they could be.
Central Oregon Health Council.
Joe's a member of the Central Oregon Health Council,
Mm-hmm.
and I did want to talk to him about it at some point soon.
Okay.
Because I did have that budget meeting or Monday morning at 7:30, so.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll finish up next week then, hopefully. So, so we have just executive sessions now? So any of you that are here that are interested, we can talk about it more later. This, thanks for coming. Yep, thank you.
Thank you for the bigger printout. That is really good. I know, I couldn't read that other one.
So we had potentially two other non-executive. Just the one, hopefully quick one, is we'd like to chair the 911 user board meeting next Tuesday.
Is that at 10 to 11?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it. What's the other one?
The non-executive was the terrible sewer feasibility.
Right, they were asking for
They're asking for resources?
something to do with the grant.
Yeah, they had a.
Who's they?
were
Is it
asking
the
for a
water
sponsor.
district?
Sponsor for the grant, but to me, it's sort of the larger issue of, we really haven't had the conversation of how much would you like staff
Yeah.
to engage in this and become a champion, a partner, expend resources to explore this further.
So I heard something, so a couple of people apparently have a lot of interest in this, having to do with those mobile homes that are there, and that park apparently is failing, or their septic is failing, so they're motivated. But I talked to somebody that's actually part of that, I guess he was in the water district, I can't remember, it was some event, maybe it was at the home show or something, got in a conversation. And there's a lot of skepticism that any of this is realistic to build a sewer system through the rock of Terrebonne. So I don't know how far we should be lobbied into leading that or helping. I mean, if it's something a lot of people want to look into, but I know probably the least of any of us about it, but it just makes sense to me that it may be difficult to do this, so are we starting down a path we?
Well, we should get a kind of a big picture history, because they've got a parcel, the water district has a parcel that I think the county gave them, which was an old cinder pit or something, which was gonna possibly be a facility site or a disposal site for a sewer district. So there's history here that probably none of us even know. So I'd advocate for just kind of laying it out. But, so then it's a discussion about how much are we gonna get engaged or advocate or help sponsor.
Cinder pit's a pretty hard place to put a septic.
Well, it's in Terrebonne. It's
I know,
rocky.
but I mean,
What is Terrebonne but a cinder pit?
well, that's a rock, yeah.
Well, no, I love Terrebonne. It's Smith Rock. It's one of the most beautiful parts of our county, so.
But I
The
learned about
grounds.
that when I was at their meeting a couple.
Yeah,
weeks
that's a
ago.
good point.
So, would we give staff guidance and, giving us the lowdown, a little bit of history on that? I guess that would be the action at this time, maybe. And, what's the possibility of a urban, and is it an urban unincorporated community or not? I guess I don't know what the land
It
use
is.
designation is. Yeah, so what's the possibility, or, funding streams and land use, all, just the big picture.
Who would staff,
They say that it was
CDD,
like
you mean, or?
$20,000.
Well, just giving Tom guidance to bring it to a work session.
Work session?
Because even if it's a month from now or something, that's fine.
Yeah, so as you know, we're not in the utility business of
Yeah.
the county.
Right.
We regulate and approve
Land use.
septic proposals. Anything above, a certain level goes straight to DEQ as a commercial septic system, let alone an actual sewer system, which
Community,
is,
yeah.
City Public Works Department is involved in. So I don't know that you want us to get into the sewer business, but if you would like us to say, hire somebody, an expert, a civil engineer, to work with them to, say, put together a feasibility study, that's something that you can direct us to do. If you want us to, advocate for them on behalf of, or advise them on the land use issues associated with approval and siting of a septic system, that's something that we could do. So we can try and list those different, time elements that we, and probably mostly CDD, but it could involve property as well, or even the road department. Chris has some public works background to, put together, say, a team to advise them, all of which we could do, but there are some implications in terms of our time, capacity to do that. So I'm not saying we will or won't.
So we have the
just,
plan from 1999. Should somebody look at that? Just like a quick, okay.
99, so it's, 20 years ago.
It's 20 years old, but they did a
different.
plan in 82, then they had one from 99.
See, and we don't have the history on, that'd be interesting just to
Would it
learn
be
about.
Yeah, just-
Todd, does Todd know all this? I mean, it's septic and.
He knows some. I mean, that feasibility study was actually done out of the administrator's office. Susan Ross, who at that
Right.
time was Susan Mayett, did that at the direction of Mike Meyer, a long time ago, just to kind of sponsor and provide to them. But it,
So why do we have that presented to us, what we know from the past? It's kind of like blast from the past, because I'm sure they did a good, thorough job. The only caveat that I'd say about it, so my view is that if this is like the city, is trying to put this sewer into my neighborhood, and the numbers were like 65,000 a house, well, that's like 4 septic systems that could come in. I mean, so I don't think it's practical to do it, and all they gotta do is dig through the rock and go down the streets. Here, it's not, they don't have to put in a sewer system, they don't have to put in so if we're talking about an $80,000 house, it's like, that isn't a very practical solution to waste to me, given other alternatives, except, I guess there is this chance of the infrastructure, from the federal, these are the kind of projects that federal, if they spend a couple $1 trillion, these are the kind of things that maybe they'll all go to Bend, I don't know. But
So a little bit of history at a work session in the
Yeah.
future.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what
I have the feasibility study too.
So you have the 99 one, but there was one in 82 also?
Yeah, there was one in 82 prior.
I mean, I have no idea what these things cost.
But I think the
was-
91 might be a really.
One in
And then
Bend
I
is sure
did talk
expensive.
at AOC, I talked to those people about it, and they told me, they gave me I went to Annette, and I got Annette involved. So she's.
Well,
people
what are those people gonna do? You mean the state of Oregon?
Right.
What are they gonna do to?
Well, the
about it?
regional center for this part, they were supposed to be helpful for them.
Regional Solutions?
Yes.
Do you think they would be?
Oh, yeah, they're the ones that bring the state agencies together.
Yeah.
So it's just putting direction and momentum to this, get it rolling or not.
Anyway, that's what
Okay.
I done.
So I haven't decided what I think about the chair of the 911.
Ready has their lunch Tuesday
Yeah, I
at,
know, I know.
at 11.
If I'm here, I can
And then
go to
there's
that
the
too.
stamp thing at the Tumalo, and we have a new stamp. It's going to be
Is
released.
the user board at 10 or 11?
It's usually at 10.
10, so we could get that done in 30 minutes, or, yeah, I'm supposed to go to the Ready Lunch too. You going to the Ready Lunch? Yeah, so we're all going to that. Yeah. I guess I want to think about that some more. What do you want? So, do we want to do any more, so on the executive sessions, we're not gonna have enough time really to deal with the TRD, PCR, I mean, that's a longer than 15-minute. I don't really have any news on the labor contract. Does anybody, I don't know if Kathleen or Garrett, did you
I know
did you talk
Kathleen was
about that?
Kathleen had been working on, with the sheriff's office on salary charts.
I talked to her yesterday and told her what we kind of set up, and you, it sounded like you did too, so.
So we're gonna have to be real careful in the next, because if we slip through next week without getting some stuff done, we got budget week.
Yeah.
Some of this stuff is not gonna come back
Yeah.
for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And I talked to Shane yesterday and he said he's still working on getting us some more numbers. So,
That's consistent with what?
he keeps saying there's something out there that's his research, so he's working on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he was really,
So we're still live. Anything else on a?
Yeah, but he was very-
Dave, what do you have to add to the good of the order? You didn't get to say a word today, did you?
Nothing to say. Adam captured it well. He did a good job.
Yeah, so should we just postpone the other ones till Tuesday?
Sure.
I mean, for
Well, except
executive.
for I do need an answer on chairing the meeting.
Who's chairing the
before-
meeting on
before
Tuesday
Tuesday.
at
Well, if
10?
nothing else happens, they could just do it again,
Sure,
couldn't they? I mean,
sure.
if nothing else happens. I guess
Absolutely.
I feel like we should get through the amendments and then I'm okay with that for
Yeah, sir,
Tuesday.
Prepared to do it, if you,
Yeah.
or at least just, we'll call it status quo one more meeting.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Make a final
Yeah.
decision. Okay.
Tom, did you see that terrible story about that?
So I think unless there's something else, we'll adjourn for today. Is there any
Oh,
other-
thank you.